Okay. I think I have everything in check. Oh, most of everything. Let's go back over here. Right. Right now I will not be needing... Okay, that's fine. Okay. Missing anything? X this out. Why is this not... Open this. Okay, turn this around. Alright, let me see if I fixed everything. There. Okay. Bottom. Now here. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Alright. Let me see. Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Artextric, and today we're going to be working on a few things. We're going to be working on a commission, but we have to work on the AnimeArt for today. Don't mind this drawing here. I was doing this for a student. I was teaching them how to draw a jacket. It was a little bit in the way, but we got it out of the mission. So we're going to do and finish the AnimeArt for tomorrow. The only thing we have to do is color them, and then after we're done coloring, we will then go and do the commission. For Fave Artist, we gotta get that out of the way. So what we're going to do, we're going to color 3 heroes, pretty much. Let me see here. Oh, there we go. Let me grab this real quick. And then slap this down here. Alright, so for those who don't know, have this down here. So if you want to have talking rights, as in like hear your comment be said into the stream, you have to send 1 heart me. Remember to do that. What was the skin? It was this. That's what I wanted. It was this.
Lavenda TV Queen says her.
Hello. Today we'll be doing a lot. We have to color 3 characters today, and then get to the commission. So get that in check. I just drop these in here real quick for the sponsorship that is here. So get that. One last thing. Trying to get 2 members today. Let's see, 2 members. Okay, and paste. Cool. All right, as we are doing our thing, I'll put a video down here to keep us occupied for those who just wants to vibe out and watch something. So this video, for those, this is going to be art related. This says art cannot be forced by Gwen Art.
Yes, I agree.
Cool Juan art. So as I'm working on the drawings here, for the animatics, you guys will get to hear what's being said about from this artist. So I guess they're trying to give motivational speaking. They're motivating the art community or anyone who watches this to feel motivated to keep in check on what they want to do with their art. So I'm going to put this down here in my room so you can see this. There we go. So let me make this easier. There we go. Yeah. Trying to make this easy. This is not. Yeah. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, at the bottom. Let me push this here. There we go. I think that's easy for everyone to see. There. Cool. All right, let's do it.
So recently, I have been feeling this pressure to draw. Now, I know that sounds contradicting because I love drawing,
Okay.
but I feel like I'm at the point where I want to improve so much that I have to force myself to draw more.
Well,
So
yeah,
this
technically.
video is for
You're not
people
wrong.
who want to improve at art,
All right, let me
but feel like
get to
they're
Spidey
running out of
Man.
time.
Spidey
You
Man.
can apply this method to
Right.
almost any skill you want,
Let me
but
see
I
if I
think
can get.
this works a lot more
Okay,
effective with creative stuff. So what I have noticed is that when I have thoughts
I
like,
use the same colors from
oh,
before.
I got to
Got
draw
that.
today, or I haven't made anything yet, or I'm not moving
So
towards my
this
goal,
is Spider-Man.
I often found that these types of thoughts that I have actually makes me fear drawing.
Why?
It makes me go back to watching YouTube shorts or
Oh,
playing
got it.
games
Let's go there. Okay. There we go.
because I'm associating stress with making art, and that's not a good thing. When I feel like I have to draw,
If you're doing it for a job, then that's one
there
thing.
are two main ways that I deal with that stress. So either I move the task to tomorrow, or I draw, but it feels really restricted. It feels like I'm not making anything good, and that just makes me feel even worse. When you create something, you can't really do it out of stress because that will just make, like, people can see what you're feeling when you're making stuff, when you're trying stuff. They can tell whether or not you
Yeah,
actually
usually
enjoy
people can
making them,
tell. You're not
or
wrong.
is it just something that is really forced? So the basic takeaway is that you only make good art when you're in a good mood, or at least you will feel
Technically
good
think so.
making art when you're in a good mood. Like, that sounds really obvious, but it is true. Like, people overlook that so much. So the question now becomes, how do you get in a good mood? Well, I can't tell you that because the only person that knows how to get you in a good mood
Is you.
is yourself. Maybe it could be playing games, it could be playing basketball, playing a sport, just going outside. You know, now getting yourself into a good mood doesn't mean distracting yourself. So I will give a personal example. When I have to do homework after school, I might open up Roblox or any games I play, and I play it for the sake of avoiding the homework. I don't actually like playing it because I like playing it.
You're just avoiding.
And this goes along with art too. You don't play games or doom scroll because you want to avoid the work that is necessary, but rather you should be doing it because you genuinely enjoy doing it, and that relaxes your brain and it helps you get into a better mood to draw. Okay, so now that you're in a good mood to draw, you will realize another problem. You're drawing looks like shit. And I just want you to know that it's okay to have bad drawing sometimes.
It's okay.
Like if you look at great artists
You're
or
supposed to make shit drawings to make good drawings.
basketball players, they have made many mistakes. They have drawn really bad stuff before, but that did not stop them from drawing more, from practicing more, because they believe that mistakes are a part of life.
Okay.
And it is. You learn by making mistakes. If
True.
your drawing doesn't turn out good this time, then draw the next one. Because at some point, if you keep drawing in the same drawing session, it will become better. A good example of this is when I'm doing gesture drawing. Like the first few is always going to look bad because you haven't warmed up yet. But after a while, it's going to get better and better because you're repeating stuff, and when you're repeating stuff, you find ways to
Okay.
improve on it. So just don't beat yourself
Hey, Mark. Hey,
over
bro.
drawing something that
That's
doesn't look
done.
as good as you imagined it to be. You just simply draw the next thing, and the next thing, the next thing, and eventually it will get good. Now I know this is easier said than done. Almost everything is, but I hope that this video at least could encourage
Right
you
for close says I teach.
in some sort of way.
Hey, what's going on, bro?
Just know that everyone else suffers the same problem. You're not alone, and just keep going. You will get better.
You will get better. I'm going to grab all this. And then, okay, inside. Cool, that was pretty inspirational, I guess, to a certain degree. Hold on, let me see. I guess something else here. How to blend colors. Let's see, type of late night snack. Story narration, artwork, time lapse. I think that's fine.
Well, Mia, your BMI is over 30, which is very concerning for your health, said the doctor grimly while inspecting the stats of the 16-year-old in front of him. This is because she stuffs her face with junk food crap and does nothing all day, right? The woman beside her harshly interjected. The bitter disappointment.
No, not jumping into this because someone's gonna interpret this as some type of attack on them. Yeah, let's listen to that. That like sound more fun. Analyzing domain expansions. This sounds fun.
Domain expansions are the pinnacle of Jutsu Sorcery, the rare ability that is hardest to attain and even harder to polish and master. But they are also some of the best character writing aspects in the whole manga. Domains start from the innate worlds of characters, i.e., their literal subconscious manifestations, and they are physically constructed when activated to build a physical space based on that inner world. They tell us so much more about the characters that have them, more than anything else, because of the symbolism within them and the way Gege uses character aspects and comply with the themes of the story and world instead of being just some trump card ultimate ability. One of the greatest feats of Jujutsu Kaisen is the preservation of domains as actual rare and insane abilities, whereas most other stories introduce this larger than life and extremely hard to obtain power, only for every random known character to start spamming it by the end of the series. There are only 14 domain expansions in the whole manga that we got to see. A few others we heard of existing, but never actually know or see at all. Of course, multiple videos have discussed domains and explained them, but they are all limited to explaining the ability instead of its meaning to the character and or the story, let alone cover the smallest details that we can find when closely examining domains as their own thing. So grab a drink of your choosing,
Lavenda
just make
TV
sure it's
Queen
not
says, "Hey
alcoholic,
Sally, how you
and
doing, little
let's
bro?"
overanalyze.
Sally. Hey, Sally.
If you're a frequent viewer of the channel, then you'd know how much I love Joko as a character. And that is way before brain-dead hype writers who only read leaks started making memes about him. He already got his own dedicated analysis years ago, proving that he is actually the Jogoats. Jogoats' domain is Coffin of the Iron Mountain, Gaikan Techizen. Gaikan means the lid of the casket or coffin. Techizen comes from the sacred mountain legend
Why is it?
originated in India, which is also shared by Buddhism and Hinduism. It is said that in the heart of the world there is a sacred mountain named Mount Sumeru, also called Meru or Shumisen. Mount Sumeru is surrounded by 9 mountains and 8 oceans. One of the outermost mountains is made of iron and called Techizen. So we get Gaikan Techizen, coffin of the Iron Mountain. A little detail that made my jaw drop when
Jolly Hunter
researching this
says, "Hello,
is that
Teens."
the mount is
Hello,
surrounded by
Ari.
9 mountains and 8 oceans. And these are the exact numbers of fingers that Kinjaku gives Yogo as an estimate to his power compared to Sukuna. A fascinating detail is that this knowledge comes from Kenjaku, the closest person we have to a Buddhist monk, passing wisdom to Jogo, knowledge about the closest person to a deity in the verse, all connecting to the Buddhist and
Jolly
Hinduist
Hunter says, "Thank
references
you
we
for
got from the
explaining
name
and
of his
bending the
domain.
joints.
No
Though
I
we have
problem.
forgot
researched
about
the
that with
domain
those
that we
clothes."
only
It's
got to
alright.
see once, and also very briefly,
That's what I'm here
since it
for.
came as a way to introduce domains as a concept both to us and to Yuji. It is very straightforward. It is simply a closed volcano that will incinerate you alive. Any normal sorcerer would get melted the second they step in. I'm not even sure if simple domains can counter it. The hand sign Joko uses for his domain is Daikokuten In. Daikokuten is the deity of happiness in Japan, but it was originally Shiva, the deity of destruction. A cool little detail hidden within his hand sign that contrasts Jogo's destructive nature with his surprisingly profound positive attitude. Jogo's character arc is all about pride, and a very recurring symbol in his journey is elevation. He aims too high, fighting Gojo out of pride and arrogance, and accepting
Jolly
to fight
Hunter
Sukuna
says,
out
"Who
of
is the character
pride
you're
and
drawing?"
humility.
It's
Both
Doctor
beings
Strange.
are often shown above others and too high up. Against Gojo, his head gets ripped and stepped on, quite literally being brought down to earth. When meeting Sukuna, he orders him and the girls to bow down, but Jogo only gets on one knee compared to the others. He doesn't go low enough. Volcanoes are scary because of their size, yet Jogo is one of, if not the shortest characters in the whole manga. After his defeat at the hands of Gojo, he actually becomes even smaller in size as
He
he
does?
recovers.
He actually
Height,
does?
pride, and elevation are all present in Jogo's life, and his life's goal is surprisingly the highest of them all. In fact, I would argue that Jogo has the hardest goal in all of the manga. He wants to flip the table on humans and to usher a whole new age, a whole
Jolly Hunter says that
reconstruction of
anim
the
looks
known world
familiar.
in the favor of curses. His domain is a mountain volcano. It is a simple representation of his grandiose ambitions and his struggle with pride and longing for height and elevation, those things out of his reach. It is suppressing his anger towards humans,
Hold on.
his hot nature as a sentient curse that has its own emotion, the fire within him that was made to cause chaos and burn everything like Sukuna told him, but he continues to suppress it just like the volcano suppresses the heat, and he chooses to use it meaningfully to build and create something of value, all the while undermining and holding back his own power. Coffin of the Iron Mountain is the coffin where his enemies shall burn and die, but it was an empty, unused coffin because Jogo chose other ways. So instead, it became a coffin for his own ideals. Looking at it this way, coffin of the Iron Mountain is now a coffin for him. He ended up dying by fire after all, and his own flame went out.
Alianta says that Hello reset its doctor now.
Dagon's domain is horizon of the captivating skanda, Taun hasten. Tau means to spread abundantly or to wash away. Un means aggregate, pile, or heap. Also skanda in Buddhism, which is any of five attributes that constitute a sentient being. And finally, hasten, which means horizon. So, horizon of the
Oh,
captivating
fuck.
skanda,
Okay, there we go.
a brilliant reflection of an ideal beach with an ocean, where it allows Dagon to trap anyone and flood them with an infinite amount of fish shikigami. It's the hotspot for the villains where they lay back and relax, showing Dagon's mastery over his domain, where he can deploy it to this amount of time. Dagon values identities and names and has a family oriented mindset wherein he represents the fear of the sea. And as a guardian for sea life, his domain is a manifestation of that vastness and richness of life within the sea. A very simple domain with not much depth or darkness hidden within. Oh, the name Dagon can be found in many, many things, two of which that I want to highlight give us a glimpse to where Dagon the Curse might be inspired from. First, Dagon is an old deity that can be found in many ancient villages and cities in old Syria, all across the region of the Euphrates River. Mentions of his being can be found in old archaeological findings, a lot of which correlate him to an ancient Assyrian god of the sea. Of the Philistines, mentions can even be found in versions of the Bible. Some mentions call him Owens and belong to some Persian and ancient Egyptian mythology. Now, as interesting as all of that sounds, none of it is our concern. I want to bring your attention to a short story by the acclaimed author H.P. Lovecraft. For those that don't know, Lovecraft is like the Junji Ito of the 1900s. One dude who wrote horror fiction, but whose works are considered key in advancing horror media. He came up with the Cthulhu himself. He was also very racist. But this short story is
What does that
representing
mean? What does that have to do with anything? That has nothing to do with anything. You would just want to put it in there just in case. Jesus Christ. I understand, but like, Jesus, it was not named. He was very racist. Like, okay.
definitely the inspiration behind the curse. I will link it down
That
below
shit
to
funny.
take a little more than 5 minutes to read, so feel free to pause the video if you're interested.
I find
The
that
story
funny.
takes us through the journey of a soldier who
He
gets
was very
stranded in the sea.
racist. I went, okay.
He finds himself
He's
in
dead. Who
a
cares?
horrid black sludge littered with the carcasses of decaying fish, and he ends up seeing a vast, polyphemus-like, stupendous monster of nightmares
That shit
with
is funny
large,
to me.
scaly arms and a
It
hideous
seems
head
almost unnecessary.
worshipping a
If
man
he was
away.
alive, that's one thing, but
The
he's not.
man basically goes insane and begins to sing and laugh while he's running away until he loses consciousness and wakes up in a hospital bed. no one believes him and he ends up killing himself. So there are three takeaways
Oh wait,
that
hold
live in
on,
my
hold
head.
on, TikTok. You're gonna lose your shit. Hold up. Let's just wait this out because TikTok is a hoe. I'm gonna wait that out a little bit. I'm gonna pause that and let that continue a little bit. TikTok don't know the difference between a video and a story. Hold up.
Jolly Antra says
Let's
that
put a
bar.
let's put a pause on that real quick. Just air out the air. 'Cause it like when you say the word racist, it doesn't lose its shit. But when it starts saying something about gaming in oneself, it's like, oh shit, this is a problem striking me. This people find this uncomfortable. Shut the fuck up. No, they don't.
Jolly Antra says they are constantly listening to.
Yeah, and they do not. It's just a story, but I guess the thing doesn't know the difference between a story, telling something, and someone just saying it. It doesn't know the difference. So let's just sit that out for a good 5 minutes, just for good measure, because TikTok's a hoe. It be hoeing. It be hoeing itself very much when it comes. It be hoeing itself very much when it comes. It be hoeing itself, oh my god. It be hoeing itself, oh my god. TikTok is a hoe, oh my god. I hate the fact that I'm actually late for my own stream, so it's gonna be like, I'm gonna be on pretty late. Not late, but, you know, initially I'll be getting off around this time. Oh, there we go, there we go, there he is! TikTok's a hoe! Gotcha! Receiving some audience contains these that may be found on content. Shut the fuck up! No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Jolly Antra says, don't tell me they strike.
Yeah, they just did. Restriction. Restriction. I'm on to you, TikTok. This is why you need to be banned. You need to be banned, not because of the whole Chinese thing. You need to be banned because you just need to be banned. You a hoe. You's a hoe. I'm not taking that back. The fucking thing doesn't know the difference between someone talking and someone just saying something insane. Or some idiot literally made a complaint. Either one of those two things. But I'm gonna assume it's just a bot. I like how you guys can just make that strike, but you can make mistakes but still strike me. You guys are hoes, I swear. Stephen Strange. Did it go away? Is it still there?
Rent free. 1. The big ass fish humanoid that appears from the sea in a terrifying and tense situation where our protagonist is stuck, much like the sorceress in the domain trapped by Dagon. 2. The horrid black sludge littered with the carcasses of decaying fish.
Hello, Glass.
I will bet my right ball that this is related to Megan's domain expansion. It's literally
My
a
right
horrid
ball?
black sludge littered with the carcasses of shadow animals, just like the fish. They're all shikigami. It is shady liquid with shikigami in it. It's shadow goo, essentially. And Megumi gets
Right
into the
close
domain
says
battle
social
with
credit
Dagon.
decreased.
So these two
Right.
elements, the endless sea and the black goo area, are both featured in the story and in Shibuya in this one domain clash. 3. And this might get some eyes rolling and make me look like I am stretching it, but I am pretty sure that the man from the story who gets into this situation is mirroring Toji Shiguro. First, He gets through the hall by making a mate in the barrier of his
La
domain,
Benda TV
coming
Queen
through the
says I'm
black
loving this
sludge
better though.
shadow first, and then
Feather?
he steps
Oh!
into the ocean. He
Tattoo.
confronts Dagon, and in the end, he takes his own life.
Jolly
after
Ancha says
getting
okay
away.
now. I want
The
to
journey
read
of
that
the
animal.
character until his death, when laid out like this, almost seems too good to sound like a coincidence, and I do not believe in coincidences. For what is at least guaranteed to be directly inspired, Dagon's Cthulhu-like appearance, his name, and the whole concept from which he was born, which is the fear of the ocean. And just his existence does enough to show us some of that fear. We see humans getting devoured by endless sea monstrosities. We saw them being drowned in water and getting sucked in. Dagon, for the little screen time he has, does establish the main themes his character stands for. His back and forth with Naobito shows us human greed and complete negligence to other aspects of life, which is something I discussed in my latest video about humanity in Jujutsu Kaisen. While Dagon screams about having names and identities and shouts out to prove his and his allies' existence,
Jolly
it's like
Ancha says
human
actually I
complete
think I've
disregard
seen
for the
clips of
ocean.
this animal.
Naobito
Don't know the
doesn't
name of it
care.
though.
He just destroys like humans do. He
Jujutsu
does not
Kaisen.
care about Dagon's existence and identity, which he values so much. And funny enough, in a poetic way, Dagon ends up being taken out by the one who erased his name and left his identity behind. His domain is the peaceful ocean, which humans did not pollute and destroy, where he and his family can be at peace. But it is no more, as he is dead now, only to be remembered as a monster we fear.
Interesting.
Jolly Ancha says wow I need to finish the series. I'm only on the third.
Self-embodiment of perfection, or Mahayana prison, or self-embodiment of apples. Who the fuck keeps making these? Mahito's domain is straightforward and simple. Mahito has the ability to manipulate the shape of the soul of anyone he touches, therefore changing their physical form and transfiguring them however he pleases. And his domain
Who the
places you
fuck
in
is
the palm of his hand, literally. He does not have to physically touch you since your soul is confined in the domain with him. Mahito is born from human sphere of other humans. He enjoys nothing more than confronting those humans with fragile ideas of justice and righteousness. He is the first character we see awakening his domain, and by far the fastest character to master it and even go beyond that, doing a zero point 0.2 second domain after only seeing it once. From
Damn.
his first ever fight until his last one, where he reached the perfect shape of his soul, his true nature, Mahito always adapts, learns new things, and develops. He experiments, seeks new heights, and surpasses them, seeking nothing but being true to himself and
Janae
searching
says
for
hello
answers.
everyone.
He reads
Hello.
books about philosophy and does experiments to see the extent of transfiguration and confidently taunts others and uncover their souls because
Jolly
he
Ancha says
simply
hello
can.
Mono.
Mahito can read you like the back of his hand since he can see your soul. He can even overwrite your existence and change you mentally and physically. He is a nightmare born from humans with nothing
Janae
but
says it
hatred
Jolly
towards
ANC or
them.
3-5
His
high
hand
Jolly.
signs are Nyorai In and Kujaku Myo In. The upper one
Right for close
is a
says it Mono
human
slash high
practicing to
Mono.
become a Buddha,
Hello.
and the lower one shows a deity who eats the flesh of humans. So essentially, practicing to become
Janae
a
says it
Buddha
right
is
for close
exactly what
high
we see
pride.
from his growth mindset and the seeking of perfection. And the hostility and pure hatred towards humans is
Jolly
represented
Ancha
by
says
the
oh my
second
god.
one. We can also come to the same conclusion if we examine the name of the domain. Jie means a state where someone withdraws into their self and reject or ignore any stimulus from the outside world. Endon is a Buddhist term from Tendai sect, which means to be prepared for anything and reach enlightenment immediately. This reminds me of the
Hmm.
moment he was near death made him awaken. And finally, Ka, which means to wrap or conceal.
Jolly
The
Answer
self
says I hope that's a
embodiment of
PG-13
perfection
anime bar.
is his own twisted enlightenment. Nanami, Muta, and Todo
No,
are the
I don't think
victims
there
that
is
were
any.
trapped in
Most of
this
them are pretty
domain
rated R,
and
most cases.
suffered for it
I
heavily.
don't think so.
They were forced to reveal their true selves and honestly
Unless you like
reflect on
watching
them
a
to wherever that
life of life or
leads
something.
them. Whether it is gratitude and satisfaction in life, accepting death with no regrets, despair and loneliness, or inspiration and devotion. Mahito's domain is one that can turn you into a mindless lump of flesh to suffer till death, or force you to confront your worst ideals and break you. And sometimes it does both.
Bobby says hello.
Hello, Bob.
無料空所
Hello, Bob.
Jolly Answer says the details on the characters are so sharp.
Gojo is
Oh.
Jujutsu Kaisen's loneliest character. He is so far away from others when it comes to everything. And if cursed energy, hand signs, and incantations are an expression of the soul, then the ultimate expression of one's soul is domain expansion. And for Gojo, that is unlimited void. Muryo Kusho, when translated, it just says the same empty, endless, unlimited space or void. One great thing Gojo's domain does is tying the concept of the strongest with the concept of loneliness. And from these, we see his enlightenment being expressed. Unlike Mahito, who has a twisted path of cursed ascendance, Gojo is the one who we actually see achieving it properly. For his domain, Muryo Kusho is a representation of the Buddhist idea of sunyata, which means emptiness and voidness. It is a philosophical concept that can mean many different things depending on the area and or branch of study. Generally, it is understood as the voidness that constitutes ultimate reality. Sunyata is seen not as a negation of existence, but rather as an undifferentiation out of which all apparent entities, distinctions, and dualities arise. It is the supreme endless space that has everything yet nothing at the same time. The higher place one reaches when they gain ultimate truth. A truth so immeasurable that Gojo tries
Jolly
to
Answer says, have
impose
you
it
read
on
this anime
others,
before tea?
yet they get
No.
paralyzed and die. Even mechanically, the domain
No, I
separates
have
him
not.
from others and emphasizes that Gojo is alone in being able to exist in his own world. He is alone. Even when he says, I alone am the honored one, he is in fact emphasizing his special status, his honorary enlightened state. But at the same time, it has the word alone in there. For how does it really feel to be that separate from normality, confined by your own strength? The limitless is the strongest defense in this world. It makes it almost impossible for his enemies to reach him. That is the point of it. But it also makes it hard for his friends and loved ones to also reach or understand him. We even get to see it used as a symbol for his separation from his allies, the distance between him and those close to him, and how Yuji told him to remove it so they can give him a pat on the back. One of my favorite moments. We see it through Geto's lens, wherein the two were called the strongest duo, but it is no longer a duo.
It's just
Gojo
him.
left Geto behind because Geto could not keep up, or simply because It is impossible
Possible.
to ever keep up with Gojo. Even his special eyes that allow him to see things no one can see did not help him see how badly his friend needed him at the time. But he is not to blame, for that's just a part of his nature. Gojo's goal on the surface is to raise a strong generation that changes the whole system of sorcery from within and topple the tradition and old ways. But underlying all of that is his wish to nurture the correct ideals in allies that can reach him and keep up with him. He does not want to be alone, and that means he doesn't want to be all that strong. But they are intertwined.
Mind.
He realized that strength alone is not enough, but this strength is all that makes him who
He
he is.
is
Geto asks, are you Gojo Satoru because you are the strongest,
strongest, or
or
are
are you
you the
the strongest
strongest because you're
because you
Gojo
are
Satoru?
Gojo Satoru? Are
Mm.
you who you
One of the
are?
best lines ever in the show. Actually, one of the best lines ever said, I would say.
Jalianta says he does all that just so, has not lonely. Wow.
Jeez, that's crazy. That's one of the best lines in the show. Are you the strongest because you're Satoru Gojo? Or are you Satoru Gojo because you're the strongest?
Because of your specialness, or are you something beyond that, even if we remove it? Gojo is a tool.
When
He
yeah.
cannot escape that
When
position.
yeah.
He is a weapon. The whole value in him is his power. Maybe that's just on the surface, but he's actually more than that. Yes, he is his own person with his wants and needs, but that is overwhelmed by the nature of him being too strong, too different from normal people, and too special. The expected thing is for the story to empathize with him and give him more peace and self acceptance. But unfortunately, this is not one of those stories. That is the tragedy of Gojo Satoru, his own nature. The people who are trapped in his
Lavenda
domain
TV
are
Queen says,
Jogo,
bro,
who
I've spent
gets to
30
see
minutes on this
firsthand the
feather and
height
I'm
and
still not
difference
done with it.
between Gojo
It's
and the
okay.
world.
Just take your
It
time.
Jalianta
serves
says
his
now I
character
understand
arc
why
and
Batman had a
symbolism we
hard
talked
time
about
fitting
earlier.
into.
Even Mahito, who is the one person that shares the concept of enlightenment with Gojo, he is even stopped by the limitless. And overanalyzing is the title of this video, so allow me to comment on how Mahito, the manifestation of humanity's awfulness and sadness, the walking symbol of humanity's tragedy, not even he was able to reach Gojo. Another thing worth the mention is that these two beings that are on the path of enlightenment and achieving it are the two people that pulled off a zero point 0.2 second domain, another parallel between the two characters. Gojo describes his domain as a bombardment of info on all sensory inputs. When granted everything, you cannot do anything. And these words apply to him, just like the people in his
I
domain.
didn't think of it that way.
When granted everything, you
I didn't think of it that way.
do anything.
Huh. When granted everything, you can't do nothing. Huh. Interesting. When granted everything, you can't do nothing. That's certain aspects or just everything? That's an interesting concept.
That is Gojo right there. He failed to save Rico, he failed to help Geto before his downfall, and ultimately failed to stop him or save him. Did not capture or kill Jogo, which caused a lot of damage, could not kill Hanami when he intervened in the school events, did not accomplish anything in Shibuya aside from minimizing casualties, which did not matter at all since he got captured and sealed. It sucks to be in his place. He, more than anyone, is bombarded with infinite expectations, responsibilities, and duties, so much that he fails to accomplish anything. Again, when granted everything, you cannot do anything. Strength alone is not enough. So, what is enough? Even after what you just heard, you might feel a little sympathy towards his strength and loneliness. You might feel like you understand it a little now, but no, you simply cannot. For throughout heaven and earth, he alone
Bro, where the fuck?
the
Hold
honored
on.
one.
Bro. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, I was about to lose it. Oh my god. I was about to
Sukuna's
lose
domain
it.
is Malevolent Shrine, or Fukuma Mizushi. Fukuma most likely means Fukuma Den, which means a place where a demon lurks. Considering this as Sukuna's home, his innate world, it would make sense. Mizushi, however, has multiple meanings, yet all of them hit home when it comes to Ryomen Sukuna. It means the tools to enshrine Buddha statues. It may also come from Mizushi Dokoro, which is a place in the temple used to prepare meals for the emperor festival or as offering. And that gets more context when we look at the last one. If we divide the word Mizushi into Mi, which means honored, and Zushi, which means kitchen. So, yeah, Malevolent Kitchen is actually real. In fact, in
What?
an old video, I discussed how the real life myth of Sukuna had this giant pot he cooks in when he is out at war. Malevolent Shrine is, well, it is a shrine, a twisted, corrupted, and cursed shrine for the deity of evil that Sukuna represents. It is malevolent because of his own existence as a force in this world. His hand sign is Enma 10, which is the name of the king of hell. This originated from Yama, the king of the dead land, who was originally a human before he died and turned into
Jalianta
the
says,
king
okay,
of
your
hell,
mind
just
blown.
like Sukuna died and turned into the king of curses. According to various mythologies, Yama was the first mortal to die and became the ruler of all of those who followed. It can get tricky trying to ground Sukuna in one of his many Japanese mythology and Buddhist theology references and possible inspirations, but since this video is about domains, Yama is a good choice because he is accurately reflected in the name. But Sukuna is still different and somehow more twisted because of his nature, the role he plays in the story, and presentation. Malevolent Shrine is
Jalianta
a
says, I
manifestation
wonder if
of
that's
his
a real
deity
Japanese myth.
status above
It
everyone
is.
and everything. But unlike the benevolent role of creation, his curse technique turns everything into dust and uses it as fodder for his fire. He is a deity of destruction. His domain is open for anyone to try and escape, a divine canvas for him to paint in and create destruction. He is an artist with a simple yet profoundly twisted approach to expressing himself. He does that on the very world itself. Sukuna, just like how he is forcing himself in a time and era that is not his, forces his gigantic domain over space and claims it all as his shrine, as his own sanctuary. In saving Megumi, he challenges and dissects Mahoraga, all while torturing and mocking Yuji's naive and fragile mindset. Sukuna plays the role of the equalizer. He is like the ultimate judge between humans and curses, for he is not one or the other, but his own unique being between the two realities. Unlike Gojo, he does not call himself the honored one. It is the other characters and narrator who call him the honored one. But just like everything else, the title of the honored one itself is deconstructed to fit Sukuna, as it parallels his other title, the Fallen, bringing us back in a circle to the Enma or Yama reference, the Fallen, seeing as he only values powerful individuals and embraces an individualistic and destructive mentality. So much he delivers it as some type of cursed salvation to those who are stuck in a dilemma about power, values, status, and existence. And that is but the tip of the iceberg.
Well, it seems like I'm gonna be on stream for a good while. I'm not even gonna get off at 8. I think I'm gonna get off at like around 1. I'm gonna be on for a good while or so. I just got some word on something that I have to do. So, I'll be on for the rest of the night, most of the night. So I'm not leaving anytime soon. So if you're wondering, I'm not jumping off anytime soon. So by the time I'll be working on the commission.
When it comes to Sukuna. And it is exactly because of that that I have to keep this section shorter, but I am putting together a dedicated Sukuna analysis that is even longer than this video, believe it or not. That's just how grand he is
Lavenda
as a
TV
character
Queen
and
says
concept,
sorry.
and how much depth,
No, that's not
lore,
your
and
fault.
symbolism is woven into his characterization.
That's not your
So stay tuned for that video.
Actually, this is very convenient now. I can get this done. And all everything else I want.
Megumi, for most of the story, suffers from the lack of insanity that every sorcerer needs to be able to grow in this field. He is too smart, too strategic, and often holds back because he focuses on teaming up and synchronizing with others. Just like Jogo was told by Sukuna to be selfish, Megumi is told the same thing by Gojo. And instead of throwing his life away by using the trump card he always finds himself attempting, this time he gets it. He understands it now. Chimera Shadow Guard.
What I don't understand is when you have a domain, there's simple domains and there's domains. I guess a domain is pretty much a domain that is extremely like fulfilled and understood by the user, that it can be used at its full capacity. And simple domains is more of like a smaller section of that is not done. It's not as powerful. It's just kind of like a smaller version, like a smaller Bonkai. Let's put it that way, like in Bleach terms. But if that's the case, can someone who can use a domain can also use a simple domain as well? Can they revert between the two, or once you learn how to make a domain expansion, is it permanent from that point? You can't make a simple domain; it's forever just a domain. I wonder if that's how it works.
Garden is Megumi's shadow, full of the burden and despair.
Jollianta says I think they can use
when
both.
he expands his
Oh, so it's more of a
Right,
counterattack.
Close says
allies
it's more like
to
a
be aware of,
counterattack.
and
Oh,
instead of
okay.
maximizing the team effort,
Okay.
he relies on himself solely and puts himself in danger. Composed characters that lack selfish insanity are not the ones worthy of domains. We have heard this before, simply because they do not allow themselves to reach that level of selfishness and put their lives on the line. Megumi is blessed.
Hey, do I change brush size when I zoom out or zoom in to draw?
Right, for close says, but yes, they can use both.
Okay. Zoom in or zoom out to zoom in to draw in a larger length rather than moving screen around. You can, but it's just that really depends on the piece. If there's not a lot of moving parts, then you can do that, but it really depends. It really depends on the piece itself.
In fact, his very name means blessing. For his father, for his teacher, and his allies, he is dependable and has the most potential in the whole series, yet he holds back. He does so because of two things: the lack of self esteem and his moral dilemma when it comes to his moral compass. Unlike Yuji, Megumi is ready to kill people for the sake of what he values, and he does not believe saving everyone is his duty. Not everyone is worth that, simply because they might go on and
Lavenda
hurt others.
TV Queen
Because
says, bro would like me out for a sec.
You are a part of that.
It like me out for
One
a
of my
sec.
favorite quotes from Megumi is, the only thing
Anyway.
fair in life is that it is unfair to everyone. And he includes himself in that equation. Megumi lives mostly for the sake of his sister, and others he deemed pure and worthy of protection like Yuji. But he does not live for himself. Unlike Mahito, who is the first we see use their domain for the first time, he gets it properly, almost complete, because he understands and accepts who he is and lives for it. Megumi does not, even though he discarded his old self and his normal ways. His domain is incomplete. He cannot even create a barrier to hold it within. So he uses the cave as a barrier to pour himself into. This crazy maniac laugh is one of my favorite moments in the manga.
Yeah,
It
that
expresses
that
his
that
willing.
part when he went kind of crazy, I guess if you say kind of, if that's subjective by person. He
Noob
just seems
400 said
excited.
T-Chive sent you something.
All right, I'll go check in a bit. Um, it's kind of weird because he never act like that ever again. So I kind of thought that was like a big transition for his character, but it wasn't.
Willingness and acceptance of change
Other
towards
than
what he is
other
not
than willing to do
comfortable with.
more.
He is a blessed yet cursed sorcerer who is willing to go the extra mile, and he unleashes himself for the first time onto the world. As we watch him freely letting it all out,
Jalianta
he
says
goes
it
back to
sounds
his
like his
normal self,
character went cray
and the
cray.
burden and despair come back. The first domain expansion for Megumi not only expresses the character's inner trouble while pushing him to an unknown territory, the territory of madness, the realm of sorcerers where common sense and any flimsy ideals, aside from me, myself, and I, do not survive. Megumi is too tired. The weight is heavy, and by weight, I mean literal weight, since everything inside of his shadow weighs heavy on him. So
Lavenda
when you
TV
see him
Queen
pulling
says
a
I
weapon
finally
out
finished one
from
feather.
someone, remember that he has been
Yeah, let's
carrying
go.
it
Let's
like
get
it
that
was
feather.
on his body
Let's
the whole
go.
time. So he supports his allies by carrying things aside from his own self, literally. And this accounts for his enemies and any object that gets into his domain, his shadow. The burden and despair are real and heavy, and he feels them all the time. What Megumi fights for is worth it. It is his own idea of justice and his own way to accomplish it. And the price he pays for is sinking him deeper into his own darkness. And as he goes on, the weight gets heavier as he picks up more despair and burden. No one can understand Megumi because no one can get close to experiencing what he goes through. The heavy burden and the shadows are not metaphors, they are reality. For that is what a domain expansion does. It brings forth your own subconscious world into the physical one. Others who no one can understand are Gojo, as we talked about, and Sukuna. And Megumi parallels both of them as he shares that loneliness, that somber sadness and isolation that comes with immense strength. So the question becomes, how long can he continue to live like this? From now on, there are going to be heavy manga spoilers, not just for Megumi's part, but for the rest of the domain expansions that have not yet appeared in the anime. So, anime only people, please tread carefully. Like and comment what your domain expansion would be like, and have a nice day. Megumi's sister gets killed by his own hands. Even his son.
Wait, hold on. Let's not go further than that. No, the spoiler right there, I think. So I'm gonna stop right there. I'm not gonna go any more further. Because I don't know anything from that point. I thought he was doing analysis, but he's going in with spoilers. He should have stopped that right there. He's coming in with some spoilers. I'm gonna walk away from this. Excuse me. Okay. Not that one. Time travel's always a fuck it, let's go with it.
Time travel may be one of the most maligned story concepts of all time. It introduces an insane level of creativity where characters can meet and learn from themselves, where mistakes can be corrected and made to unimaginable degrees, where with a magic which relies on something we all know, time, it feels as if anything can happen. The possibility of altering the past with knowledge of the present is inherently intoxicating to beings stuck in their decisions. But at the same time, it's also a concept full of holes and contradictions to accomplish this. Almost certainly a paradox, as it must be the thing which creates itself, at its worst pointing to an absolute level of determinism. It becomes the point of history, collapsing an entire universe down into a black hole of heated debates and moonlight. But we can all note a story which was ruined by the addition of time travel, from alternate universes which make everything possible and as such meaningless, to characters retconned from thematic pillars, to bargains in comfort, to arguments over dinner about how it even happened and by what set of rules. But whatever the case, for better or worse, whether the point or the afterthought, there is something else time travel does to every single serious story it touches. It makes them horrible. Whether we know it or not, the very premise of a human traveling through time by their own will is a matter of pain, fear, and isolation beyond what can ever be experienced.
I guess what he's trying to say is that unknown. I think I think the biggest thing of when it comes to horror is the idea of unknown, not knowing. I think that's scarier than knowing, because what you don't know can go much worse than you already know. What did Rummy say? It's an unknown unknown. We do not know what others need to know.
It is something which strips the recipient of the very title of human to begin with and drops them into a void only themselves.
Jollyanta says, yeah, but it does make the storyline more
A
interesting.
space beyond what
True.
mortal minds were ever made to cope with, and yet it also makes them gods tortured by their power. Today, we'll be exploring why time travel is horrible.
Jollyanta says, me personally, I love horror anime.
Me, I don't really like watching horror anime. They're never really scary. They're just grotesque. That's the only thing for me when it comes to anime horror. I find them extremely boring. It doesn't matter how horrific it is. It's never scary to me. Maybe a scary concept, but it's never like if you watch like a scary movie that has real people in it. You know what I'm saying? It just never has that.
Thank you, Melodic Productions, for sending 1x hard.
Hey hum. Hey hum. What you doing, hum?
The Time Machine, an 1895 novella by H.G. Wells, is a necessary part of the coverage, seeing as it coins the very phrase its title. Its hero is an unnamed character, only called the Time
Okay, is this
Traveler.
song from Kingdom Hearts? I know for a fact that's from Kingdom Hearts 1. You can't tell me.
And characters at his home
I hear
to
everyone just use
discuss
this
the
song.
deeper matters over dinner and drinks. Now, at one of these meetings, he explains his idea of how time travel should actually be possible, stating time as just another dimension to be moved through as any of the others. Nor, having only length, breadth, and thickness, can a cube have real existence. There I object, said Philby. Of course, a solid body may exist, all real things. So most people think. But wait a moment. Can an instantaneous cube exist? Don't follow you, said Philby. Can a cube that does not last for any time at all have a real existence? Any real body must have extensions into 4 directions. It must have length, breadth, thickness, and duration. Now, there's a clearly mixed reaction to this, some seeing him as a sort of visionary, some as insane, but none really believing it will actually lead to anything. However, for the next meeting, the host is absent, as they all mill around his house being served dinner and drinks without the host's very presence until he emerges from the lab, disheveled and dirty, begging for his own food, which he scarfs down insanely before explaining anything of his current condition. Now, after changing into some less tattered clothes, he begins to explain. He has just returned from the future, and he's now going to recount his entire journey to them, whether they believe it or not. Having finished the machine a few hours prior, he he was determined to test it before his guests could arrive once more. And so, right there in his laboratory, he pulls the lever to go forward in time, and he's pushed into a liminal space as the world speeds up around him. His servants blurring past, moving
Have I
through
seen
him as
this?
he's pushed from this dimension. His building begins to fall apart and is torn down and replaced. The city around him starts to follow the same fate, all happening at an increasing speed until nothing is intelligible at all.
What do you mean
The course
nothing?
of time weighing
How
down
far
him
did you
harder and
go?
harder until he eventually just manages to push the lever back to stop at some distant point in time. And before he's even arrived in the future, well, we've witnessed the horror of time travel. As far as his world is concerned, the time traveler has died. Passing before his eyes was the result of his own death. It was the loss of everything he worked for, everything he built in that laboratory, in that space. And even further, he witnesses this happen for everybody, for all of London, as each building he once knew is destroyed, replaced, and destroyed, and replaced, and destroyed, and replaced again and again until nothing of the world he once knew
Is
remains.
there.
And the death of one's culture like that is much more than just a personal pain, a sad remembrance of things.
The Humming Garden says watch a drawing on the score.
Trying to get this AnimeArt ready for tomorrow. I was almost late for today. Well, I think I was 20 minutes late for today's posting, but I hope it did well. Nonetheless, for those who don't know, oh wait, I just for those who don't know, I posted a video on TikTok and YouTube of the Jeff the Shark from Marvel Rivals. It's the most recent thing I posted.
Even if the time he arrives in has humans, they won't be the same humans. They won't speak the same language. They won't eat the same meals in the same kind
The
of
Humming
ways.
Garden
They won't
says
communicate.
nice.
Yes, so we're just trying to get this done
Their technology could even be so
for
far
tomorrow and
advanced
have it ready.
that he
And
wouldn't
then
even know
after
what-
that, I have to go. Oh, since I will be on much longer tonight, well, today and tonight, all the way tonight. I'll be doing a commission for your fave artist, going to draw their character because they paid for it. So I'm gonna have to get around to it today.
Power button is on something, let alone how
On
to
stream.
operate it. And if it goes
And
the other
as you're
direction,
watching or
if
listening to
things
this
progress
over
into
analysis about
nothing, well then
time
he's
travel
at a
in
level
anime,
too high, ready to be disappointed.
I wonder
by
I should
his
watch a analysis on Pantheon, the animation. A lot of people don't talk about Pantheon, even though it got canceled. That shit pissed me off.
descendants, everyone he meets. To these new people, he could be akin
That was
to
a
a
good
witch
show,
killed
and
on
they
the spot.
fucked that up. I don't know how they end up.
All together.
That made me mad.
Either way, he is alone, a human, but not this era's human. And this is exactly what we see. Arriving some 800,000 years into the future, the traveler finds
Okay,
that where
grab
London
this.
once stood, there are now empty,
Mhm.
rolling hills, save the occasional porcelain-looking towers and vast marble-esque manors, gardens
The
and
Humming
statues
Garden
dotted
says
here
I
and there in the
remembered I was
courtyards, but
desperately
all
trying
showing
to
signs
remember
of
the
age
name of it,
and
and you told me.
Yeah.
like him, they
It was
seem
funny
to
because
be
when
falling
I
out.
told you, I didn't even watch it. I knew exactly what you were referring to. I wanted to watch it. I finally got to watch it, and I realized the show was canceled. I was like, fuck. Like I was like season 2 in or something and a half, and I was like, when I found out that it was already canceled by like the end of season 3, I was like, that just ruined my whole night.
This era. The inhabitants of this world are the Eloi above ground and the Morlocks underneath.
Color
The
of
former
their
being
eyes.
weak, frail creatures of minimal constitution, the latter baboon-like brutes crawling around dark tunnels and underground factories. These pairs existed in uncomfortable stasis. The Eloi are prey, but saved by the Morlocks' acclamation only to darkness.
The Humming
Staring
Garden
by the
says
most
they only
brilliant
have
amount of
season
light.
2 on Netflix.
And those factories underground seem to produce.
I think
everything
there's a
Eloi
season 3. I
needs,
found it
but
on
they're clearly
VR
unable to
chat.
do so of their own power and knowledge. The
But
traveler
there won't be a
guesses that
season 4, I don't
social
think so.
stratification became so severe that the upper and lower classes
Wait,
split into
hold
these
on.
two entirely different
I found a
species.
season-
The
wait, is
Humming
there a
Garden
season
says
3?
lucky.
Comfort
Hold
and
on.
pleasure turning the rulers into, well, a picture of
How
absolute and pure weakness,
many-
and constant toil turning the workers into brutes who see production as totally inherent and required. The Eloi are excited by his presence, but much like a child would be, soon to lose their interest and go away to something new. They're just picking flowers from the garden,
Hold on.
laughing and clapping hands at his strange sounds, but staring at him entirely blankly when he tries to actually communicate with them, have them teach
Yeah.
him what their sounds mean. They allow him food and shelter, but they never once attempt to create a bridge of true communication, which he needs given the theft of his time machine. He can't leave unless he can learn how to claw it back from the Morlocks, and it's not that the Elway won't help him with this, but all that they won't even begin to understand him making that decision in the first place. And that is, of course, part of the horror he finds himself in. He may have made this trip with all the will in the world to understand the future, but the future has no will to understand him. It doesn't share an interest in the past. It has no ability to share
Season
itself
3?
or his knowledge.
I don't
and his
know. I
will
think
is
it was only
nothing
season
compared
2.
to the
Probably got
lack
that
of it
backwards.
surrounding him.
That
Even
was
though
only
the
season.
intent to learn and
That was
grow
in season
is
2.
forced to be alone, being out.
That shit
with his
pissed me
time.
off.
And this is confirmed in ironic fashion
Those
later when
colors
he
are
traverses across those rolling hills to one of the porcelain-looking towers. And what he finds there is a building away from the other manors and clearly fallen into
blue.
disrepair,
Our eyes.
forgotten from the others. Entering, the traveler finds a museum where human goods and inventions from across the years sit in cracked and broken glass, dusty with empty spaces and cobwebs dotting the collection. The result of the greatest minds of his time and beyond. It all meant nothing without the future's will. It is human history itself neglected, not even a novelty to look at for 5 minutes and say, ah, yes, how far we've come. This is his time which is disrespected, disappeared. It is him living in a period where his time, his culture, and his life has already been forgotten, even when it was right there. So why would they begin to care now? They've already chosen to forget him before he arrived. The Morlocks are more crafty, but much less welcome. As he discovers, they stole his time machine as a trap, seeking to capture him and satisfy their curiosity, and likely hunger too. They poke and prod at him given the chance with some close encounters, but every action they take is first and foremost hostile before it is educational. With them, he'll find no connection either. And the one bond he does make, an alloy named Lena, is lost in fleeing from the Morlocks. On an adventure to new places, one which highlighted, well, just how weak the alloy are, as he often had to carry her just from a little bit of walking, they were pursued and Lena was lost. Her physical inability conquering the mental ability she did have to connect with him. Their bond was a small proof of connection, but also of how much more fragile it is across time. Even when one emerges from that crowd with the will to learn, their makeup, their constitution may be so different that it becomes impossible. It's like witnessing another species with different senses. Even if we have the will to speak to them, we might lack the medium to do so. In the traveler's case, Lena lacked a body which could match his, which could survive his curious pursuits, the things which made him human. Even if she lived, she could never come with him on all these. They could never become truly close. And if she tried, she would inevitably be lost at the song. He is alone more than we can ever know. In this time, we are alone. We still share something with our common and fellow humans. Even if our politics, our culture, our customs are very distinct and different, we are all united in time, in history, social conditions, and world events. Every property we witness will have another fan. Every place we visit, another patron. Down to the very nature they exist concurrently. We cannot escape this bond, and it is always a hope to be less alone. But the traveler lacks that connection of time. His body was raised in a different one, and his mind too, losing its place as he traverses the years and finding it incompatible with where he arrived.
Wait, are you
The
talking about Doctor
fundamental
Who?
and inherent hope for connection between all people is supremely weakened, if not entirely lost to him across
Wait, is he
all
talking
of
about
those
Doctor Who?
years. The second he stepped into that machine, he was alone. Eventually, he does claw his machine back from the Morlocks, using their fear of light to make a desperate rush to where it's being kept. But in his swiftest to flee as they try to rip him from the machine and likely eat him, he throws the lever forward rather than going back, going even further beyond as the forces weigh down on him. And he ends up some 30 million years into the future instead, a place where there aren't even descendants of the human race left. There aren't even forgotten museums and disintegrating goods. There was only a blood-red beach roamed by horrors, by massive insects and crabs and lobsters the size of buildings and dragonflies that could probably eat him whole. As one of these approaches, reaching with its claws, he has to once again quickly escape even further, throwing that lever and finding himself forward once more into the blur of time. But a blur which is slowing as he progresses rather than speeding up as before. Because the rotation of the Earth is actually ceasing, and so it becomes a still image. The light from behind begins to grow as the sun engulfs the planet, killing
He's on a
every
supernova.
creature in its last gasp of heat before dying out into
A supernova.
nothingness.
Oh god.
He is now resting upon a lifeless husk where humans once ruled but perished, where insects took over and roamed the whole thing, and where they died too. Overwhelmed, he just barely manages to return to his own time, to the start of the story. However, what he's witnessed here at the end of this planet will make him alone even as he returns. He's seen something that no human was ever meant to see, proof of untold powerlessness and ultimate despair possible, where not just one's own life is ended, but the possibility for life itself is ended. He has witnessed a true meaninglessness, a feeling which cannot be communicated in ways we would understand. It is something which is only meant to be felt like death once and then gone forever, almost intangible to us. But he alone is made to know it forever.
All the way things are going, we're gonna blow ourselves up before even that happens, so this is just visual thinking at this point.
Be stuck as the only one to know it. No one will believe him on the basic premise of his journey alone, all of his most powerful experiences invalidated. And even if
I'll be fucking surprised if we're here in the next 5 to 10 years.
we do believe him, they can never feel what he has, see what he has. There is no single person who can truly communicate with the man emerging into this room broken and beaten and battered. His travel has made him fundamentally different from the people of his time. And so his only recourse
La
is to
Venda
travel
TV
once
Queen
more
says
to the
I
limbo
believe
that he
that.
is now made for. As the narrator, one of his few honest believers and consistent guests,
This is wishful
approaches
thinking
the
at this
lab to
point.
speak with him about this. He witnesses the traveler go off once more, saying he'll be back soon and disappearing into a blur. After 3 years, he's never returned, having left with the only proof of his claims that could ever exist. He is more than dead. He is lost by time, unable to be found by anyone who will ever know his name. No one will ever know his fate. His memory will be lost into what he found the second he finished the machine, into total isolation. Now, to be fair, the novella ends on a much more hopeful note, with the narrator stating this. He, I know, thought but cheerlessly of the advancement of mankind, and saw in that growing pile of civilization only a foolish heaping that must inevitably fall back upon to destroy its makers in the end. If that is so, it remains for us to live as though it were not so. To me, the future is still black and blank. It is a vast ignorance, lit in a few casual places by the memory of his story. Despite being more hopeful, I don't think this diminishes the horror. Rather, it's stating that it's something we must face on our own. It's saying that our only choice is
inevitable.
to live with it.
Yeah.
To see through until the
Something
end of
that is
time in
inevitable.
existence, which will be proved pointless, because what other option is
There.
In a way, time itself is the horror, the only thing which has a grip on the death of all creatures to ever exist.
This is part of why living forever sucks. Because even if you, I'm not even talking about that whole connection thing with people you come across will eventually pass. It's about the idea that one day that you're gonna live so long to the point that you're gonna go supernova. you are guaranteed to go through something nuclear weapon as esque to happen to you. Nah, I'm good. I'd rather just pass. nah. Like sounding like living forever sounds great at all, but going supernova is not a great one either. Well, then again, it depends if we get off this fucking rock.
La
But then
Venda
again,
TV Queen says Sammy.
if we get off this rock, that's one thing.
Make and break every single action.
And I know anything that's still good enough.
The traveler simply witnessed this horror condensed down and digestible, presented not as millions times greater than a single life, and so obviously out of one's concern, but rather witnessing it within a few weeks or months instead. What he gained was the knowledge that we are all able to refuse due to our limitations. That time is the horror.
Oh, it's not done. I thought it was over.
But that was an example covering so much time. What about a lesser amount? Instead of trying to uncover the future of the whole human race, what about just some kids trying to fix their unideal days? And after all, that's more than likely how the average person would end up using the ability to traverse time to address their average problems. And so we're taking a step
Usually.
to a video game for a moment to place this into the players, into our hands, for a quick look at the premise of how we would use time travel. Of course, this is going to be with the surprise hit from 2015, Life is Strange. What at first glance seemed to be a moody hipster game transformed into a beloved story that spawned an entire franchise, but we'll be sticking with just the original for this quick look here today. You play as Max Caulfield, a photography student at Blackwell Academy in the fictional town of Arcadia Bay, Oregon, who finds herself inexplicably able to rewind time after witnessing a girl be shot in the bathroom and trying to save her. It turns out that girl was her estranged friend Chloe, who she reunites with as they attempt to solve the disappearance of Chloe's seeming girlfriend Rachel, a web tying Arcadia Bay's shadiest characters together. The game's success is primarily on the back of its story, as it captures teenage angst in the usual excessively moody ways, but also off the back of the real tragedy that the characters experience, turning it from a simple idea of immaturity into a much more complex development of character motivations and relationships. Yes, they're immature, but they're a couple of high schoolers from a poor town trying to solve a murder linked to drug dealers and murderers. They're not prepared to deal with such things. There's harshness they're going through which creates that angst. Their experiences aren't really great enough to handle this yet. And likely unintentionally, that's kind of reflected in the gameplay. Now, many of the puzzles along the way are, well, a process of using the very near past to fix the present. For example, you get a question embarrassingly wrong after falling asleep in class, so once the teacher gives you the correct answer, you rewind time a minute or so in order to give the right answer instead. Or you have to get inside the dorm, but the mean girls are blocking the way, so you set up the pass to make paint fall all over them, they move, and, well, you get right in. Most of the situations are some varying complexity of this, using a first failed attempt as information gathering in order to have a more successful second, third, or fourth go instead. In short, it's basically going with a guess and check approach. You shoot the windshield and nothing happens, so you rewind and shoot the bumper, and the result is even worse, so you rewind and shoot the
Oh
tires.
shit.
Finally, you get the cool trick you wanted. Exhaust all options until one is good. That's the process. Sometimes it is a bit more complex, like when you need to get into the motorhome of Frank, the local drug dealer and generally dangerous guy. Since objects you're holding transport with you, grabbing his keys and rewinding will get you in, but they're in his pocket and you're a teenager against a large man with a gun. So you have to somehow get him to willingly take the keys out. This means getting dirt from the cop about Nathan's family, using that dirt to rile Nathan up enough to talk about Frank and Rachel and jealousy,
Lavenda
which gives you
TV
the
Queen
knowledge that
says
Frank
I've
carries
seen
Crown
this
Creation
game.
said, "Hey
Ask for
bro,
that.
I finally got to join one of your live streams. I've been a subscriber for a while, but I've never been on when you're doing a stream."
Hey bro, I finally got to join one of your live streams. I've been a subscriber for a while, but I've never seen you doing any live stream. That's weird. I'm always on every day. But glad that you're here now, so hopefully you get to hear or just listening to something else I work on my AnimeArt that I have to do on a commission, so hopefully you'll enjoy that, I guess.
He digs through his pockets. With the swipe off the table, some
Glad that you're here though.
insult, you rewind and the puzzle is solved. Now, I think that taunting is very telling. It is a very immature solution all around, in the sense that it's actually quite slobby as well. There's no way you can get everyone to talk like they did without being able to undo the obvious leading questions which start to tilt their hand and make them a bit angry. And gathering all that information would probably take a little bit longer than a meal would, so you have to rush a bit before the situation can move on before you're ready, which then necessitates it being a bit slobby. And so it's a situation which isn't solved by skill or tact outside of time travel, but only in conjunction with it. They don't have to actually learn how to impact the world for any longer than a minute or two at a time, or get to know the people around them, but just how to press their buttons immediately. They're They're no longer bound to human limitations which demand a compromise of skill, speed, subtlety, and effectiveness. They're afraid to just guess and check even the most immediate danger with no plan outside of use Max's power and we'll be fine.
This isn't a toy, Chloe. I do have to be careful how I use it. Screw that! Of course it's a toy. The best toy ever.
What this leads to is the reason why that teenage angst works so well. These are people who have actually lost the reason to grow out of it. They're static for a reason. I've been a Chloe Price fan from day one, and clearly many others across these 10 years have agreed with me there. But I also can't deny all the points from the people who kind of hate her. She makes terrible decisions, borrowing money from the most dangerous people in town, and then trying to shake down the clearly mentally unstable and dangerous rich kid to pay off those debts, and then messes around in a junkyard with her father's stolen gun, shoots herself by accident, and gets caught in the train tracks. Without Max there, she should have been dead 3 times over at least, and she even acknowledges this. But never once does she change her behavior to need Max's power.
Yeah, that's not something you want to fuck
But
with
instead
in the
she even starts
slightest.
to rely on
Moron.
them more, and making those plans which amount to nothing more than, well, Max will save us by undoing our actions. What reason does she have to ever plan or act safely again when even shooting herself has no consequence? Aside from a change to the distant past that we won't be covering here today, there is no real growth to her because of this. Her almost girlfriend was sleeping with Frank behind her back and then disappeared. Why does everyone abandon her? Max's parents moved the family to Seattle until they fell out of contact as calls and letters stopped. Why does everyone abandon her? Her father died when she was 12 in a car accident. Why does everyone abandon her? These are complex situations that are some mixture of abandonment, but also chance and distance and selfishness to some degree, and a lot more going on in these interpersonal connections. But she only ever sees the part of it which lets her justify staying as she is. She's learned only to see the world 2 minutes at a time because that's the easier way. Act as you want, and if things go wrong, Max will save you. I think this is what would happen to anyone without consequence. Chloe started this way, but
Majority of
witness
most
her
people.
involvement drag Max into terrible behaviors and situations as well.
Oh,
And
that's
to be
like
fair, it is also
95% of
teaching
most people
Max
do
to
that.
live a little bit more loosely and enjoy life, but you can't discount that introduces a lot of danger. A much more timid girl hiding in the back of class, she didn't seem to be the kind of person to
La
talk
Benda
Frank
TV
into calling
Queen
him
says
idiot and
true.
stealing his keys. But now, why shouldn't she? She'll never see a consequence from bad behavior, and that fact alters her behavior, making her someone much less tuned into and avoiding danger, instead of letting her stick her head right into the beast's mouth and be fine. I think the girls get too accustomed to this, relying on guessing and checking alone. Is it any wonder that the pair is eventually roped into the absolute worst outcome from all of their actions, becoming the next victim to the real culprit when they're so open to facing that danger head-on without a plan? They were creeping closer and closer to it without ever learning how to properly handle it, feeling isolated from it even as it was gripping their shoulders time and time again. Max survives entirely by the luck of someone not knowing her power of escaping into photos and the exact right ones being conveniently available. And Chloe's fate is down to what you as the player take from this as the final decision. Should Max live with sadness but learn, or escape from it instead? There's a meta aspect to this all as well. How do you solve a situation which is free from limitation? That means it shouldn't have an answer. Life is Strange is all about drawing the ideal from the situations they face, and as a video game, it can only do so effectively by providing limited options to you, even though your time should be unlimited. The dialogue tree isn't a mess of slightly different wordings and tones to weed information out. It's short and simple choices between a few options with the intent that exploring them all is ideal. When you have to solve the less social and more obstacle-based puzzles, the items needed are called out for you, and the ideal case is made clear by the lack of remaining
Almost
options.
there, almost done.
The game
Then we can
moves
go
you
to
on
the
into a new
commission.
area and you can't return. There's only one solution and you find it. And when time travel is not just relevant, but decided as an option for you to take, you get cues and hints past that fact, from UI to voice lines, designed to streamline the experience. terms of game design, this is
La
all
Venda
great work.
TV Queen
You
says,
need the
did
player
you
to
say
feel
Cash
on track
App?
and rewarded for their actions.
No, I
But
said
this
after
shows
this
the
we're gonna go
flaw
straight
of
to the
time
drawing
travel
that you
in
wanted.
regards to what satisfies humans. We don't want infinite options like time travel should present. We want a few nice and obvious limited options with much more definite outcomes. The game itself even has the characters face this. In social situations with long-term implications, such as reporting
La
hate
Venda
conduct,
TV
well,
Queen
going
says,
to
oh my
family
bad, I
suicide,
heard
going to
Cash App
school,
wrong.
there will be a
No.
thought from Max doubting whichever option you choose. Report him, and she'll bemoan the principal for
Okay.
siding with donations. Don't, and she'll be upset that the danger is still there untouched. You can rewind and choose the other path, but neither one is actually satisfying. There's doubt either way that you are forced to live. Could you imagine how unsatisfying it would be if this was the game, a whole adventure with no certainty, if this was every decision? Without the obvious hints at when to time travel and the lack of options, knowing that you're done, that would be the game. We would be trying again and again just to make sure something wasn't missed. Without those plain dialogue trees, we get overwhelmed with human complexity and look for answers that didn't involve people. If we weren't pushed forward into the next area locked there, we'd probably rewind and try subtle changes just to see if maybe things could get a bit better. After all, with just 5 minutes meaning against how now infinite life is. Without all these limitations, the game would be horrible. It would be deeply unsatisfying because we don't desire infinite paths and all that worry and wonder.
Jumping
We
parrots.
desire
3
a
vertical
cuddly
bar Ben
finite
said
one
yo
with
0.
confirmation and validation.
What's up,
We
bro?
feel best when there are no more buttons to
Jumping
press.
parrots. 3 vertical bar Ben said in Ben BTW.
And this is what we'll see in the next story.
Oh, what's up, Ben? What's going on, bro?
Jumping parrots. 3 vertical bar Ben asks what's this of?
Marvel Rivals?
We take a step back 5 years to 2010 in Monica Magica now, the show which hides its time travel premise for as long as possible, in contrast to our other stories. Now, there's a lot going on in this one, but to keep it short in a way which
Jumping
will spoil
parrots.
everything,
3 vertical bar Ben
skip
said
this
I
section
thought
if you don't
so.
want it spoiled. Teenage girls in stressful situations are offered a deal by Cuban. Make a contract with it to receive a wish in exchange for a duty to fight witches, the source of evil in their world, which manifests to non-magical girls as catastrophe, depression, and so on, keeping the magical girl world self-contained. Of course, things aren't so simple, as it's revealed that the wishes are more of a monkey's paw style, and that the witches are formerly magical girls lost to despair when they fail to cleanse their own soul, which can only be done by fighting the very thing which helps muddy it to begin with.
So it's a
So,
yeah.
the second they make the contract, their fate to when they become a witch is sealed. One of these girls is Homer Akemi, a frail and shy student who transfers from the hospital back to
Jumping
school
parrots. 3
finding
vertical
herself
bar Ben said my
constantly
name is so long bro I gotta change it or else it's gonna keep saying that.
alone, with no
Jumping
connection
parrots.
or family
3
to
vertical
see,
bar Ben
she
said
becomes a
face
prime
purple
target,
crying.
which is and almost falls to the self-hate and depression they amplify in her. But at the last second, she's saved by her classmate Monica and upperclassman Mommy, developing a deep adoration and even love for the former, begins to guide her through a new world. Her first real connection, no spark of self-worth. From the gutter to the heavens, her entire world is lifted and changed for the better. Of course, things aren't to last, as Walpurgisnacht, a powerful witch, is soon tearing through the city and killing Monica, a girl who would always fight for the sake of people she loved. Distraught by the loss of this only valuable thing in her life, Homer finally makes a contract with
Jumping
Cuban,
parrots.
willing
3
to trade
vertical bar
herself
Ben
for what
said
she
have you watched
desires
Komi Can
most.
Communicate? It's really good.
I can meet Miss Kaname all over again.
Yes, I've seen it before.
From this wish,
I've seen it.
she's given the powers to both stop and reverse time. And it becomes her greatest asset, or maybe her worst nightmare, as something she'll do again and again and again. She tries to prevent Monica's death, but while we witness a whole episode of timelines where she fails no matter her methods, and there are probably more we don't witness as well. I mean, she can warn the others or not, come at Walpurgisnacht with more force, even prevent Monica from becoming a magical girl at all, but nothing seems to actually prevent her death.
Morganar said WTF wasn't this drawing a woman a second ago.
Homer is even the one forced to bring death to her, before Monica can become the most powerful witch to ever exist. It's
Yeah,
a tough
I
task.
just finished it.
It's essentially like trying to stop a natural disaster of your own will by yourself. Imagine your
Jumping
house,
parrots.
your community,
3
your
vertical bar
entire
Ben said
city
yeah.
being devastated by a hurricane or earthquake or tsunami or anything like that. You lose family and friends. You wait desperately for relief, and every plan you have ever made for your life is out the window, as your only goal now is recovering what you can. It is undeniably the worst day of your life. Now, in Homer's case, imagine doing that again and again and again and again and again and again. What Homer is doing to herself is reliving exactly that kind of day, the worst that her life could ever have in such a short amount of time and endlessly. And this reveals exactly why such a
I'm
thing
gonna do this right. I'm
fundamentally
gonna do like
changes
this. One.
as regular people who live, for all intents and purposes, boring lives when compared to a story, these moments are spread out, usually not happening even within a few years of each other. We have time to recover between them.
Morgan R
Regain something
said
that
just
was
checking my
lost. Our
schizophrenia.
home, our friends, our dreams, our life itself.
You're
We have
fine.
the time to recover what makes us human if we're pushed forward in time to many boring days between, and so we don't see that what's being robbed of us is expressly our humanity. What makes us
Jumping
more than
parrots.
drones.
3 vertical bar Ben
But
said
we do
by
see this
skeptical.
in Homer. In the first timeline, she runs to Monica in excitement, delighted to see someone she traded her soul for again. She gives it her all to train, to become better by her side despite all the doubt and shame. She's resolved from the disaster, using her energy to change things for the better. But by the show's main timeline, she simply gives her one love a distant, piercing stare, as if Monica is ruining her life.
Morgan R said later Ben.
A cold and attached girl who would murder her friends if it meant saving her one more day. She directly admits this here.
If you make her suffer anymore, then I will kill you right here, right now.
Her idea of saving someone has
How
become
do I do this
murdering
right?
others.
Hold on.
It's become locking that person in the cage because their own will, their own expression of what it means to be human is what harms
Oh my
them.
god, there's
Look
so
at
many
infinite
commercials
time.
on this thing.
In solving the past,
Here
she
it is.
becomes that drone which times
Oh my
passage
god,
more
Amazon!
than
Fuck
ends.
out of here,
To
bro.
handle so many worse days in a row, she has to become less human, less impacted by the loss of all the
Oh,
things
look at
which
my
define
damn
our
reference.
lives.
Fucking Amazon. Oh my
The
god.
whole is how inhuman the time traveler must become to survive. So why does she remain in this loop again and again?
Lavenda
even as it
TV
harms
Queen
herself?
says
Makes her
Arizona.
someone Monica is less and less able to actually connect to. It's literal torture, which is costing her everything she's worked so hard
Bunny
for.
Bunny,
So
Rabbit,
it doesn't make
said that
sense
looks
to do
great.
this, does it?
Thank you.
But that's exactly the point. The
Let's
logic
see.
she operates by is now different than what any human has ever known. We as limited humans have to come to terms with those worst days, our losses and our failures, exactly because we are limited, stuck in the time in which we're born and acting through. We can't try and fix a situation
Lavenda
in the
TV
past
Queen
as
says
much as we may like
Brutifos
to.
are cracking me
Even
up.
if we have the will, the situation simply no longer is. It's time
Typos
and
are
place
cracking
and
me
people
up.
alter.
Typos?
We learn to cope
Typos?
with our failures, to move on in life because we have to. The limitation of our world demands it, and then eases the pain. Sure, we made a mistake, but we're just one person. We could never understand or control the full extent of a situation, see every
Lavenda
detail and make
TV
the
Queen
correct
says
call.
I can't spell.
We did the best we could. We have to, and we are able to live with our failure because of this limitation. But Homer doesn't share the same limitation as us. She can pause time and see the exact attack which is coming. She can reverse it again and again to retry, each time uncovering more and more details. Hell, she could go back in time and literally just spy on Monica for an entire lifetime to learn every detail about her, wasting a whole timeline and information alone if she wants. Her time is literally unlimited, so what does it matter? Spending a whole lifetime just to know what happens on one day is of no cost compared to infinity. She has no need to cope because of that, and so she never does. She'll stay, even as it tortures her, because lying ahead of that torture is the potential for an infinite time of joy, which is always greater. She also continues because this ability to understand so much removes the world's blame and leaves it on her. There is always another try with better perspective to be had, more information within her reach. She can logically never move on, as doing so becomes an admission not of her fault in conjunction with the herself. She is a failure by the choice to let the situation pass. In this way, the horror of time travel is godhood. It forces one to try and be perfect,
Goddo?
to make a
I've
mortal
never heard
mind
that term.
understand the
Did
immortal.
you say Goddo?
There's more logic as to why she remains in this above just fixing it though. I think that even if she could fix it, she would end up in this loop the same way. I've always stuck on the detail that when she makes her wish for Monica, she specifies not to be able to be with her, but to meet her again. This ties it to that specific moment of hope, the one where she feels like a valuable person for the first time, someone worth saving, watching in amazement as a literal magical girl appeared before her, glamorous and amazing, before she ever knew how dark this fate was, and it seemed so golden and perfect and hopeful. This, in contrast to what we just covered, is the best moment of her life, one she'll always remember and be tied to. It's what made everything that follows. Normally we have these moments, and the same thing happens as with our worst. The world changes as time moves on. We wish desperately to hold them. We
Oh
would
my God.
live in these pockets of the best reality has to offer if we could, trying to do anything to face our greatest fear of the unknown. Will we ever see another moment like this one in the future? Will we ever be so happy again? Will our successes and greatest things run out entirely? Because of our limitations, we're forced to grow to handle this fear, to learn from these moments and change from the people who had them into the people who can go out there and get them again so that we can face uncertainty. Just like coping with the worst, we have to cope with the best.
I don't think anyone
And
cares,
this
bro.
directly relates to our ability to change for the better with the forward passage of time. And once again, Homer lacks this reason. As far as she's ever seen, reality is overwhelmingly harsh. She's been hospitalized, left behind, overwhelmed and abandoned, even considered ending her life before it really began. As time moved on for her, again and again, nothing good came of it. So why, when she finally found something good, would she ever go into the unknown again? To her, it has a much greater chance of bringing loss and pain. To remain here, looping again and again, it keeps the moment as the best of her life and keeps it here forever. Time travel creates a selfishly eternal bliss. It's not certain that she would live this one moment forever if she could save Monica. I think more realistically, she may live as long as possible together and rewind later on. But even so, is there any reason for her not to undo every little mistake or threat along the way? Why deal with the relationship breaking down over differences, for example, when she could just rewind time to when they were completely happy? She still has no reason to grow, and as we've already seen, she even regresses. Because once she enters this pattern, it becomes very hard to stop. Why would she ever learn to be kind and diffuse a bad situation when rewinding is an option? She is literally out of practice for positive qualities, and each and every day that's more and more the truth. She has forgotten how to be anything but what she exactly is right now. However, this doesn't seem to line up. If all of this is true, why does her best moment suddenly become her worst and she's so unhappy? If all of this is true, shouldn't she be in bliss? In an isolated situation, yes. If it was just her, yeah. The issue was her reliance on others, the mismatch between a girl out of time and one in it. Even if the situation is perfect for Homer's reduced humanity, it won't be for Monica's excess of it. What Homer requires is a stasis. She needs everything to remain exactly as it was, a picture-perfect snap of the greatest time. But change and growth is what every other person is seeking for the exact same reason, to regain their happiest time. They, the ones out, or the ones in time, still feel their mistakes as permanent. They still see their moments slip away and have to search for new ones. Even as Homer resets the timeline again and again, they don't know this. And even when they do, they can't control it, so their only choice is to proceed as they always would, to grow better. Homer can set up every condition to be perfect, but she can fundamentally never align the wills of the people within those conditions because they are always bound by time, just living in a different kind of world than she is. The only way Homer can ever make them comply is by force. And this is something we see to a degree. In the main timeline for the anime, Monica has yet to become a magical girl due to Homer's intervention. And Monica feels terrible for this. watching all of her friends go out and fight for others, for her sake, and having to stand on the sideline, able to be nothing more than a shoulder to
Morgan R.
cry on
said,
as
so
they
is this a
risk their
Spider-Woman
lives in
or?
the fight. She's the kind of person who would always help others, but she's being prevented from taking the
Oh, it's
steps
just
she needs
Spider-Man.
to in order to help those important people. A restriction which seems to hurt her very soul. And of course, it's done for her survival. Hundreds of worlds where she dies being prevented, but she can't take this into account. She can only feel her emotions of this world, the one where she is in pain. It leads to Homer's one carrot in the world weeping and crying, feeling absolutely worthless as Homer herself once did.
Morgan R. asks Spider-Gwen.
Again, giving up her own soul just to ease that pain, and so Homer should understand
No,
how
it's just
awful this
Spider-Man.
feels. And so she should know deep down that it's pointless, that it's a pain which changes someone. If Monica continues to feel this way, even if she's physically saved, she'll be a different person than the one Homer originally set out to save. The perfect image of that important day is replaced with a new, depressing reality, even if everything goes as well as it can.
Morgan R. said, oh sorry,
If
I'm
Monica
deaf.
doesn't change,
Looks awesome.
then she remains as the kind
Okay.
of person who will always give of herself to save
Alright.
others.
Thank
The
you.
one Homer loves who will leave her exactly because that's what her love is. She either captures someone different or loses the one she wants. The very point of her time travel has defeated itself. I think this is an extension of usual human traits. We see time and time
Okay.
again that when we stop trying to live with something or someone and start trying to capture it, ensure it forever, we lose sight of what the point was in the first place. If we stop having fun in the passion we make a career, or lose all of our time with someone in order to secure a better house to never be in it with them, it's things like that. And time travel has simply extended this quality, which so often leads to mistakes, taking
Okay.
us into a realm where it defines us even further, across not 5 years, but 5,000, and leaving us with no reason to ever change this fact. It's a space where anxiety and
That's
fear do not lead to action, but to inaction, where human dies defending its own meaning. The ability to be outside of time has simply made Homer the worst a human can be forever. That is the horror of time travel. Its amorality leads us to amplify our worst.
Oh shit.
Maybe the problem in Monica Magica was simply that someone selfish was at the wheel, and so all we witnessed was an extension of their worst traits and not humanity's overall. But what if someone had the same option, but was using it for the sake of others? And this is more akin to the situation in Steins Gate, moving forward only 1 year from our previous entry to 2011. Okabe Rintaro, also known by his mad scientist persona Halloween Kiyoma, is the leader of a ragtag laboratory producing benign inventions, like a toy ray gun that can change TV channels but only positively, or a spy cam without a stabilizer so the footage is a spinning blur, or a microwave that can be started by a text, for all those times where you put food in them and then leave the house. But that last one actually ends up being a lot more. Through a combination of entirely accidental circumstances, what they invented is a time machine. Sort of.
Okay. All
It can
that's
send
done.
data back in time through text, just emails, but nothing more, and its amount of data is very limited. However, it still offers them the ability to alter their present through the past. For example, one case of them fixing time is when one of the group, Ferris, requests to send a text back in time to her father. 10 years earlier, she was mad at him for choosing to work over her birthday, and seeing her angry text, she decided to get on an earlier flight back and be with his daughter, a flight that crashed. The solution is obvious. Send him the text back apologizing for the first one so he never feels guilty enough to leave early and he doesn't get on that flight. They do so, and he lives. These are the kinds of problems that they solve. Whatever can be done with a single text or two. Although some
Eli Irish said hi.
territory, like changing one of
Hello.
their sexes through a pager message, although we'll get into how that plays into things later. The issue here
Wait,
arises in complexity. Now, shows like Monica sidestep this by having the issues be very private, between very few individuals and across minimal time. For example, since only magical girls can see the effects of their actions, then what they change between themselves in these few months shouldn't change much about the world outside. or at least it can kind of be suspended of disbelief that way. But it's not actually the case, and that nature is what Steins Gate leans into, the inherent chaos of messing with time. As Okabe and crew send these texts back in time, the present begins to change, although only Okabe is able to remember the previous timelines. Now, what he sees at first is very minimal. They try to play small winning lottery tickets to test their abilities and alter things within just a few weeks. Everything seems to remain, well, mostly the same around them in Akihabara, save maybe a few hours worth of memories here and there. However, as time progresses, and as they reach further back in time as well, which simulates the same thing, well, the effects they could have never calculated come to light. Through saving Ferris's father, for example, they altered the entire fate of Akihabara, turning it from a moe paradise into just another business district without character. Okabe runs around this new space, seeing every location which they once frequented gone, every important place removed from time. How many lives were altered from this text? Businesses that never opened and ones that did instead. They sought to make one girl happy and in the process shifted millions of lives. It's a proof that no situation, however personal, has impacts limited to just the people seemingly involved. But more notably for them, through using the time machine at all and progressing it even further to send consciousness back in time as well, they caught the attention of CERN with an S. In this world, an evil organization bent on discovering and wielding time travel for ultimate control. CERN raids the lab and every time kills the unnecessary for their plans Mayuri, Okabe's longest and most important friend. It's a result that they could have never foreseen. How could just a few texts meant to better their lives change so much in such nonsensical ways?
Butterfly effect.
Sure, they could have been more careful in their calculations, but even if they were, the problem is that it's impossible to actually calculate everything. With each change, they are creating new variables which only exist in that timeline. Keeping Ferris's father alive is creating so many variables they can never calculate because in the world they know and can calculate from, he doesn't even exist. How could he know the way in which he'd change things, which people he'd meet and where he'd go, if he doesn't
Alright, that's
even
taken care of.
exist? You could sit down and run through the whole list of causes and effects in your
Oh,
world.
wait,
from
one
A to
last
Z
thing.
And still never be able to
Yeah,
see
go over
even
here.
a fraction of how new ones will sprout and multiply in exponential form. This is how such nonsensical results occur, like each DML they send changing how quickly CERN does or doesn't move in on their lab. It makes no sense that their actions can impact the time of the raid. But that's the point. Somewhere, somehow, there is a through line between these things, but it's one embedded in so much chaos it's impossible to see and impossible to understand. As such, their time travel can never be used responsibly. Even such a minimal version of time travel, even with the infinite time it offers to calculate, because the changes defeat the planet. Even if they somehow did and fixed everything, what comes after fixing everything? You would have to wait until the end of time itself to see what occurred from all of that fix to know if it was really so or not. And then if it isn't, you have to go back all that time and try it again. And if it is, then you go back in time and live differently since you're no longer just watching the progression of time for results. And then that changes the future anyway. The result is always chaos. To use this ability properly, Okabe's entire life would be waiting and gathering data just to alter a few words in a single text over and over. It's like the most basic scientific principles taken to a dystopian fantasy where humans are used as sensors to gather data and nothing more. Because of this complex nature, time travel also starts to necessitate itself, or rather, it becomes required to destroy itself. Okabe attempts to save Mayuri without changing all they did before, seeking to escape the raid beforehand by car or rail, fighting off just before with or without arms, and every single time, no matter the plan, Mayuri still dies. It only makes sense. He's one single man up against all of time's chaos here, the evil organization seeking to wield it included. He's unable to change the future by moving forward, because one will is rarely enough to alter something so immediate. By that token, then, if he wants to save his friend, he can only go backwards. And since it is impossible to calculate what each change will truly produce, then he can only go backwards to some time he already knows. Logically, all he can do is undo his own time travel based actions. They determine that the sole path forward is erasing all of the details from ever happening and returning to their original timeline. The only one where they know for certain that this can't happen by the empirical act of living in that time already. They're forced to use it only to destroy it, sending Okabe through the mental anguish just to re-reach the starting point of their lives with no gain. And it is anguish. Not all the texts were apparent to him, as some hid what they sent, some lied, and others were the only ones to have the numbers they sent them to. So, he has to go about convincing all of the people he helped to undo the best parts of their lives, giving up a loving father or their true identity in order to prevent a future they can't even be certain of, forced to assault a lonely and desperate woman to take her phone because of things he could never explain to her. There's no way they can comprehend all these scenes, so even if it is for their best interest, they'll still be hurt and cry at their losses, something he has to witness each and every time with each and every one. Much like the other cases, and being alone with the knowledge of infinite time, Okabe is
Alright,
forced to understand
that's
things
taken care
differently,
of.
to be the only one to see pain now as preventing much more later on, and all he gets is his old life, but with so much knowledge it hurts. But this is also the next layer. When the logical conclusion is to return, one no longer simply exists in their reality. They must consciously choose it, be responsible for it, pain to their friends and all. Okabe is now the one who made them fatherless for the wrong sex rather than the world. But this is taken to the extreme most with Kurose, Okabe's romantic interest and physicist who made this all possible. As they're undoing the texts, which is properly saving them from the raid a day at a time, they begin to be hopeful until a realization sets in. The first text he sent was an accident, but an accident that prevented Kurose from being stabbed to death. If they undo this last one, she dies. If they don't, Mayuri dies. Before this realization, you could still reason they were reaching a better world. And all his friends were still happy in the original timeline, as they had to learn to live with their natural pain and a life they all knew was safe. It was logical to return. By now, there is no better option. There's only a choice between deaths, a choice for in Okabe's hands directly. He struggles with this for an unknown amount of time, shutting everyone else out and canceling anything and everything at the lab to lie on the roof alone, just waiting for disaster again and again. Because what else can he do? In that isolation of being the only one to remember, to be left alone with experiences he's had with people, but who haven't had them with him, well, his world will be forever different from theirs. This isolation is the only thing he can do to not break down at the mere sight of them, because time travel has amplified everything he feels. It makes it almost impossible not to be overwhelmed by any sort of connection with any person throughout that travel. He has lived what feels like years with these people, even if they've only known each other for 1 month. His feelings and emotions are across so much more time than they should be, condensed down into such a small chunk, that he's alone in the strength of his feelings. From living everyone else's worst moments for them and not even being able to bond with them through the pain, because they don't know it happened. When Kurose does finally force him to open up about it, he breaks down for this very reason. He is able to convince her of his dilemma's truth through personal details and the knowledge she does have, and they're both forced to weigh the trading of lives. They eventually settle on trading Kurose's for Mayuri's, as what other option is there once she knows? With the knowledge shared between them both, the pain is doubled.
And this
Two
anime is
deaths instead
super
of
like
one.
dark
The
and
least
intense.
pain comes
Oh
about
my
in their
god,
original
is
time,
everywhere
where
just so
only
fucking
Okabe
dark?
has to live with choosing
God
death.
damn.
So this is all they can do, surviving on the hope that in
I don't
totality
even
across
figure out what the
timelines,
fuck is going
they'll be
on.
more alive and more happy than dead.
There are infinite lines. What if each one has its own me? Many stars shining in their own space, but just one constellation. Getting to be in so many times and places? That would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
And so they return, and Okabe is left alone with this hope, shaken from his decision and the knowledge only he holds. But things don't end there, as this time is now one in which World War III
Lavenda
occurs.
TV Queen
Kurose
says I feel
dying
like
places
time
her paper
travel.
about
All he
time
really
travel right
said,
into
I
her
don't think
abusive
we
mother's
should
hands.
have it.
He flees to Russia with it, and a time machine arms race ensues to destroy the world. With help from the future, they'll give them
I
the
don't
chance
think
to
we ever
stop it,
will.
but what they find is, of course, only more chaos. Okabe is the one who stabs Kurisu exactly because he tries to save her and prevent this future. What he sees in episode 1 is his own actions. Returning with enough fuel for one more attempt,
Lavenda
he
TV
refuses.
Queen says hopefully
What
not.
else can he do against all of time? Whatever he chooses, pain will still occur, people will still die, the future will still fall into ruin, if not now, then some other time later. He hurt all his friends, and what he got was World War III, so what's the point? Trying is just reminding himself that he is now responsible because he selects the timeline. From happy marriage to World War III, it's all on your consciousness, a recipe for eternal madness. The only thing a limited mind can do to cope with this is give up. And so he does. He refuses the remaining try, and we get the events of Steins Gate Zero. In this follow-up anime, Okabe is a shell of his former self, living in the world without Kurisu, but entirely unhappy. You've always blabbed, which reminds me of his choice, isolating himself from every girl he did all this to save, and his other friends alike. He's on path for a more average life, studying harder in college and straightening up all around, but for no result more than to simply keep existing. How can one be happy in that world where there is never an excuse for relaxation or an action? Now,
Lavenda TV Queen says if you have any questions, please do ask.
Leaving it prior to a much
I
more
know.
plan.
Oh well.
One where Okabe does try once more, saves the day by tricking himself, and does truly fix time. They reach an ideal timeline. But it comes about from a mixture of love, pain, and a lot of responsibility.
What?
As he's sulking around on the Zero timeline, everyone else is still working on how to fix things. Even into the world, he's in a coma. Tens of years into the future,
Oh my
he's still
God.
trying. They're developing
What
the
the
very
fuck?
time machine that gave him his final shot so many years
Hold on.
ago. Every single friend was still fighting, keeping his body and spirit alive so that their other selves in a time they'll never witness could know a better world than they ever did. They understand that even if things are terrible, giving up only guarantees that they stay as such, while trying anyway keeps the possibility of something better alive. When Okabe wakes up and sees their efforts across so many years, he feels selfish enough to finally try once more, knowing that if a terrible future can occur no matter what, then he may as well try and prevent it, the only way to ever clear his conscience to a degree. So he does, developing a video to be sent back in time to himself, one which convinces him to try again and provides them with the solution. Steins Gate has a happy ending only because of 24 episodes of pain within Zero, tens of years of effort, and only due to the logic of chaos. And if nothing is certain, we may as well try. It's a small hope as the ending note of such great responsibility from such a small accident, a message that things can be fixed, but that it will take its toll, and that once we dip our toes into absolute responsibility for those fixings, we must see it through with every effort. But the duty of a human with control over time is that of a tortured god. It is a hopeful horror, responsibility that can never be denied once gained. And that will wrap things up for this one. I originally had a kind of rambly, fake, philosophical outro to go here, but I don't know. It just didn't seem right. So I went ahead and
those
figured out
things.
just do something
Okay.
like this instead. It's just going to be short, asking, of course, what you thought of it. If there's
Oh,
anything
I'm
you missed.
logging out. This shit is so annoying. Okay.
There was a bit I like cut out in editing where I'm trying to kind of get down on like restating myself in certain things. So let me know if you think it feels different than that, if it's more streamlined and less repetitive, because I have seen that criticism before. If I missed anything about the characters, or you think there's anything else.
Lavenda TV Queen says that was a very interesting video.
Great.
Yeah, it was alright.
For next time and get better. So like that sharing of information is really important and stuff.
Okay, so this is.
But other than that, if you want to see more of this format, let me know, because I am trying to bring it back a little bit more and working on more for it. But other than that, there's important links in the pinned comment, Discord, and then 2 links for channel memberships, which you can also just do on the page here or Patreon, where either one of those lets you support me for a little bit a month to help keep this whole shenanigan going. I haven't done outros in a while. Anyway, supporters' names on screen. Thanks for watching, and I hope I'll see you again.
Okay. Alright. Let's see what I can do. First, let me get something to play and then let's see. Okay. I don't want the philosophical things are very interesting, but I don't know so it's far in depth. I'm gonna lose interest listening. So I'm gonna play something else. And then I'm gonna start the commission. 14 off is OP. Is it really? Should I watch this? Fuck it. I'll watch it.
Too often do we find ourselves slogging through the endless abyss of Netflix,
It's only 50 minutes. I don't like that one was 2 hours.
Trying to find something that will satiate our hunger for entertainment, or perhaps to find something more. That diamond in the rough. That It show. The one show that will stick with us forever. A show that holds more meaning for some people than the endless amounts of episodes that they will continue to consume in their lifetime. A couple of those series for me would be either Slayers or Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, but for other people it's Skynax's critically acclaimed series from 2000 simply called Fooly Cooly. At the time it was one of anime's most creative endeavors, bringing together different art styles and different techniques, as well as making most of their music revolving around a single band catalog, rather than composing their own. However, the years have continued, and Fooly Cooly has had multiple sequels,
Bob, are you still here?
spin-offs depending on your point of view. Do they hold up as well? Have they entered the cultural zeitgeist as a worthy successor to this 2000s classic? Well, you've read the title, so spoiler alert, I guess. Hi, I'm Greenline, and this is Fooly Cooly, a descent into mediocrity. The 90s was an amazing decade for Studio Gainax, although the 90s was also a terrible decade for Studio Gainax. So what happened in the 90s? Exactly?
Oh, there it is.
Well, Neon Genesis Evangelion happened. If you're any kind of familiar with anime, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Evangelion was a cultural touchstone in Japan, and it made Studio Gainax a whole lot of money. Prior to Evangelion, the studio had a handful of decent projects, such as Royal Space Force, Nadia, and Gunbuster. But none of these had really put them on the map. Not until Neon Genesis Evangelion. So what's the problem, Greenline? They were clearly successful. Yes, but then they committed tax evasion. In 1999, the Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau accused Studio Gainax for evading taxes. The math just wasn't adding up. Okay, how much money were they missing? Oh, you know. 1.56 billion yen, or 13 million in USD. Oops. Now, to be clear, I kind of don't blame them. Gainax, up to this point, had been coasting off of various projects with little success. As far as I'm aware, they weren't broke.
Jolly Answer says that was 1 year after my
paycheck to paycheck. Evangelion was a success. Matter of fact, it wasn't a success. It was the success. With as much money that came from that success, I don't blame them for losing track of some of it. For being a little over their heads when it came to the sheer amount that they were earning from just one project. And when I say, specifically, losing track, I don't mean that you simply lost some of the money. It's reasonable to assume that they knew how to pay their taxes. However, when you're a studio just made up of friends and buddies, how many of them do you think knew how to handle that much money? I know I wouldn't, so they pawned it off on somebody else. The accountant was arrested. Why am I saying all this? Despite all this, though, a year later, Gainax would be able to create what is considered by most, anyways, a phenomenal anime. Our story begins in a small town where supposedly nothing ever happened. It's apparently so engraved in the lives of the townsfolk that the most out-of-pocket stuff can happen, and they won't even barely take notice. Or at least it won't leave this lasting impact. Hey guys, do you remember that time where the class president produced a robot from her head? Yeah, that was pretty weird. Anyways, do you think Miyajin will be able to fix her car? Well, no. And in this small town, we open up on the character of Naruto hanging out with his brother's ex-girlfriend. This is Mamimi, and she awkwardly embraces him, and Naoto narrates the new medical mechanica factory. The way he describes it, though, it's almost as if it's a new fast food joint in a small town rather than this massive factory, giving a new wave of jobs around town. As the two are about to part ways, the infamous Haruko makes her appearance, as she smashes into Naoto with her bright
Just to be
yellow
clear,
vest
you
and
want
fully
this to be the pose I'm looking at from what Bry sent me? For the base that you sent? Is that what you want me to do, or do you just think this is the ideal body type you want me to draw? Just to make sure.
La Venda TV
Yes,
Queen
the
says
pose.
yes, the
Okay,
pose.
so exactly.
You know it kicks off. This will prove as a good segue into the main topic for the moment. If I could describe the animation into one phrase, it would be all over the place. And in some cases, it turns out to be great. Like in this scene I was just talking about. As Haruko slams into Naoto with the energy of a
Jolly
79
Yanta
Looney
says
Tunes
it's a
cartoon.
full body
And then
frog
she tries
or a
to bring
half
him
body.
back with a kiss,
There's
and
a
the
full
camera
body.
does this 360 no-scope view of the whole situation using CGI in the background. They then take a page from Deadpool and even comment on the situation. Later in that same episode, when Naruto returns home to find Haruko eating dinner at his table, the entire thing is drawn like it's from a manga. And a few episodes later, one scene completely turns into an episode of South Park. The animation in this show is completely bonkers and off the wall at times. For that reason, I do like Fooly Cooly, but a series cannot simply be judged by its animation alone. I find myself in an awkward position when describing my story of
long body
Fooly Cooly,
reference.
because when I first initially watched the show, I was a bit taken aback by how everything seemed to be slow going for the narrative. But alas, this is my own fault because I didn't realize that Fooly Cooly isn't your standard 12-episode or seasonal anime. It's an OVA series. As such, when it came to rewatching it for this video, I had a newfound respect for Fooly Cooly, because it was less about its overarching narrative and more about its characters.
Dripper says, hey man.
Discussed, finds himself
Hey, what's
at
up,
the end
bro?
of Haruko's guitar when she first introduces herself after she gives him the kiss of life. As the story continues, Naruto finds himself growing a robot out of his head that ends up fighting other sentient robots. This is all in an effort to get Naruto to create an L energy to unleash Artextric, a mysterious being dubbed the Pirate King, and one so powerful he could even destroy entire star systems. When watching this for the first time, I thought Haruko was deeply
says none much went to
However,
Amita and
upon
Rita and
subsequent
Metal
rewatches,
Legend.
I've come to discover that it's more, in fact,
Okay,
an
that's cool.
infatuation with the intent
Glad that
to
you
steal
enjoyed
his
yourself.
power for herself. At the end of it all, Animus escapes, and
Glad that you
Haruko is left
enjoyed
to chase
yourself.
after him. And that's pretty much the overarching narrative of Fooly Cooly. Although, if you ask most people, the narrative is probably the last thing on viewers' minds. Because more often than not, it's more
Okay,
about the
so
characters and their personal journeys throughout the series that draws you in. Naruto, for example, narrates the opening line about the town where nothing ever happens. Despite this, though, Naruto never seems to want to leave. It always seems that he's mostly content with his life here in this small town. He does miss his brother, who has moved away to play baseball, and ultimately does change, mostly due to interactions with Haruko. If I'm being honest with myself, though, I would really like to know what kind of relationship he had with his father before his mother's death, and most importantly, his brother, who is brought up throughout the series. Outside of the obvious things you've heard about this show, with his coming of age and discovering his adulthood, let's just say I still think that the overall change with the character is somewhat minimal. When the story ends, he is somewhat more content with his small town, at least compared to the sad little boy that we saw at the beginning of the series. He is enjoying company with his friends, so I suppose he has changed for the better. Okay, Mamimi. Do I really have to talk about Mamimi? Okay, I'll do it. Mamimi is rather bizarre in my opinion. When we first start the series, she is hanging out with Naruto and hanging on to him like a fucking leech. She's his brother's
Morgan R asks, have you
ex-girlfriend,
gotten
and
the
making
chance
this
to look up
scene
the
about
Lezen
his
Taco
real
study book?
rather weird. But then again, that's kind of the point. In episode 2, it's revealed that Naruto's brother Tatsuku saved her from the school fire, and she's been attached to him ever since. After which, at some point, they started dating.
Have you ever gotten the chance to look up the Lynch and Taco study book?
Because it's quite possible that her
What? I have a reference of a body. Yeah, you can send it. That makes it easier. You can send it directly to me. Oh, wow, I'm working on it. Have you gotten to chance to look at the Lynch and Taco study book? I think if I know what you're talking about, I think it's not. He's mostly known as Taco. If I know who are you referring to. I may be wrong. He could be like one of those. I think he's a mangaka who teaches people how to draw.
Lavenda TV Queen says okay.
But no, I
sent
haven't.
it.
Okay.
Her parents are separated, or worse, dead. And without her boyfriend, it seems that she's being bullied at school. Although that could have happened when Tatsuko was around. It's only after everything quiets down and the dust settles where she finally decides to leave town for good and become a photographer. Realizing that her ex-boyfriend
She used to lose weight too late. Yeah, no.
keep entertaining her. It's actually nice to hear
it's in the description that you left.
Or at least trying to be one, as we see her taking photos regularly throughout
Morganar
the series.
said, yeah, he's a Korean artist, but his
important
tutorial
people
book is
really
phenomenal.
cool. However, I think there's one more character that can be added to the
Let's
principal
go.
cast. Eri is one of Naruto's classmates that has a strong presence in the 3rd episode. It opens up with her being driven to school by her father's secretary, who was fucking her father the previous night. Well, alright then. Eri doesn't seem to care too much about the situation, having a nonchalant attitude about her father's affair. For the remainder of the episode, she gets caught up in Haruko and Naruto's problems, and ends up producing a robot herself. I just thought I'd bring her up because she and Naruto seem to be cut from the same cloth, both being fed up with their parents and having a hard time growing up. They also seem relatively close by the end of the series. And what I find interesting, at least to me, is the fact when I first watched this, I thought Naruto would end up kissing Mamimi and get into some sort of relationship down the road. But now that I've watched it for a 3rd time, almost 8 years later, I think Naruto and Eri would make a cuter couple. Now, is that everyone? Oh, wait! I forgot about the single most important character of the series. Or at least the one who carries it the most. Haruko Haruhara is arguably one of the most important, if not the most important character in Fooly Cooly. At the very least, she's what I would call the poster child for this series. With her first introduction, she literally comes out swinging, capturing the hearts and minds of young boys and girls alike. And any man she seems to come across ends up getting ensnared in her schemes in one way or the other. While she seems nice at first, there's always seemed to be an alternative agenda behind everything she said. It's not until we come across Commander Amuro that we finally learn the truth behind Haruko's actions. She's just using Naruto and trying to get him to unleash Animus so she could steal his NO. And once the so-called Pirate King makes his escape, she follows him and leaves Naruto and the others behind. For what it's worth, she does ask him if he wants to come along, but ultimately decides he probably shouldn't. And this is where the OVA series comes to a close. Haruko takes off and is never to be seen again. Naruto returns to school with his friends, and I think he ultimately finds himself in a better place mentally. Overall, I'd say my opinions of this series are thus. While I understand other people's opinions of the series as a whole, for me it didn't hit the same. For many people, you saw it at the right place at the right time in your life. In my personal situation, I found Fooly Cooly after having watched several other anime. While I found the visuals interesting, nothing really grabbed to me about its story.
Morganar said I mentioned because the style of the book itself heavily reminds me of yours. I'd send a link to you, but I don't want to impose.
You can send me the link. I'll look at it in a bit because I have to get this done for a client.
A certain charm to these cast of characters, and
it's actually I follow him on Instagram. I'm pretty sure most of the stuff you show me is stuff I see on his Instagram.
Being free to
I'll look
experiment with these animation styles with the help of Production IG, and telling such an out-there story that you can only find in anime. Fooly Cooly is like lightning in a bottle, and quite frankly, I don't think you could capture it twice. Its story is one that you should only tell once and leave it at that. Because quite frankly, I'm not sure what you could do when producing a sequel to this wild story. Yeah, I know. Hey you a subscriber? You're not? Oh, well, I'm looking to get 10K subscribers by next summer. So if you wouldn't mind hitting that subscribe button, that would be super freaking cool, man. In 1752, Benjamin Franklin proposed an experiment to capture lightning in a bottle. The idea to do something that is so rare and extraordinary that it possibly can't be replicated all that often. To me, that's what this series from the Cooly feels like. Gainax and Production IG coming together and experimenting with animation to create Fooly Cooly. With all that creativity came a modicum of success. And with the success usually comes money. Well, further down the road, there came money.
Did you ever look at
let's
that?
just say 16
Why would she
years
respond to
later.
it like
Although,
that?
to be fair
That's
to
so
the Fully
weird.
Fully sequels, that isn't the
It's
full
one of the
story.
weirdest
In
shit
an
I've ever seen.
interview about the behind-the-scenes production of
Okay.
Fully Fully Season 2 and 3, the CEO of Production IG, Mitsuhisa Ishikawa, stated that he actually wanted to make more Fully Fully when it ended. However, Gainax, as well as creator Kazuya Tsurumaki, declined and said that it was over and that he had told the story that he wanted to tell. Still though, Production IG bided their time, and eventually the rights to Fully Cooley went up for purchase. So, with the series now purchased, all that was left to do was secure the funding to make sequels. But that was easier said than done, because Fully Cooley wasn't exactly the most profitable in Japan. It had some notoriety, sure, because Gainax had worked on it, but it wasn't a household name. However, it did get critical acclaim in America, and so Production IG turned to the group that could help them secure a sequel. As mentioned before, the previous Fully Cooley series had animation that was pretty all over the place, but in a good way. You know, the manga panels and their 3D backgrounds. So how does the second season compare?
It's not that good.
It's interesting with
It's
its
really boring,
first
probably.
dystopian opening, alongside some interesting scenes in episode 5. This one scene that seemed to use watercolor painting a style of animation, and another scene that harkened back to the one manga scene in the original series. But despite this, it still feels bland overall. Most episodes have this generic style of animation and don't feel like anything.
Yeah, it was
like
okay.
original
I had a
books.
feeling.
And even in
Yeah,
that,
I
some
had
of
that feeling. Like, it didn't feel like no one talked about it. Like, once it was announced, everyone lost their minds based on the visuals, and then once it finally came out, no one talked about it. I'm like, yeah, it probably fucked off somewhere down the line. Like, it just something with the writing, something was different with the writing, something went left. Like, something just did not click the same. And this is probably just because of nostalgia majority of the time. Because if you grew up in the early 2000s, late 90s, uh, and you saw this show, you got lucky in the sense of like how different it was from any other show that you was currently watching. But other than that, now looking at it with like full adult lens, it's still fun to watch, but you can see the problems with it as an adult. You can analyze it much more, more, mature like, given what was given. And you probably might have some aha moments or like, oh, now I get the reference. I get what they were trying to say. I get those adult themes that they was trying to, you know, establish at one point. But like now rewatching it and now watching the sequels is like, oh, it's just an anime. You know what I'm saying? That kind of lost its touch over its time. It's trying to like be still fully cool, but not, but it is, but it isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like that. It's kind of like the passes of time kind of just fucked it over from that point.
Mention that had the manga art, it just seems kind of bland.
I'm telling you, if the sequel came out a year or two later after the initial show ended, it would have been, I guess, received way better. Probably at one point, I'm pretty sure. But because it's like 20 years or 15 years later, it's kind of not the same. Everyone's grown up. Everyone understands like what is life, or they get an understanding of what is life, hardship, blah blah blah, this and the third. Like it's kind of like that to a degree. So I can see why a lot of people probably did not really pick it up, especially new generation of kids.
Jolly Ancha says, yeah, we all have to grow up sooner or later.
Because like looking at the show now, it's like, you know, like, it's good, but it's not like as great as you remember. It has the nostalgia goggles still on, so.
Boring. I do understand that it was trying to create more of a shoujo vibe, but even in that regard, it was rather lackluster. I get that Hidomi is depressed, but I don't understand why these pages seem muted. It's like it's a
Jolly Ancha says a lot of anime I see revolves around mostly
animated by Shinya.
I think the problem with the sequel is that it's trying to do that whole everything's melancholy like atmosphere and nothing has meaning or something shit like that, because that was a lot of that back in the early 2000s. from the Animatrix, the Matrix, Fooly Cooly, a lot of Adult Swim shows, Outlaw Stars, What is Life? What is the meaning of life? Why are we here? Why? What? You know what I'm saying? That was a lot in a lot of animes, like a lot, and in video games too. I think it was Ergo Proxy. There was a Ghost in the Shell. There was a lot of shows that was like questioning what is life, what is our existence, what is the meaning of everything, what is God, what is like is religion really worth it? There was a lot of Christian symbolism in a lot of video games, especially animes. Very Japanese. The Japanese really jumped on a bunch of Christianity symbolism a lot in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 90s or so. It was a really focus on a lot of Christianity and questioning the idea of God and all that shit. So
Ohara looks like this.
yeah, I remember this scene. It was Namini and fucking Takun sitting outside having some type of conversation about whatever, and for some god awful reason they just changed the animation. They did this same shit in fucking what was it? It was fucking what was it? It was Gurren Lagann. There was that one episode, I think it was episode 3. The animation changed so, the art style was so ass. It was so ass for some odd reason. Like the whole episode was like that. It was weird. It was the weirdest shit. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
Right for clothes says the Gainax special.
Yeah, that was the weirdest shit ever. I was like, what was this episode? Why is the art style so drastically different from episode 1 and 2, and then it goes right back to 3? I think they had some type of I think what happened, they had a scheduling problem. So they had to act like fellow studios to produce this one episode. I think that's what happened or something like that. But it was funny as hell. Because if you look at it, it's just a breakneck pace from what you're seeing, and it's not like you can't see it. You don't have to be an artist to notice it. You will notice it. That's how weird. And then for some reason in this particular scene, it just went super rotoscope realism. For some odd reason, the shit was weird. It just threw me off so much. I was like, oh man, bro.
Disgusting. Possibly the grossest thing I've seen.
Yes, it was ugly. Everyone was ugly in this drawing. It was like, who the hell animated this shit?
On the animation. That being said,
and I don't know if that was intentional though. I don't know how intentional that was to make them look so hideous. Maybe the conversation was so shit. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. The conversation was so mundane and stupid that they had to make them ugly for you to pay attention to what the fuck was going on. That's what it did. Because, as kids, when we watched it, I'm not going to say we had the shortest attention spans,
said
right?
Artextric. It's alternate here in BTW. I got Marvel Rivals and I kind of like it, but it's mid.
Hey, Artextric, it's alternate here. By the way, I got Rivals. It's kind of mid. Well, it depends on who you're fighting with. The game is not bad. I think the game's still better than Overwatch on several things. But it's a better Overwatch. That's literally what it is. Because if you go play that and then you go play Overwatch, you're gonna see a stark difference in just not even just gameplay, but you're gonna see a difference between just people in general. It's usually the people. It's not really the game itself. Because if people do not choose to work together, you're going to have a fucking hard time. Literally, if they not willing to flex and switch, or even if they are doing competently with the character they're using, but they're still not willing to switch because we just need this one character for this one specific thing, you will see the arrogance, pride, and just the assholeness of most people. They just won't switch because they can't do anything.
Said I ate everything as the shark.
I ate everything as the shark. Oh, Jeff. Okay, I got you. I guess you saw the latest video I posted with the Jeff the shark.
Nothing outside of episode 5 comes close to anything in the original. So, I guess that just leaves us to talk about the story and the characters. Let me knock out the characters first, and then I'll finish with the story.
Wolf Spider
Hidome
said
Hibachi
yes.
is the lead this time around.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna restart the stream as I work on this character, because I have this feeling that if I restart the stream, a lot of people are gonna run up in this bitch and ask why is she X, Y, and Z.
Right for close says okay.
We're gonna bring some people. We're gonna bring some memers, some insane people. Some people are really, and they'll be like, "Oh my god, you're drawing someone who's fluffy, finally!" I'm like, not like I haven't done that before. And when I do that, y'all bitch and moan and say, "You're posting." They'll bullshit me, and then they'll say, "Oh, you're drawing girls who are chubby. How dare you promote unhealthy lifestyles?" I'm like, bro, I'm just drawing a body type. I never said go eat a bunch of cake. What the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't glorify having thyroid. What the fuck is wrong with you? You see a woman and you get instantly mad. If I was when I drew the giant fat monk dude, you guys didn't lose your shit. When I drew the dude with a bunch of muscles, you guys didn't lose your shit. When I drew the dude who was really skinny as shit, you guys didn't lose your shit. I wonder why. But as soon as you see a woman, oh my god. Oh! Oh! You start screaming! It's funny as fuck. I can't. It's insane. Okay, I'm gonna restart the stream. We're right back. Hopefully they don't like get mad at me. So I'm gonna restart the stream. See how many
Wolf
people we can
Spider
pull in.
said I think that's called stage 2
Brain rot, right? All right, I'm gonna restart the stream on TikTok and just give me like a minute. I'm gonna wait for a good minute or two and then I'm gonna restart it. So I'll be right back, guys. Okay. All right, so we're still here on YouTube. I'm gonna just sit for a little bit. I'm gonna continue drawing this. But yeah, just to answer your question, Wolf, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you like it's fun, and it has its moments where it's really fun, and especially if you're winning, that's great. But when you're losing, you will feel it. Like you feel it, you know it, because it's not. Sometimes it is a skill issue, but sometimes they just get paired up with people who are just way more superior, or you just get people who are just way too stupid. It's either those three things. Either you get a team that is really superior, and it's funny because like it goes down a path where if you just jump into a random game, you get three outcomes. You get the people who will talk and try to make things work. You get the people who don't talk and things work.
Wolf
and
Spider
then
said sometimes I forget that you're the reason I started drawing.
let's go. But like sometimes you be like you can get you get people who either won't talk, will talk, and then they'll argue or don't say anything at all, and then lose, and then ask why did we lose. So we get those type of people. Those are the three outcomes I tend to see happen most cases when it comes to Marvel Rivals. Overwatch, same thing, but like the reason why Overwatch is I think Marvel Rivals is better is because of not because it's Marvel, not even that, it's because the mechanics work well based on the characters that you play with. So number one thing that Overwatch fucked up on is that if I have a character with me, if I have another character on my team,
Wolf Spider said especially PPL who watch YouTube all day and when you call them all they do is yell at you.
Yeah, usually. But it's funny. I find it funny because like 90% of the time they don't even mean what they say because majority of the time they just kind of like forget. Majority of people forget the shit they say to me anyway, so that's why it's funny when people come back to me and say, "I'm sorry that I said those mean things to you." I'm like, I don't remember who you are. Like someone came back to my stream the other like a day or two ago and they said they were sorry for being so rude. I was like, I don't know who the fuck you are. Like I really don't know who you are. Like you probably was one of those people who was yelling at me, but I really don't care. It's like you guys don't really believe in the shit you're saying to me. Because if you guys did, you wouldn't even bother saying that, you would just leave. But you try to come into the stream to argue with me, which I'm not trying to argue with you because like I never. One thing you learn is you can never change the mind of someone on the internet through the comment section. It's ever rare that ever happens. I mean, like super rare, and if they're even paying attention to you. So like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, "Oh yeah, you better say sorry." I'm like, "Fuck out of here! I don't care. I really don't care." I've been doing this for years now, since 2013. Not the streaming thing, but the content creation thing. So like, I've been doing streaming since what 2019? I think 2019. Officially, like 2019. No, yeah, 2019. Now, if I'm talking about my gaming stuff, that's back in 2013, 2012. But like late 2012,
Wolf
early
Spider
2013.
said people are just beefing for you for no reason. Skull emoji.
Yeah, like there was this one person who came on my stream. Like, okay, there's one person who's okay. This one person on TikTok said some type of like smart joke towards me. Like they think it was on some type of high horse. I proved them wrong by explaining why I do X, Y, and Z.
Morgan R said, "What kind of people you hang around?" Wolf Spider crying face emoji.
Like they was trying to be smart or trying to be like a funny guy about whatever the hell, and then I explained to them why I do what I do, and then they kind of put two to two together and said that makes sense. Sorry about that, and I said it's whatever. Then someone on YouTube said something to me defending the other person without realizing that the other person already said sorry and moved the fuck on. He started arguing with me, saying I was being rude. I'm like, or why am I ranting and why am I being so rude? I said I was talking to someone specifically who said something that was evil. I didn't say anything to you. Why are you even arguing?
Wolf Spider said, "Mostly community friends."
Mostly community friends. Let me see if people are just beefing for no reason. Alright, let me see if I can bring anyone back. Before I do that, let me go. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Let me do the bathroom. There we go. Gotta fix the legs. They're a little bit too low.
Wolf Spider said, "Morgan, do you play Dead Island 2? Apparently Ian said hi. Morgan R said, "Yes, I play Dead Island 2. Sometimes. Hello, Ian.
Get to know. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Make myself some food. Because I play Dead Island too sometimes. Hello. Hello. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm just gotta sit back in the chair. Alright. Okay. I think I was gonna stream on the phone. Well, she was tall, so I know I'm gonna be pretty tall. I'll make her taller than that. Maybe even wider. Stretch her out. Okay.
Fried chicken, poultry leg, said hi. I just got here. I'm drawing too.
Cool.
Wolf
Oh.
Spider said I just got an Xbox Series S.
Oh, that's cool. Hold on. Nice. I'm surprised that Lemonade doesn't have a streaming service. Only 200? That's lame. Okay. No, it'd do better than that, but it's not. Okay. Let's get to it.
Premiere all those years ago, I found myself not liking Hidomi all that much. I thought she was too quiet and too boring. While it's true that Naruto was somewhat quiet and reserved, I felt that he was more talkative and expressed his overall emotions better. Hidomi isn't nearly as straightforward as her predecessor. At the start of the series, we find her dreaming about a dystopian world with her being the sole survivor, but even she seems to be falling apart. Or maybe it's that everything else is fine and she's the only one crumbling to dust. In any case, I find it hard to specifically say what it is. My own personal hypothesis is that Hidomi suffers from either bipolar depression or social anxiety. When we see her, she is often using her headphones and shielding her ears. Perhaps this was a sign she was shielding herself from outside stimuli. Hidomi often talks about overflowing, and yes, I know this was something often said about Mimi, but I also feel that it could be applied to Hidomi as well. If what we believe what I've said about her is true, then it could be possible her overflowing could have been her emotions. Maybe earlier on in her life, she was happier until her father left. And then, when her father left to pursue his new job, maybe that's what triggered her to shut herself off from her emotions and communication. However, at the end of it all, she is able to gather the strength and save Ide. She is even able to criticize Haruko about her relationship with Animus.
Morgan R said awesome Wolf Spider. Haven't gotten one myself yet. Just play a friends occasionally. Hello Fried Chicken.
Main character? No, that's not entirely accurate. But he is a key figure in Fully Progressive, so I'll opt to include him here. We are first introduced to him when Hidomi entered her classroom for the first time. Upon meeting Ide, we are being reintroduced to Haruko
Wolf Spider
later on in the
said
episode.
Morgan, do you have an Xbox One though? Or none at all?
With Ide, and towards the end of the second episode, when Ide is producing monsters from his head, that theory is all but confirmed. Despite all this, though, it seems that Ide has a crush on Hidomi. He even ends up resisting Haruko's
Nub said I'm back smirking face emoji.
We also come to find out that he's a hard worker and tries to support his family. Ultimately, everything works out for him because in the end, he gets the girl. And I suppose that counts for something.
Okay, that's cool.
Julia
Fried
Jinyu,
chicken,
or simply
poultry
Jinyu,
leg,
because
poultry
quite frankly,
leg,
nobody
said
calls
hi
her
Morgan
by
R.
Haruko's name, so much that I barely remember that it exists. Anyways, Jinyu is Haruko's
Nub said
other
can't
half.
rid of me
No,
smiling
she's
face
not
with hard eyes
Haruko's
emoji
sexual
smirking
partner.
face
She's
emoji.
actually her other half.
Why would you say that? I don't think anyone got rid of you.
When Haruko took Animus' power for herself, it couldn't be contained. So, as a result, Jinyu was formed from Haruko. A scene
Morgan
so
R said I
important
have an
that it was
Xbox
put at
One.
the end credits. Yeah, let's put it during the end credits where, everybody turns off the episode. Whose brilliant idea was to put this groundbreaking plot point at the end credits? I digress.
Yeah, that's
Jinyu
kind of
acts
dumb.
as a foil to Haruko.
Wolf
As
Spider
the series progresses,
asks, can we
I
maybe end each
didn't
other?
do that on purpose, actually. Jinyu tries to get both Hidomi and Ide away from Haruko on multiple
Nub
occasions
said can't get
until
rid of me.
eventually, midway
I'll
through
always
the
be
series,
here,
Haruko
watching.
devours her,
Unzips Cooley.
although Jinyu is brought back a few episodes later. She does serve an important role in Haruko's development towards the end. When Animus leaves again, Jinyu comforts Haruko as they both sulk over their boyfriend. I'm not quite sure.
Are they the
Despite
same
playing an
person?
important role in this particular series, however, Jinyu never appears again, which is bizarre. But I suppose that's par for the course for Fully Cooley. Oh, she also drives a Chevrolet Bel Air because Haruko rides a Vespa. Get it? This thing is like the other thing. I wish we could have seen her one more time, but you know how it goes.
Nub said wiggles
Alright,
my
let's
nubby
move on
nub
to
nub
the story.
stanky dank
While
dank
it's
triple
true that
thick
the
butts.
original Fully Cooley didn't really have a
What
story.
anime are you
as
watching?
a
We're
part
not
of-
watching anime. Well, technically it's about anime. We're watching the overanalyzation of Fully Cooley being mediocre. Not the original. We're talking about the sequels per se.
Morganar said sure. My GT is lost in space.
Okay. Guys, can you divulge your personal information to each other on, like, outside the chat? Because we try to avoid that. That causes trouble. Whether it's a Discord or whatever, just share
Morganar
that
said
outside.
if mods allow that to stay in
Six-episode
chat.
run, it was
Sorry in
more about
advance.
characters than anything else. The main cast of characters are what drives the plot for Fully Cooley. Here, though, in Progressive, I think it's a little of both. While the characters of Progressive drive its plot for the most part, it does have an overarching story. Well, that's the tricky part. You see, Progressive does kind of have a plot, although it's hard to make sense of it at times. It's not as if I don't know the events that unfold, because I do. It's just that I have a hard time making sense as to how these plot points fit together cohesively. To get straight to the point, I think too much is going on, especially towards the end. While it's not my favorite, I can follow the events that unfold between Hidomi, Haruko, and Ide. I cannot say the same thing for the supporting cast.
Hello,
First,
Daniel.
there's Hidomi's mom, which is fine if you want to include her. We have Ide's random-ass friend and his rented girlfriend who ends up turning into a plant? Not to mention this plant girlfriend's supposed dad. At least according to the wiki, he's also Commander Amuro's son, too? Fun fact, at some point he played Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog. Wait, if this guy is Commander Amuro's son, how many years have gone by since the first iteration of Fully Cooley?
That's a good question.
And then there's this old lady who ends up showing up towards the end. I have no idea who she is or how she falls into the story proper. This climax feels like there's way too much going on with the fight with the medical mechanica and the plants, or iron depending on your definition. I feel like this series would have done a lot better if it had been somewhat shorter. If the series had only been, let's say, 3 episodes, I think there could have been something here. As it is, it feels a bit stretched out and too long. And then it ends with a really bizarre message.
There's nothing I want to be. There's nothing I want to do. And that's probably not the best way to be. But you know what? It probably doesn't matter.
Please tell me that's not the actual message. That makes almost little to no sense.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I was saying. This is the problem when you make a sequel like this. Because the problem with this is that they're trying to sound as, like, I don't know, philosophical as possible, but it just sounds try-hard as fuck, and then when you actually listen to what they're saying, it doesn't make absolutely no sense compared to the actual original. Because the actual original put thought in it, put their heads in it, and made sense of what they was doing. It had, like, layers and different meanings and metaphors and blah blah blah. But no, this show is just literally a cash grab if you really think about it. That's really what this is. Like, that's just how horrible that is. That's why, if this was said back in 2015, in the early 2000s, late 90s, fucking this show would have been like another masterpiece because no one really put the thought into listening to this, right? But now we're much older now, and we're watching these shows with more of a mature lens. If you stop and listen to that, dude, like, that really makes no fucking sense. Like, it might sound cool.
Said I like your female like the body time. I always have a hard time with it. So good job.
Thank you. Like, thank you. It sounds cool, but when you really stop and think of it, it just sounds like a Facebook post trying to sound deep. You just sound like a moron. That is what it is.
A Disney
literally.
Thing?
Let me see. Is your profile a Disney looking thing? Let's see here. Like that.
Is that the
Alright,
secret
so the
message
body
left
type
behind by
here
the
is a little
creators?
bit more
Based on the
whiting.
behind-the-scenes information that we have, they seem
Morgan
really
R said,
excited
haha,
to
yeah,
work on
Say
the
about
Wolf
that.
sequel.
Spider.
But if what they're
That's the
saying
one.
here at the end is true, then why did they work on it to begin
There we
with?
go.
Maybe it's trying to say that it's okay.
Jolly
I have to
Hunter
fix
said
the
we
legs.
want Right
I
on
find
beach.
that's a
Legs
stretch. And to be honest
need
with you, that statement from Hitomi
work.
feels somewhat insulting
Gotta
after
fix the
watching her go
legs.
through what she did.
But
Hitomi
before we
herself
do is,
clearly wants to date
let's get
eBay
the
and has
Spider.
desires to
concept
custom
in check.
one on her cafe with her mom.
121,146
So I feel like
gamer
it doesn't
score.
apply to the character itself. So I'm not sure what to make of this finale. When I first started this
Okay,
rewatch,
now where's
I
the
had pretty low
pose?
expectations going in, as this was one of the worst ones of the bunch in my opinion.
Okay,
Before we
so the
released
hands
sequel
are
to me,
about
it was probably my least favorite,
here.
even if you included that
About
monstrosity.
here.
But coming out of it, I found way more value than I expected to. However, I still feel that it's far less than the original. The story is a mess, yes, even compared to the original, and I really wish it had maintained focus on its main quartet of characters. When it ended for the first time, I thought nothing of it, and I was really hoping for the next season to be better. So, was it? When I experienced the original
One thing I hate
for
about
the
this
first
type of
time,
angle
my
is that
opinions of it
when the
were
hands
somewhat
are in the
average.
ring,
So,
it always looks
this
so
may come as no surprise, I wasn't looking forward to the sequel. And then, once it came out and the sequel was far worse than I'd even imagined, I didn't have high hopes for the third installment. But maybe my expectations were so low that any conceivable positive thoughts in regards to this show would have been a guiding light in a sea of, well, mediocrity. Because on my first initial viewing of the series,
Morgan
I
R said,
actually
yeah,
really
I've had
enjoyed it.
Xbox
But
since
after all
2012.
these years, does it hold up under the microscope? Or was it that my expectations were in fact so low that I thought Never Series was far superior? Surprisingly, I found Alternative quite enjoyable. Although, to be fair, there are a few hiccups along the way. Alright, let's discuss the story and characters. Matter of fact, does Alternative even have a story? I mean, kind of. Alternative, despite how loose it might be, does have a plot. It's not worth going over though, I think. All you need to know is that irons are coming to flatten the Earth again. And now 1% of the human race is leaving Earth in space shuttles. But personally, I'm fine with that. The reason being is that I've truly never cared about the plot of Fully Cooley. In the original series, the irons were just a means of displaying the different forces in life coming to destroy your creativity and flatten your brain. The idea of you charging along in your monotonous life, doing the same thing over and over, ultimately leaving your growth stunted along with your creativity. No, Fully Cooley is truly at its best when it's about its characters and less about its plot. So let's talk about Alternative's leading lady, Kana. Kana is a high school student who likes spending time with her friends. That sounds like every girl you've ever known, and I suppose to an extent you'd be right. But I find her far more entertaining than her progressive counterpart. I found Hitomi incredibly boring to watch, even at the end. But by contrast, Kana has high energy levels in quite a few episodes, and the way she balances out
let's push up. There's too much boringness in this particular pose, so I'm gonna push her leg out a little bit more to give it a little bit more emphasization. So I'm gonna push this leg out about here, about that much, right? About here-ish. So this leg will be straightened, and this one will be more crooked. And then what I'll do is connect it like this. And then here. Oh, that's too wide. It looks weird. No, that looks really weird. Fix that. That's really strange. Why does it look like that? It looks like a chicken wing. Looks like a chicken wing.
She's also seemingly quite poor. Her shoes are worn down and her phone is broken. By contrast, her oldest friend, named Pets, is filthy stinking rich. Although we don't find this out until the second to last episode. When one more important thing that I'll add before I move on is that Kana is very protective and loving of her friends. She will go out of her way even when they don't want her to and help them out. This is ultimately her core character trait that is consistent throughout the entire series. On 3 separate occasions, she butts in on her friend's business without them asking her to, and in a lot of ways, this really is considered a character flaw. Someone who doesn't know when to leave something alone and let somebody else handle this on their own. Sometimes we don't ask for help and we don't need it. However, I also see the other side of the coin. The idea
Actually, she doesn't even have a head. I gotta forget that. She's wearing a robot head. I mean, a box for a head.
So, I guess it's 50-50. HED is the popular one and arguably the most pretty out of the bunch. She is seen modeling in magazines and is presented as the school's top girl. When I watched Alternative for the first time, I had thought she had no interest in Kana and her friends, and I would actually find out that she's actually in the friend group. In the second episode, we focus more on her character. Her friends find out she's dating this older guy who's a photographer. Later, we see him cheating on her with Haruko, and Kana drags her other friends along to help Hijiri break up with him. But in the end, Hijiri doesn't care because she views herself the same way as her ex. But then his camera breaks and he's revealed to be an absolute baby, and I think it's here we learn an interesting lesson. That sometimes being mature and acting grown up is overrated, especially when you still have some of your youth left. Alright, I think we can move on to the fat one. What? You were all thinking it. I just said it. Anyways, Mozan is the big one of the group, okay? She can often be seen eating a lot of snacks and stuffing her face. Although, I don't need to give her grief because her friends give her plenty of shit. And really, those are the best kinds of friends. And none of this stops her from following her dreams of being a fashion designer. Mozan spends most of her time in episode 3 working herself to the point of exhaustion. It's here that we see Kana again insert herself, like she always does, and help out her friend. This gets her in trouble with Mozan, but ultimately they smooth things over in the end. I unfortunately cannot say the same thing for the last friend I'm going to talk about. And now
You still wait. Just be clear. Do you still want me to do the pose exactly how you want it, or you want me to move her hands? Because I know, like, showing her body was pretty important to you, right? The body type that she was. Because if I have the hands covering her stomach, it kind of just like shields that away, right? You want me to draw her body like to be more revealed, right? So when I put the clothes on, I just want to make sure that's what you want. Please let me know.
In the beginning of the series, she's often seen making fun of Mozan, and even later taking photos of Hijiri's butt. She comes across as a really fun character in the beginning, although in the middle, not too much happens, and then towards the end, she turns out to be a total bitch. She goes from being one of my favorite characters to being my least favorite in a matter of...
Honestly, I give you all free reign.
Okay. Because I thought, like, I know she is a cute pose, don't get me wrong. But I know that the body type probably is something important. So I thought if I move our hands out, move the arms, be more free-like, and we see more of the stomach, it really shows off the physique, or at least the overall structure of the character. So you know what she's like. They have an overarching idea what they look like. Because sometimes arms can be very like it can shield sometimes the body types, and it could be.
Jolliantra says that body type makes me self-conscious personally.
I understand, but I don't know if that if that because it's your character, it's up to you. If you want me to keep the arms where it is, I will. It makes no difference to me. I thought you wanted the character to be more expressive. There's a very conservative pose, so I don't know if you want her to be more expressive compared to the. Let me see the other pictures that you sent me, that Bryce showed me. She don't have to be like super conservative. She should just be expressive. It's up to you. Oh, I mean to Faith. I just realized that was Ari. No, I just realized that was Ari talking.
Minutes.
My bad.
She whines and complains that Kana involves herself in her problems, which, if you just up and leave, I would expect my best friends to come after me and find out what the hell happened. But then she whines and complains about the boy they both had a crush on, and Kana turned him down. But Pets liked him too. say something about it. To, I don't know, your best friend. I thought the point of a girl's BFF is to tell them everything.
The day that we sign up and say that we best friends, that means that my bullshit
is your bullshit.
And your bullshit is my bullshit.
Kana didn't even know about Pets being rich. And while the show claims that the other two friends knew, it's not like Mozan and Hichi were told by Pets herself. They found out through other means. So Pets is just keeping all of this BS to herself, all of the time. That's fine. That's her prerogative. However, don't complain about your friend not knowing anything about you when you don't tell her anything about yourself. It's sad because it leaves a very sour taste in my mouth because of how everything just leaves off. Pets does swap hairpins for the symbolism, I guess, but then just leaves and is never to be seen again until the final series. So
What's the matter?
Is there a lot going on plot-wise? No, sadly, I'm afraid not. But again, I think that's okay. Or at least for me. While these characters aren't groundbreaking, my editor found them extremely boring, but I found them endearing at times. And that comes from the perspective of someone who sat down to analyze alternative. I think I appreciated it more because I was so engrossed in the characters' motivations, so I could try to understand why I enjoyed the series for the first time. And I think the overall message somehow resonated with me. The idea of not necessarily wanting to grow up and wanting things to stay the same, to capture one moment and hold on to it forever. But unfortunately, things move forward and things change, for better and for the worst. That being said, though, I don't think it holds up to the original. The animation, well, again, not bad, it just doesn't stand out that much. And the story is almost non-existent. If you were expecting more adventures with Haruko, you will be sorely disappointed. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I haven't talked about her in a while, have I? There's a reason for that. Have any of you guys sat down and watched something like Harry Potter and remember partway through that they changed the actor for Professor Dumbledore? Yes, the previous
Most
actor
people won't
passed
notice.
away, so they needed to replace him. But I'm specifically talking about the situation where us, the viewer, we're watching the film, right? And we're thinking to
Jolly
ourselves,
Hunter says I love
clearly
Harry
this is the
Potter.
same character, and he's dressed the same and has the same mannerisms, but everything feels slightly off. Now, we eventually warm up to the new replacement and everything turns out fine. But I have this problem with Haruko. And this time, Haruko looks exactly the same, sounds the same, and I think acts like she normally would, for the most part. We'll get to it. Because upon my rewatch, I felt that she was an entirely different person. Or at the very least, she gave me the feelings that I had when Dumbledore got replaced. But Haruko's design didn't change all that much. And her voice, at least in English, is the same. So what gives? Why does she feel so different? In Progressive, everything seems to be fine at first. However, within a few episodes, our loud and obnoxious Haruko turns into what feels like a villain. To be clear, Haruko did have sinister intentions in the original, but for the most part, she was playful and malicious. In Progressive, it doesn't feel that way. Especially towards the last few episodes, Haruko will say
What are you trying to say?
things that come across as threatening. As a result, it feels almost out of character. Or rather, in this case, it doesn't feel like the same character. And an alternative, it's another subject entirely. Haruko has gone in the complete opposite direction. She's now an officer for the Intergalactic Police. Excuse me? Okay, she mentioned this in the original series, but I thought it was a joke or some stupid kind of ruse. You know, like how in The Dark Knight, the Joker has multiple backstories. I thought it was that kind of thing, you know? But now she actually works for this organization and behaves for the most part. She has a handler named Konda, and she seems to listen to him most of the time, and he in turn gives her a decent amount of leeway. Although there is something interesting that he calls her, Rockaroo. The same name was brought up in the original series by Commander Amuro. He states that this is her actual name, and Haruko is just an alias. Honestly, it could be a myriad of different things. It could be an alias, it could be a sibling, it could be a clone, or it could be an alternate version from a different universe. To be honest, I don't know. Honestly, that very first scene could have just been put there.
As long as she has a cute and happy pose, I give you free range. Okay.
In theory, it could
I got you.
explain why she's different because there are all these different versions of her. But I don't know that for sure, because it could also be that there were different directors and writers putting their own spin on the same character. But all this comes across as a little
try hard.
Anyways,
I'll say
let's
try
move
hard.
on. Up next is grunge. A lot of
that
things
bad?
can be said about this installment. Though So there are a few things that I rarely see mentioned when the fourth season of Fooly comes up. One of these things is that it was hardly ever marketed. Fooly Grunge was initially announced on March 17th, 2022, roughly 3.5 years after the initial airing of both Progressive and Alternative. And that's kind of bizarre that we hadn't heard a peep after seasons 2 and 3. At the very least, Progressive and Alternative were hyped up by Adult Swim as well as Production IG.
Eli Irish said, "Hey."
For the sequel season.
Hello.
However, when it comes to grunge, it came out of left field. And when the initial news did come out, there was a full-blown trailer for it. How many times have you heard about that? Not a peep from a production, but then you do hear some news and there's a full-blown trailer. Add to the fact that both seasons 2 and 3 have physical releases, but grunge, as well as shoegaze, does not. At the time of this recording, it's been a little over a year, and we haven't heard anything about a DVD or Blu-ray release for seasons 4 and 5. Now, that doesn't
Morgan R. said,
necessarily
"Hello,
mean
Eli
that show
Irish."
or that it had received bad publicity, but what do the fans think? They were tired. Yes, you do have the glass half full people in the comments of these articles talking about the release, but the majority was just fed up with the sequels. Most people's perceptions of seasons 2 and 3 is pretty much the same as mine. Progressive was not that great and Alternative was somewhat better, but for a lot of people, nothing can be better than the original. So, when you have with installment that not only has to contend with the fact that nobody is watching at this point, but also the fact that it's CGI, yeah, let's discuss that elephant in the room. Fooly Grunge is mostly CGI. It's not just the robots and a couple action scenes, it's everything including the characters, barring a few scenes. I'd really prefer it if my anime wasn't in this form. I know you've heard all this before, because this is the internet after all, but
Jolly
CGI
says I
and
never
anime
could get
aren't
into
really
those
that
90s
good of a
animals.
match. Oftentimes it comes across as clunky and not nearly as fluid as 2D animation. Just look at how they massacred Berserk in 2016. So when people like me come across something like Fooly Grunge for their first time, their first impressions are, well, not that great. But first impressions aren't everything, right? Surely we can have faith in Production IG will deliver a good product, right? After all, they animated CG backgrounds before, right? So maybe this time around they'll do something that really stands out. What's that? They're not animating it at all? Oh, Mont Blanc Pictures? That's who's responsible for the animation. Well, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is most of their work centers around CGI. The bad news is they've only done 4 productions.
Are you serious?
Oh boy.
Oh, fuck.
I've heard a few ramblings on the internet that this show doesn't actually look all that bad. Yeah, it doesn't look nearly as bad as Berserk 2016, but it's still terrible. I know I just outed myself as someone who doesn't like CGI in anime, but I really can't stand this season. Look at all the background characters. They've all got the same face. They tried to write this off in the show as just being a grown-up thing, but you and I both know the real reason why this exists.
Save money.
It would have taken too much time for them to draw all these faces on these characters. Or how about when Haruko first introduces herself to Shin, and the show tries to show off her ass. Both the animation and camera work can't make her butt look good, so it comes off looking terrible and unappealing. And then, a couple scenes later, Haruko kisses Shin, and they have a heart around their lips because the models can't kiss without it looking broken. That's okay. So long as the story and characters are good, it should make the series much more watchable. I remember the characters being at least pretty good, right? Spoiler alert. I misremembered. The story. There is no story. Yeah, I hear that one guy in the back. Yes, there is. Fine, have it your way. Haruko creates chaos, and while said chaos is going about, 3 friends try to make it out alive. Kind of. Look, there's only 3 OVAs to grunge. That's not much of a story because it's mostly about the characters. If I tried to explain this story in detail, I would have an aneurysm.
Here, you love it.
What's wrong?
Take it. See you later, old man. The last shuttle is leaving tonight. Here we go, boys. Everyone's coming together.
Autostar killer!
you just saw happens all in one night. Now look, I'm just going to continue what I've been doing. It's best if I explain the story through its characters. So let's get started.
Eli Irish said hi.
Naruto, Shin. I mean
Hello.
Shin. His name is Shin. But it also feels like they copied too much from Naruto. You know that famous meme, right? You can copy my homework, but don't make it look too obvious. Well, the writers of Grunge made it look too obvious. For all intents and purposes, this might as well be Naruto with slight differences. Instead of going to school for the most part, Shin just works at his father's sushi shop. But everything else almost feels the exact same. Shin encounters Haruko, who teases him and eventually kisses him so that he can produce NO from his forehead and high needs ensue. Didn't you just skip a few details, Greenline? No, I didn't. The only thing I might have skipped was the mayor's call for martial law, but that's it. Everything happens so fast, but I'm going to elaborate more as we continue. Let's move on to Shin's friends. Shunari is one of Shin's friends who... I'm sorry, what am I looking at? Should we give Marco a call? Because I feel like their intellectual property is being infringed. He's just a thing from Fantastic Four. Okay, all that aside, what is Shunari bring to the table? Because quite frankly, his buddy Shin isn't all that well developed as a character. Thankfully, Shunari is slightly more developed, although it's only a little bit. Shunari has the benefit of having an older brother and having somewhat of a backstory. The second episode starts off with Shunari and his brother Denari throwing the remains of their parents into the sea. You probably thought I should have given that previous line just now a little bit more weight than I did, but I didn't want you to have any unnecessary tension because the show sure didn't. I'd also like to point out that these two are built like houses, and yet their parents' body bags look more human-sized than anything. I know this because they ended up dumping humans into the sea later on. Shunari is teased as a child by his classmates, and Shin stands up for him, and I suspect that's how they became friends. His elder brother Dainari ends up joining the Yakuza and is a heavy hitter for their gang, quite literally. It's revealed that he does all this in an effort to get his brother off the planet. Dainari ends up passing away, however, due to an encounter with another member of their species of sorts and dies in an explosion. I'm convinced this was partly due to Haruko injuring him early on. While Dainari is passed out, Haruko steals a piece of his body to give it to another one of Shunari and Shin's friends, Orinoko. During the climax, Shunari finds out that Haruko, while also being the mistress of the Yakuza boss, was also the mistress for the mayor. The same mayor who is responsible for his brother's death. I bring this up because I thought he was going to confront her about it, but he doesn't. It's just left there on the cutting room floor. And despite all this effort of the brother saving up his savings so his brother can get off the planet, instead he decides to stay. Cool. I'm glad your brother saved up all that money so you could just waste all of it and not buy a ticket. Oh, thank goodness we made it to the last one. Orinoko is the last episode, as well as the final friend of the trio. Her design reminds me of some kind of 2010s e-girl, but that's just me. Orinoko works as a blacksmith with her father and makes Shin a sushi knife, and then later on makes a katana for Shinori. She spends most of her section of the story collecting or in the dump. Oh, yeah. This planet is basically a garbage heap. And because this planet is a garbage heap, it's hard to find decent metal ore. She eventually finds some with the help of her friends and Haruko, and ends up making a katana. After the sword is finished, her father dies, finishing his masterpiece. The show makes this out to be a joke, by the way. It's fine as long as the father does.
Eli Irish said low taper
but
fade.
he doesn't. He legit dies. But the show plays this off as if he's going to make it, but then he doesn't. It's a really stupid joke. Then, the final episode tries to tear out the heartstrings by having the robot that works for them actually turn out to be Orinoko's mother. This in theory could have worked, but there's not nearly enough time to make this moment satisfactory. Orinoko is the only one out of her friends to make it off the planet and onto the final shuttle. Cool. Awesome, Orinoko. I'm glad you could make it off. And your friends can stay here in the garbage dump and rot away. What are you still doing here? Asked Ferris Bueller. The show's over. I'm not kidding. This series, or rather this season, only has 3 episodes, as previously mentioned. And therein lies one of the main problems. It's too short. Or it is too many characters. Take your pick. And speaking of which, Commander Amuro is in this, although he has nothing to do. Which proves my point. This series is too bloated. There's too much going on for any of these concepts to be fully fleshed out. Who is Shin, and what are his motivations? He's just a carbon copy of Naruto at this point. No, scratch that. He's even less. And what about Shinari? What's his species? Why are all they fated to drink themselves into a stupor? While it's true he was given significantly more than Shin, it's still not nearly enough to understand him as a character, really. The series itself doesn't have enough time to give answers to these questions. Like when Shinari wants to find out the connection between Haruko and the mayor. Orinoco is in the exact same boat. At the end of it all, we barely know nothing about her mother, being the robot, and by the time it's revealed, you couldn't be bothered to care about the plot twist because there was nothing built up to it. This series needed 2 or 3 more OVAs. It's basically chopped in half compared to its predecessors. Maybe if it had more time, some of these characters could be more fleshed out, and other characters could be more than just cameos.
La Benda TV Queen says a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
Series, and that's saying a lot. So, no, it's not just the CGI, it's how the entire series is written. There's way too much going on to explain how anything works and how we're supposed to feel in regards to these characters. And then it ends in the most somber way possible, even though the show tries to play it off as uplifting somehow. Look, I know these aren't supposed to be happy endings necessarily, but in a lot of ways, this one scene is downright depressing. Orinoco leaves the
La
planet
Benda
to
TV
pursue
Queen
better
says,
things,
do you
but she
think you could add
basically does it
electricity
alone
around her?
and has no one.
Yeah.
She's got her mom, but her mom's a fucking flash drive. And her 2 friends who probably wanted to move on from this garbage planet are still
That's a
stuck
small
here.
ask I can
So
do.
at the end of it all, what are you left with but a worse experience than progressive or alternative? So
La Benda
now
TV
what?
Queen
What could
says,
you
yay,
possibly
thank
do
you.
after this
No
point?
problem.
Most people would think that once you hit rock bottom, you can only go up, right? But there are times when you're simply too tired to care. You'd rather stay put than move forward. And I think that's what happened with a lot of people. Once they saw grunge, Fooly Cooly was all but over for them. The ones who had initially given the series a chance had now fully decided to abandon it, leaving very few remaining for the final installment of shoegaze. On the surface, it's not that bad, but it's not great either. As a matter of fact, it suffers from the same problems as grunge. One of the main problems is that it's too short. It only has, again, 3 episodes. Let's make it clear
3
that this
episodes?
is
Oh my
an
god,
OVA
this has to
series,
stop.
and so 3 episodes shouldn't really matter too much.
Shit,
This
even
isn't your
fucking
typical
Netflix gives you
1
8
or 2
episodes for a
anime.
season. God damn,
However,
3?
3
This has to
episodes
stop.
isn't enough
This
to
is
cover
stupid.
all that's here. Let's get into it.
And the problem with this is, we all know why Fooly Cooly was so damn short. The first time. We all know why. It was production reasons. We all know that. Why do they keep making it shorter? It's not working. Stop doing that. That shit's stupid. Remember, the other one wasn't on purpose. It was forced. That's why the show was so short. That's why there's only 6 episodes. The original creator said he had like up to 20 episodes or some shit, some high ass number. I think it was in the double digits. He did not actually attend for 6 episodes, but because they didn't have money and they was going through that bullshit they was going through, he had to make 6. Like, what the fuck? Can we stop making very short? That's half the episodes of the actual original. Stop this. It's stupid. It's not working. God damn.
Misaki is one of the 3
Fucking hacks.
main characters of shoegaze. Misaki recently transferred to a new high school and is incredibly introverted due to the fact that he can only see what I can describe as otherworldly beings. Everyone else around him is unable to see these ghost-like specters, causing him to keep to himself as he got older. But then, not long after he transfers, he meets a fellow classmate on the roof of the school named Hirumi, and they decide to bomb a tower that happens to be a shopping center.
But why? What the fuck?
Quickly.
I remember the first time watching this and thinking, that's rather strange, but they just must have made a small explosive. But no, when the bomb gets tossed out the window later in the episode, it damages a good part of the building. How did 2 teenagers get a hold of materials to do this? I have no idea. Getting back to Misaki, I think he finds some level of comfort in Hirumi. This is the first time in a while that he's had a decent friend. It also helps that he's driven by his, well, manhood. While this is a wild and crazy thing to do, give credit where credit is due. I feel like Misaki is disconnected from the world at this point, and any interaction, especially one that involves a sexual attraction, would have pushed him along regardless of who it was. And Misaki feels mostly original compared to Shin from Grunge. Masaki's partner in crime is Harumi, who... What the
What?
fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
One of the most outlandish things I've heard in this series. And I've heard a lot of shit, seeing as though this is Fooly Cooley. And just so we're clear, it's not out of the ordinary of Fooly Cooley to do this, but for this to be one of the opening lines of the season is certainly something. Haruko, Harumi is our secondary protagonist who encourages Misaki to go through the after-school program, let's just call it for YouTube's sake. She presents the call to action and drives forward the other two protagonists in the series. Harumi meets up with Misaki at the beginning and explains to him that she feels disconnected from the world. She tells him that she feels like she doesn't belong here. She feels out of place. So once we fully flesh out, we're going to reveal it. Yeah, we're going to reveal that she's actually Haruko in disguise, right? No, this isn't Haruko at all. She's a completely separate character. I understand from her perspective that this isn't something terribly objectively speaking. However, subjectively, I don't know how I feel about this. Up until the reveal of Harumi and her identity, you could forgive anyone who thought this was Haruko, seeing as though she acted quite similar. She calls the male protagonist to action as well as using Misaki for her own purpose.
Then what's the point of this episode?
That's what it looked like.
The fuck is the point of this?
From the way she talks, her mannerisms, as well as the way she moves, it all feels similar to Haruko. Bear in mind that this is also the final installment in this series, at least at the time of recording this video. There isn't going to be a new Fooly Cooley for a while, and Haruko doesn't make an appearance. So this leaves her in this kind of random limbo of whatever the hell grunge was. Not only that, it leaves Harumi feeling like a diet version of Haruko. So wait, if Harumi isn't Haruko,
what the hell is this?
Who is she? The reason Harumi feels so disconnected from the world around her and feels like she doesn't belong is, well, because she technically doesn't. Harumi was actually a young boy from an alternate universe that was teleported or transplanted into another world when Medical Mechanica split the universes at the end of Alternate, leaving Harumi feeling displaced.
Are you serious?
Although I'm not too sure how this affects people in her universe. When female Harumi spawned into this world, how were the people she knew affected when she left? The show frames it as her very existence being erased, which makes sense to some extent, but when Harumi initially spawned into this world, she was given some sort of placement. Despite not belonging to this world, she had friends who knew her, and I assume a family that loved her. But now that's all been erased. Her very existence never really mattered, even though the universe seemed to have a Harumi of their own. Put simply, Harumi didn't just spawn out of nowhere to the surprise of many. It seems she had a place there in this alternate universe. So where did that space go when she left? Was it filled by another person who had taken her place in the second universe? I don't know. I suppose it doesn't matter too much in the end. Let's move on to our final character, and a surprising return of one. Oh shit, Kana's back.
I'm surprised.
Are you serious?
Sure, but it wasn't.
No, sorry, old man Palpatine, not this time. Kana's inclusion in this part in this story is just weird, which may come as a shock to my editor and the rest of you, seeing as though I really enjoyed Alternative. But her inclusion in this doesn't feel right. In fact, it feels like a slap in the face if you enjoyed Alternative in any shape or form, because Alternative's ending is at least semi-hopeful. Shoegaze takes whatever hope that ending had and throws it out the window. Kana does briefly talk to her friends in a single scene, but throughout most of the final season, she's pretty miserable. We spent most of our time with her in episode 2 while she's running errands for Harumi, who is just stalling for time. In this episode, we see Kana is tired, stressed, and annoyed. Any trace of that hopeful young girl from Alternative is long gone. There is nothing left but a husk of her former self. The sad part is I'd be fine with all of this if her backstory in Shoegaze wasn't this depressing slump. So after the end of Alternative, the agent Conda takes her under his wing and tries to activate her NO, but it fails. And so they try again and again and again. It doesn't end up working. It ends up being Misaki who is the trigger, and his NO that ends up being used to pull the universes back together. This leaves Kana as a character being utterly useless. I feel that this is a gap that Agent Kondo could have easily fulfilled himself. There was no need to drag Kana into this, but I digress. But would you be surprised that's not even the real slap in the face? No, the real insult is, for the most part anyways, all of this was pointless. After all this, even Misaki's NO does not work. Because a giant worm-like creature appears at the end and causes the collisions of the two universes to stop. What was the point of all this? It all just ends up bitter, not bittersweet. Well, I suppose Harumi can get back to his original universe, and Kana briefly gets to see pets for all of 5 seconds. So I suppose that there's something to all of this. Hey, look at that. At the tail end of the series, we see Harumi once again. And he's with his family, and he seems to be happy, and runs into Misaki again. Wait, what? Why is Misaki here? Oh, he seems to have... He calls himself out.
What the fuck?
That had to have been my genuine reaction when I saw this for the first time. This is Animus? How?
That's Animus?
It isn't. This is just how this ends. It leaves just more questions than answers, and I don't know if it was for the best. I understand. Fooly Cooly has been kind of bizarre. It always has been, right? But if you were to ask any fan about a sequel, they would have laughed. It really didn't need any sequels. What could you possibly add to this series that was so random and quirky? And yet, a sequel was made. And we could point fingers all day, but it also doesn't matter. The sequels are here whether we like it or not. And not to sound like somebody coasting off the sequel hate, because there's some actual installments that I really do enjoy. As I mentioned before, I'm not the biggest fan of the first one, but it's still a decent watch. And yeah, I didn't like Progressive all that much, but at least it had some decent visuals that were somewhat similar to the original. And although my editor and others aren't really fans of Alternative, I liked its story and Kana as well as her friends. Everything else is just a bust for me. I don't think it hit the same way, and that's tough to tell creators. That a work they want to continue shouldn't be continued, because Fooly Cooly really isn't the same as it once was. It's not the early 2000s anymore, where you can just experiment and have fun. This is now a property that has to make money. But not only that, have you ever stopped and thought to yourself, we are not the same anymore. We grew up, we got jobs, we have kids, we have different lives now. Trying to cater to fans of Fooly Cooly wasn't going to work with the same story and lesson about growing up. Do you remember the early 2000s when Disney tried to make direct-to-DVD sequels of their animated classics, and they posed the question, do you want to know what happens after Happily Ever After?
Hell no.
And the answer at the end of the day is no, because nothing happens after that point. The story is done, and there's nothing left to be told. Sure, you can enjoy the characters, and maybe you want to see more of them, but what's the point? That's what these series of sequels feels like. An answer to a question no one asked. And until next time, guys.
Alright.
Jollyanta says, and I have apparently fallen in love with 90s anime style.
How do you know? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Beefy Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about Google and censorship. And apparently the FTC is going to launch a probe into big tech censorship. So everything is definitely changing very quickly this year because, you know, censorship was all the rage a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna talk about this. Actually, strangely enough, Wikipedia has a timeline of censorship by Google and other tech companies, so they're admitting to it now. Yeah, yeah. And we're going to talk about Mumble. I think a whole lot of information is going to come out in all these investigations. We're going to find out that we were a lot more censored than we thought we were.
Oh, I'm sure. And then what about the fact that there's a bunch of websites that are now out of business because of the different stuff that Google has done?
Yeah, and I think I'm going to be honest. I am beginning to think that this whole Google pivot to AI snippets might low-key be censorship. I think that they're going to use it as a plausible excuse. Oh, well, we started using AI snippets. Yeah, the AI snippets are actually from their preferred partners. Like
right, but they were training AI on Reddit, and that's why they were telling people to put glue on pizza.
Right, that's why Reddit's
Jesus.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Google has gotten dumber, significantly dumber, because of them training it on Reddit. We're going to talk about all this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You'll get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
So the FTC is going to look into it, and this is a new guy again appointed by Trump, and then I know Brendan Carr is the FCC, and I think they're going to get from both sides. But this is coming from the Hill. The FTC is launching a probe into big tech censorship. They're launching a probe into leading technology companies' content policies and user bans. Chair Andrew Ferguson announced Thursday, suggesting their actions can amount to illegal censorship.
I can always fix that.
Yeah, this is what we saw on Twitter.
Man, what you're seeing here is painting a full base. It's not the. It's not. That's why whenever you see me draw with this crayon, the crayon brush, that means it's not going to be. It's not the final thing. When you see me use a solid color brush, that means we're at the full max of being fun.
Lavenda TV Queen says okay.
Yeah. Banned, or certain websites are being shadow banned or deboosted or whatever in the algorithm. That was a conspiracy theory.
Right, but yeah, with Twitter, they found out that people were being shadow banned and everything else.
Absolutely. So this guy says, hey, big tech censorship is not just un-American, it's potentially illegal. The FTC wants your help to investigate these potential violations of the law. He wrote on X, we're asking for public submissions, from anyone who has been a victim of tech censorship, banning, demonetization, shadow banning, etc., from employees of tech platforms or from anyone else who can shed light on these practices and in the ways in which they may violate the law. So this is huge. They're going to bust this thing wide open, and I have to wonder, with so many layoffs in tech, if we're not going to get some disgruntled workers coming out and saying, no, this is what we used to do. We used to just flip a switch and turn off all the right-wing channels, or anybody that's talking about COVID, or anybody that's talking about
things we didn't want, right?
Things we weren't allowed to talk about, right? People were invited to submit pictures and documents. He said they can stay anonymous if they prefer. He called the probe an important step forward in restoring free speech.
Will get exposed.
Now,
on the show,
this is where the Hill gets into it.
Yeah.
The Trump administration has signaled it plans to curb what it believes has been censorship of certain groups or viewpoints. When President Trump tapped Ferguson for the role, the president said he has a proven track record of standing up to big tech censorship. By accepting the nomination, Ferguson vowed the FTC will end big tech's vendetta against competition and free speech. So this is this is what's interesting about it is sometimes I think it is a political thing, but sometimes I think it's a competition thing. And we talked about
this. 9 times it's usually both. It's very rare, just one or the other. It's usually both.
Audiences, and they were pulling eyeballs away from legacy media platforms.
Right.
As long as they have that bar.
Oh, we had to censor them because
internet money.
Censor them because they had the wrong. They were misinformation. It was misinformation. It's like, no, it was because they were kicking your ass.
Yeah, and that's what I think happened with like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones and stuff like that. Is I think that there may have been they basically waited to find a reason to get rid of people, to get them off the platform, and then they booted them because they were.
That's their fault. They fucking started that. That's what makes this ironic in itself. Yes, that's true that they had to wait for certain situations to happen for them to execute said order to get rid of these fucking idiots. But, like, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That is not even that's not the activist's fault. That's not the LGBT's fault. That's not the trans fault. That's not even That's not the Chud's fault. That's y'all's fault. Y'all caused this division. That's why DEI ESG is a problem, because now anyone who's a minority who's getting a job at one of these companies, whether you're LGBT or you're someone of color or gender or whatever the fuck, as soon as you get taken by one of these companies that only focus on diversity, it makes you itch your chin a little bit, in the sense of, are you here because of your skill level, or are you here because you are actually qualified for this job now? Now, anyone is a woman, trans, gay, whatever it is, they're gonna be always in question.
The new law changed,
That's the craziest part about this whole ESG DEI thing. That's why DEI should have never have happened, because it's the what I will refer to it as the little brother or the little sibling effect, where he's only here because my parents forced me to bring him with me, not the fact that he's actually cool to hang out with. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. That's literally what that is in a nutshell. And it shits on people who actually work their asses off to get to where they are. Now they're always going to be in question because that exists. That's why that is a problem. That's why I don't like DEI. It cheapens the idea of people who actually put work into something. Now, because that exists and we have to eradicate it, and it's going to take years, almost, I think, decades. This is decades worth longs of ramifications of damage has happened. Therefore, it's going to take double that, plus probably quadruple that, to get ratified that entire that entire concept now. This is why I don't like DEI, ESG, Bridge, or any of those things, because it cheapens the idea of someone who put the work in to get to where they are. Now, we'll never know if you came here in these situations within the time of between 2014, I'll say 2013, late 2013 all the way to now, or at least 2024. We don't know. It's been more than a decade now. We don't know if you're actually here because you are actually skilled, or you just got favored because of the times we live in. Now we don't know. We'll never know now. That's why DEI is stupid.
They were making them look bad. When you put CNN up against Joe Rogan and their views were.
But we all know why they even brought DEI in the forefront. It was not even supposed to help minorities or people of color or whatever. It was not that. It was just to go after straight white males. Let's just be honest with you.
Ridiculously low compared to Rogan. It is like one guy with a podcast. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the more I've been thinking about it with the websites. Now, we've covered this before.
No one else is. I mean,
nobody else is covering.
Mainstream media is not even going there because they love it. Because they're the ones, they made deals that get to say.
Josh Tyler has been on this, and he's currently in charge of Giant Freaking Robot, which he's basically put on autopilot at this point because he actually went to Google and they just gave him a song and a dance, a bunch of other small website owners, smaller niche website owners, and they don't care. They don't care. At first, I thought this is solely about keeping people on Google's page so they can monetize them better with the AI snippets. I am starting to believe this actually is just another form of censorship. I mean, it's like a 2-for-1, right? They're getting to keep all the money because they're not sending traffic to the websites. But now they can claim, oh, we're not censoring anybody. We just use AI snippets now. Look, all these AI snippets.
As a 2-for-1, he's right. So, no, what is it? No face, no case. Bro, that's a face no case response. Like, okay, if we're not sending traffic to you, we don't have to pay you anything. But if people say that we're censoring you, like, no, we're using AI. What the fuck are you talking about? We're using AI. There's no way we're censoring. We're using AI. AI is just, we're doing our training machine shit. Like, that's all we're doing. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You out of your mind? Are you crazy? No face, no case, motherfucker.
That we have financial dealings with just happen to be at the top.
Right, and then their competition you can't find anymore.
Right, and that's it. And that's you're seeing legacy media outlets making deals with Google and with others, for AI.
Well, I'm upset, and I would love them to look into this from the FCC standpoint, and the fact that Google
has gone out and destroyed. I mean, they're not even talking about it. This is something that you think should have brought the Congress or something. But they go after other little things. But this is like a huge deal. We're talking like thousands, hundreds of thousands of websites, and people's livelihoods and jobs just gone.
Yeah, and that's what's so depressing about. Like Retro Dodo was actually doing well enough that the guy who had the site, he actually kind of busted wide open. He was doing well
Busted
enough
wide
that
open,
he quit
bruh.
his day job. He was doing the site. He just had a kid, and then Google took it away from him overnight. Same thing happened to us. We had websites that we had for years. Some of our websites over a decade, and they performed pretty consistently. I mean, you always had your ups and your downs and whatever, but then Google, without warning, did this update. And
several updates. I think each update it got worse.
Each update, yeah. First, we saw like half of our traffic disappear, and then Killshot was the most recent one last spring, where they basically just turned off traffic to most niche websites. And it's even hurt, some bigger outlets too. So I think what they're doing is they're showing preferential treatment to their partners, people they partnered with to scrape their content for AI. And it's they're not.
Wow, that's fucking annoying.
But I think if they look into it, they're going to find out this is the case. All the algorithm updates, 9 times out of 10, they favor legacy media, and that's what I think it's really about. I think the censorship is political to an extent, but I think it's really about the dollar.
It's going to be political to an extent because most legacy media leans left.
I miss the days when you said I did everything on the internet, or I miss the days where just do it on the internet. Most people didn't care because they thought the internet was just a niche thing that you just do. Now it's such a facet in our lives now. You can't live technically without it if you live in like civilization where the internet even exists, right? Like it's funny. It's super funny to me. Like it's like you can't live without it one way or another. You have to use internet somewhere down the line, whether it's at school, whether it's on the computer. Whether at school, whether at home, whether on your phone. It's always connected. It's that what's that term? Everything will be connected. Oh no, everything you have will not be owned. You will never own or something like that. It's like the Internet of Things. You can never outrun these things. It's just forever going to be a constant everything. It's going to be always around, always going to be a facet of our lives one way or another, whether you like it or not. This is why I told my team just the other day, I said this to them. I know my team is a vast amount of artists. They like to draw and stuff. And I remember one of my students, which is one of my mods, literally showed a video of like some lady complaining about X using like AI to scrape arts or whatever the case may be, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, that sucks that they're using AI to scrape people's work.
I wonder how advanced this will be by 2040. I won't recognize the universe.
Oh, we'll see. But it's funny because when the lady was explaining, I'm like, you only know, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, this lady's only complaining because Elon Musk and his team told you this. It's not like they was forced to tell you, or someone went in their database and hacked their shit and the next one. No, they tell you up top because they're legalized to tell you that or some bullshit. So when you're sitting there complaining and bullshitting and then all that stuff saying, oh, this is evil, blah, 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 yeah, it sucks. But when you really think about it, you can't escape this thing. Might as well just stay on the goddamn app. Honestly, stay on the app. You know why I know some people who are famous artists claim this is a problem, but most of them are not complaining because they already made it, so they're not going to complain.
Says maybe they told us the Quace they have viewers watching them too.
No, they're forced by law to explain this because they can't do that. But like the fact that they even have to tell you, or they tell you outright and you're upset, kind of defeats the purpose because they're supposed to tell you. And even if they tell you, going to another platform doesn't solve your problem. Because that platform eventually is going to use AI tools. Once it starts using AI algorithms or AI anything, your art is the next thing they're going after. Yeah. So it makes no sense to even sit there and complain, oh, they're using things to scrape our art, X, Y, and Z. You can do the thing, I think they called image poisoning. I think that's what it's called. I forgot what the term is that you use to poison the algorithm so it doesn't scrape your shit or some stuff like that. I forgot what it's called. But you can do that if you want, but, that's the process. That's going to be annoying to do every time when you do artwork, but that's up to you. But anyway, the point is like, it makes no sense to just make a big fuss about it anyway. Because once this AI thing became in the the public zeitgeist of things, it was already over. It was way past over. It was over. It was over. Once it came into the public hands for anyone to use, it was over. See, if they kept AI to just military and that's it, then this conversation wouldn't even exist. But because they want to give it to everyone, that's where they fucked up. It's like kind of giving them on the internet. Not everyone should have the internet. I'm just being honest. Not everyone should have access to the internet. Because there's a lot of people who are not, well, very ill.
Says Google ever since it got a hold of that area is yikes.
Because like ever since the military chose to give the public the internet, it does some good things, but it also did just as much as bad, probably more in the long run. To me, I would have never gave the public internet or probably AI in general. I just wouldn't do it. It just
Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna help them out, and there's not enough to get government money like Politico.
Yeah, I know, right? But they're going to try to take out their competition too. And it's, again, it's like on some level, it's like, yeah, I vehemently disagree with these people, but it's very easy for us to paint our competition, people that aren't playing ball for our team, to paint them as Nazis and alt-right, conspiracy theorists and all this stuff. And it was so bad with, maybe I need to talk to the FTC. It was so bad with our websites at one point that, and we weren't even doing anything that racy, but they actually brought in a third-party company to audit
Evangeline,
our websites. And
small black square,
Make sure you
said
weren't
hi.
putting misinformation.
Hello.
Saying
What's going on?
They didn't like.
And it was like a compliance officer, right? They would come in and they actually had a dashboard you could see on your advertising dashboard, the different pages that they wouldn't put ads on, or ones that might be dicey. And they were looking for all kinds of stuff. They were looking for traffic anomalies, and they were looking for misinformation, and they were looking for sources. Were you linking out to Fox News? Oh, well, you don't want to do that, right? Because that might be misinformation. Or you're linking to Breitbart, that might be misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually would like flag all those issues on the dashboard. And again, this is like some third party, I don't even know if they're around anymore, but it would have been like 2021. And they were trying really hard to scrub anything they deemed wrongthink off the internet. You're not allowed to.
And non-compliance meant no money.
Right. That's just it. Then they could turn off your money, and they could get, oh, well, you talked about vaccine,
God damn.
You put conspiracy theories
Ain't
out
that
there. You're linking to websites that we don't agree with.
Uh-oh.
That's how they do it.
This is the utopia very small. That's how you get what do you call what's the time? A dystopia. It starts very small with these stupid shits, and then it tends to be normalized, and then once you normalize these little small things, this is when things go left, and then by the time you're living in a time like fucking cyberpunk or like Batman Beyond and all that shit.
Mad at first with any platform that wouldn't play ball, because they were all in lockstep, all of them. Even Facebook. I mean, you got Zuckerberg now who's like, yeah, I love Trump and masculine energy, and we're not going to censor people. But Facebook was one of the worst.
Yeah, they were.
They were.
Yeah, everything was like community notes, and fact checkers and all that.
Oh, they're fact checkers. Yeah, they fired them. But they said, yeah, the leaders of many of America's largest tech and social media companies have sought to warm relations with Trump as he begins his second stint in the White House, with many donating $1 million to his inaugural committee, and in some cases changing policies to align with his anti-woke agenda. They banned Trump from like every social media platform.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they did. I remember that. They went hard on this man. They said, nope. Nope. That was crazy. I was like, bro.
Jollianta says me too.
It's a wild thing when you can have your own president get banned on the internet. That was I am surprised a lot of people did not take that into account. Like, this is the president of the United States. I know he's not. A lot of people don't like him. I get that, but like, he's still a person, right? And he's still your president. Because like, if some bullshit happens, well, remember, he's not the one getting destroyed right away. It's you. So like, I don't think it makes sense banning the person and isolating him completely.
Lavenda TV Queen says, hey, Teach, you want to see how the tattoo is going, and if you want, you can show. I don't mind.
Alright, you can send it. Yeah, a lot of people did not take that account. Like, if it can happen to the prisoner, you punk ass, you bet you know it's gonna happen to you.
Jolly says they can't deny him to enter a site if he wants, though.
They can't, but if he can make a profile, that's gonna go left.
And these people, and the Hill is just so mad about it.
And now most of the time, in most of these websites, you can't do much of it on just a random website most of the time without some form of account having. Not all. I'm not saying every website's like that, but majority of them do that.
Says, oh, I see what you mean now.
Yep. So that was crazy. So like you can go on. I think no, you can go on Twitter, right? I think you can go on Twitter. Wait, can you go on Twitter? I think you can go on Twitter or X. Or you go on Twitter and you can surf around there. But if you want to like leave a comment or a case, you have to have an account. You can't just literally, you know. That's what I'm saying. You need to, for you to interact, you need an account. They need to identify you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you can't just go on a website and just fuck around. You can, but it's very limited now.
Jolly Ancha says plus most sites now require you to place your ID through as well.
That too.
Lavenda TV Queen says I send it.
Okay, I'll go look at it. No, I didn't finish the drawing because it was not an actual drawing. What I was doing was a practice study. So
well,
I don't
it's
finish
an agenda
those.
That people voted for.
I just learned
they're tired of the extremism. They want to just go back to normality, back to the middle.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to go back to that.
I don't think that was ever going to happen.
They didn't want that.
For us to get back to the middle of things, if you want to, like, this is the sad part, and a lot of people are not going to understand this. If you want to get back into the middle of things, like being in the middle of the road, being like conservative or liberal, or being a Republican or Democrat, whatever the case may be, if you want to be in the middle ground, have no internet. Have no internet. Really, just have no internet. Because if you, like, remember, people in the 90s and back felt more felt more in tune with life because they didn't have something to distract them like the internet. Majority of the time.
They had their says that's a problem. Without the internet, we would never have evolved Teach.
That's true, but then again, without the internet, we can still survive without it too. We don't need the internet to survive. We've done it thousands of years without the internet. The internet only came in between, what, the late 80s, early 90s? And became more acceptable at the far end of, like, 2005 and 05, I believe. Like, more early on 06. Yeah. So, it's been, like, what, 30 years since the internet? Or 40 years? I think about 30. That it became more of a thing now. Politics wasn't that important, but yeah, because no one gave a fuck. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Because like, if there was like, remember, watch old '90s shows. Watch Barney. Watch old '90s shows or old '90s movies. Kids seem like kids. Like kids seem very like kids. Like think of it in the sense of like the Wonder Years. Or Leave It to Beaver. Ferris Bueller. Home Alone. Fuck. Every Disney movie that came out in the early 2000s. Disney movie. I'm not talking about the Disney cartoons. I'm talking about those Disney Channel movies. Early 2000s. Kids felt like kids. They felt very like optimistic. They felt like there was more to life. X, Y, and Z. I want to do stuff. Kids nowadays, no. Just the other day. See what I'm saying, Jacob? See what I'm saying? Like, perfect example. My little brother said something wild to my girlfriend the other day. She said, and I know he was kidding, but really he does not understand the ramifications of asking this question because it's so normalized to make fun of this that's proof. There's a stark difference between kids now in the late 2010s to now to kids who was in 90s and 2000s. The difference between them is that the less that kids knew back then, the more kiddish they were, but the more innocent they was. Now, kids are so exposed to fucking everything, they say adult shit, and not knowing how much those ramifications of adult shit they say, have a lot more present now than ever. And they don't know how to, like, navigate and know when to speak, when not to speak. When I'm talking to authority and you know what I'm saying, they have more disrespect. They're more disrespectful than ever. Why do you think there's a whole section for teachers who complain about children and how disrespectful they fucking is? Not because they're disrespectful to their kids, because their parents is shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of it that way. Right? That would have never existed in the early 2000s or 90s or 80s. You'll never have a if a woman went on thing and said these kids are disrespectful, people will jump her.
Also got involved too in the late 90s.
Yeah, because like it's wild. It's crazy. Because he asked my girlfriend, she like, have you ever been to a Diddy party? I'm looking at him like, what the fuck? Why would you ask her that question? And he thinks he was funny, and he's only like 13 or like 12. And he's asking this question, and he doesn't understand the ramifications of that question. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, well, I looked at him like, why are you saying that stupid shit? I'm like, but this is what I'm saying. Like, these kids are exposed to too fucking much. This is why, like, things like the internet is just too much of a poison for most kids. I understand where Asmongold was coming from. I don't think kids at the age of 13 and up should be on the fucking internet at all. Just be honest. Like, he thought he was funny. It was not funny. We just looked at each other like, why the fuck? Like, it was not even funny how he said it. He just asked it.
TV Queen says no.
And he thought he was funny. He was laughing at it too. He doesn't think that's not funny. That's fucking weird. Like, even from it's a difference with like an adult saying it to a certain degree because adult knows the ramification. When a kid says it because he hears his friend say it, it's stupid. Bad stuff like Diddy and Espin gets normalized and becomes laughing. Yeah, right? Because, like, let's use an example. I said this, I think, a week ago. We can make fun of Diddy and Epstein because these are particularly men who did things not just to women, but they did to men. So because they did things to men in that, we think it's funny. Especially as Diddy, because Diddy is like a rapper, and rappers are considered to be like manly of manly because they, you know, thug life and all that shit, right? So hearing a man who's been in that life since Tupac and up to this point, and you're hearing all these crazy things, you think it's funny, especially with the baby oil and all that stuff and blah blah blah. You think it's funny, right? Because us as Americans, we are very unserious people. When we don't know how to get through things, we just try to use sarcasm and use memes and stuff to get past bullshit, right? That's our coping mechanism of being unserious as fuck, right? And it's not a good, healthy way of looking at life, right? Because what happens is you're actually normalizing that bullshit by making a joke out of it. And yes, I understand making jokes does lighten the mood thing, but it's a truth that is being normalized and amongst children. And because children hears what other teens are doing, other bigger people, big kids or their peers or people are older than, they want to be like them, right? So they'll just say who they idolize around them will say too, right? So he's around his little friends, and they're probably like swapping, like, you know, memes and stuff, and then probably the Diddy thing comes in, and then he thinks that's funny. They all think it's funny. They don't really understand how unfunny that is.
Says they normalized the computer when it first came out too.
They did, but that was normal because that was meant for work. The computer was actually meant for like office space, office work, getting stuff done. It was not. I don't think most people really thought of the computer or the internet for like what we use it for now, especially up today. No one in the 80s was thinking that in 20 or 30 years from now, we was going to be making cat memes and memes about serial SA people doing things on the internet and making fun of celebrities and censorship and all that. They was not thinking that. They was thinking about making a profit, put it into offices and buildings and stuff like that, and you know, it will make a lot of money, Microsoft, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what they was thinking. They was not thinking anything close to this.
Says they did near the 90s to look up basic things when the internet started to evolve.
Because remember, the internet wasn't all that accessible or that great. Remember, we had AOL and all that stuff, and we had to deal with like dial-up, and then if you had the internet at that time, if you had a family member who had internet, you couldn't be on the internet too long because either someone had to use the phone and it knocks you off the internet and blah blah blah. So it is what it is. And then now, because like I said last week, we are making fun of Diddy because of his status of being a celebrity, but really, we are not making fun of, what's his name? Weinstein. Not Epstein, but Weinstein. And he did things just to women. Right? You don't see no memes about this man in the slightest. None! Actually, you see more memes of Epstein than you've seen of Weinstein. And remember, these are grown-ass women he did shit to. And Oprah was friends with him. What does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? Well, you don't see no memes on this man in the slightest. But because we kind of know Diddy, therefore it makes it funny. That's what makes it worse. Because it's one thing when you don't know someone who's doing things, and another thing when you know someone and they're doing things and you're making jokes of it. What the fuck?
Back then was mind-blowing to fur.
Like, imagine.
Right, says we don't talk
about that. Right? It's crazy. That's crazy. That's how what's the right word? That's how desensitized we are as a society in that sense. And that's very disturbing if you really stop and think about it. Why do you think they say Gen Alpha is going to be more worse than Gen Z? Because they're so normalized into this type of like society. Therefore, the way they talk will be so different from Gen Z. So that's what's going to be crazy from that point. And whatever term they're going to use for alpha beyond that, that's going to be...
Jolly Answer says, what about people from the 50s and older? Are they desensitized?
It depends. No, they was desensitized. No, every generation has their own desensitization based on what was going on in those times. So like for instance in the 50s, certain women weren't allowed to be in certain positions of status, right? Because there was just women. Now, 50 plus years later, or actually 70 plus years later now, those women are billionaires. They're ex workers, if you get what I'm saying. They're Twitch streamers. They're I guess mechanics. They're boxers. They're everything There's nothing that no woman is nowadays. They're superheroes now. They're movie stars. They're business women. You know what I'm saying? The girl boss term is not something we just made up. That's kind of just like, that's kind of goes for the. There are a shaved head Marine soldier. You know what I'm saying?
Jolly Answer says, I think the old generation would go back if they could first.
They would, and now women can now say they're men. Like, you know, that there you go. So. Yes, so everyone was desensitized in their own way, depending on what era they was living in at the time. Or like that goes for minorities, not just women. It was just certain black people weren't allowed to be in certain positions of power, or just in anywhere in most cases. Same thing with Asians, Indians, and all that stuff. Depending on where you live in the world within those times, they had their sections like that before. Now those are either long gone or so close to not even existing that it's almost impossible to think such things. That's why you can have that woman that goes up in fucking the Middle East and demand money in front of the whole country, and she's getting money. You think that would have went well in the 50s? Fuck out of here. She would have probably get her head chopped off. I'm dead serious. I'm not even kidding. She would have got her head chopped off if this was like 1950s and they had TV like that, and then she just went up there and said, I demand this amount of money. Fuck no. But now, because we live in a time where, well, men are extremely lonely now, and then men don't really have any real agency in their lives 9 times out of 10 anymore. Or not all, but a good portion of them don't. And they are looking for a companion. They're like they're looking for a companion. This is why the OnlyFans thing it pops off for more. Well, not all for these girls, but it pops off when it pops off, because there's a lot of men who are lonely. You don't really hear a lot of women loneliness, like that. What we call women loneliness is just a cat mom to a degree. When we just call a man who's lonely, they refer to them as incels to a certain degree, which is I think is used wrong. But there's that too. Or just lonely men in general. So, you know, because I think right now in the times we live in, I think they said we are the most. I think men are at their most loneliest than they ever were in the last 40 years or something like that.
Jolly Answer says they're lonely and they want attention. They're needy.
That too, or they just want a wife or a companion or something. I think if I remember right, I think I was watching an old documentary. I forgot what it was, but it was an old documentary about like all different facets of life. Oh, it was what was it? It was called Taboo. I don't know if anyone remembers that. Does anyone remember that show, Taboo? It used to come on Discovery Channel. It usually talk about like very taboo topics that was not normal to talk about in like everyday life. Does anyone remember that show on Discovery Channel?
Jolly Answer says yes, but barely.
Okay, so there was like a section I remember. I think I was watching with my uncle. He was just watching it, and I just happened to walk in my room, and then he was watching it, right? Kind of, and it was a show called Taboo, and it was talking about ex workers, if you get what I'm saying. And I remember a woman said this. She said, majority of the time, it's not as bad as most people may think. It's bad, but it's not as bad as think. Actually, she said most of her clients isn't asking for a good time. They're usually just asking someone to talk to. And then she says she gets a bunch of like married men who just who pays for like hundreds of dollars of her time just to sit down at the bar or just sit down somewhere and talk about their lives. They're not even trying to have like, a good time per se. They're literally they're just lonely because they can't talk to their wives for whatever reason, or they can't talk about their feelings or whatever the case may be. So, the neighborhood, bicycle will be there, so they'll talk to it in that sense. And then she says and that was actually I think the most shocking part. And it's coming to fruition because now you hear more men are lonely than ever.
Jolly Answer says if I remember, the show didn't last very long. They didn't
Um,
like it.
yeah, I don't think it lasts very long. It lasted for like about what? I think a couple of years, a good 5 years. Pretty good for a documentary show because it was like different episodes of different taboo topics. It was whatever was considered taboo in the early 2000s at that time or late 90s. But it was an interesting thing. It was like it was on that same level as, for those who remember, does anyone remember True Life? It was kind of like that, like True Life. Does anyone remember that show on MTV? Man, I'm fucking old. I'm showing my age here even bringing this up. Does anyone remember True Life? Please tell me. Does anyone remember that? Yeah, okay, Brian, okay, you got that long.
Says yeah. Jolly Answer says, man, you're going far back.
Yeah.
Remembering.
Not gonna lie to you, I actually miss True Life.
Lavenda TV Queen says it's been forever since I seen it.
It had a genuine charm to itself, though. I remember growing up. It was a genuine show. It was like it felt like the people on the show was pretty genuine because it didn't feel like a production show. Like if you compare like a show like True Life to like, I don't know, Catfish, you can see a significant difference between the production value, right? And I felt the less of the production value that was, the more genuine the videos were. The more it became more corporate, more easier to watch it just felt scripted majority of the time, if you get what I'm saying. Like there was Repo Men, for those who remember that, in early 2000 in 2010s. There was what was that pawn shop that pawn shop show that used to come on True TV? You mean they made more money if
Jolly Answer says you mean they made more money if the show.
No. I'm saying that the genuineness of the show felt more real when it wasn't as production heavy. Like it wasn't so Hollywood-esque looking, if that's the right term. If you compare like Catfish to like True Life, if you watch like old True Life and then you watch the show like Catfish, there's a stark difference in value.
Jolly Answer says interesting.
not money, but like how genuine that characters were on it. Like when people talk about their lives in True TV and True Life, it felt more real and more relatable because these are not actors, right? These are just people living their lives, and then they just like talked about what was going on. So I remember there was one dude. I remember there was one True Life episode where a dude was telling his life and how he makes makes money, or he makes a living somewhat by playing video games. It was not technically a living. It was in the forefront of like the internet was changing things, but it was not like online play. It was more like you have to go and play video games to make money in the sense of go to a tournament or something, play a fighting game. It was like that. And it was no online like that, like how Xbox 360 was or PlayStation 3 or whatever case may be. It was like for you to make money playing video games other than making video games or being a video game tester, he would actually go to tournaments and make good money because he thought he was that good. And then they'll show times when he would do very bad at, and he didn't make no money at all, and then he had to pay rent and stuff like that. So it was that felt more real than it was like something like Catfish or like 16 and Pregnant and all that stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? It didn't feel real. It didn't feel real at all. So like when I used to watch shows like True Life, it actually at back then I thought it was really boring to watch True Life because it just felt very boring. But now as an adult,
Hi, Teach.
hello, as an adult now, seeing the show or seeing it on YouTube now as like a nostalgia thing, it's like my God, we didn't know what we really had back then. We like it's hard to get true genuineness through people, right? So it's funny when you see like a show like True Life from the early 2000s, you know, like watching it on YouTube now. Like if you just want to watch a quick episode, you can watch it on YouTube. And then you just look at it and like, my God, there was so much genuineness in these people's like lives, or at least their commentary, than now compared to like a Catfish show. Just no. Like let me use like a better example. Like for those who used to watch Gordon Ramsay's when he first started doing his shows, he felt more. I'm not saying he's not as genuine.
Says their commentary was real and not scripted.
Yeah, because like if you watch something like Gordon Ramsay's old show, like his when he first started doing Kitchen Nightmares, at first I think it was under a different name at the time, in the UK, but I think it was pretty much the same. It felt more real because it's just this dude who cooks very well and he has a bad attitude towards other people who don't do well as he does. So it felt real. Now, when you watch Gordon Ramsay's, it feels, I wouldn't say the word scripted, but it feels very Hollywood-esque with the stupid, you know what I'm talking about, that sound effect that they use in these fucking movies.
Says I think it was called Hell's Kitchen.
No, he has several of them. There's Kitchen Nightmares, Hell Kitchen, Master Chef, and some other show. I forgot what it was. He has like 4 of them or 6 of them. They're all pretty much the same thing, in one way or another. But yeah, that's where once they start putting like music in it, and then they start putting like sound effects and these one-off like moments when someone asks a very like I guess personal question, it leads to a situation where it doesn't even feel like I'm watching something genuine. I just feel like I'm watching a scripted show that happens to be consider itself reality TV. I'm saying that's where that problem comes in, and then it starts creeping in. That's where it's really started. I think when people started noticing it, it was a little after Jersey Shore, because before Jersey Shore, I think it was the first reality TV show that really took off. Was the Flavor Flav show, a very crazy and wacky concept of an old, washed up, old hip hop rapper getting all these women to want to be with him. At first, we all thought it was funny. Now it was like, it was Flavor Flav, and there was like 4. You remember that? It was like 4. It was like 4 seasons later, and then it was like it went from Flavor Flav to Loving.
just says that's nasty.
Yeah, from Flavor Flav to Loving New York to Bad Girls Club to Loving Hip Hop and the house of the wives of whatever famous athlete they're with, and you know what I'm saying. They all seem to be exactly the fucking same one way or another. Black Ink Crew, fucking what was our show? The Kardashians, all these different shows. If you look at these shows and listen to their songs, or at least listen to their sound effects, they're all the fucking same.
Says my mom loved that one.
Yeah, they all they're same. All the sound effects the same. They use the same sound effects. They're from the same people, from the E all the way to MTV, all the way to I don't know, whatever. What was that? Y Swap?
Says the Kardashians are rich.
Like, you guys remember the Y Swap show? Wife Swap? When they'll swap wives of opposite, like, ideologies or whatever case may be. So it'll be like a Christian mom going into a house with a Jewish household, or a woman who's like really masculine and her husband's not all that masculine, to a house that is a woman's house.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, it was stuff like that, and then they had trading spouses, and then the show started losing its like grip because people's like, oh, we got what's happening here. It's kind of like a pattern what you guys are doing. It doesn't even feel like it's different. It just feels like a formulaic thing. And then they started using celebrities. They started using celebrity swap, which was stupid as hell, because to watch a show about celebrities being swapped by wives is almost as comedic as them not knowing each other. They know each other. You don't think they know each other? They know, most celebrities know who each other is. Even even like if they are washed up celebrities you don't see anymore, they know each other. So for them not to know or hang out with each other or understand, you don't think they're not playing it up for the camera? Come on, bro. These are actors. These are athletes. They know what they're doing. This is not this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they started doing celebrity wife swap, that was wild. And I think they did that with Flavor Flav again. The difference is it wasn't a Flavor Flav game show, or The Bachelor. I remember The Bachelor and then The Bachelorette. Then they have like Love Island, and then all these other oh my god, the craziest one. I think the craziest competition love show I ever seen, or not seen, but heard of. I saw the commercial, was the weirdest one of everyone. And I seen some and heard some weird love contestant shows. I think the top one, before I get to the top one, the first one at the time was like, I think it was called Naked and Afraid or something. When like you are two people, you go on an island and you're actually naked in front of each other, and you have to get to know each other on TV. They have to be lit. It was the weirdest thing that something that you might know I'm talking about. It's like, I think you have to be like an ex. You're the ex of someone else, and you're like on a.
Jolly Answer says, yes, I remember.
Okay, I'm not crazy. Well. And then the craziest one, and this was a couple of years ago, was, okay, so it's a game show, love game show, where you have a sibling, and your sibling has to validate the person who's interested in you on the game show. And for this to work, you have to sit there the entire time while they're having a conversation, and they have to sit there and watch and listen. And if the person wants to kiss your brother and or sister in front of you, they have to sit there and watch. It was the weirdest fucking humiliation ritual I ever seen on a trailer. This was a trailer! You can look this up now.
Jolly Answer says, oh my god, I lost my mind.
It was the most weirdest, awkward thing ever. Bro, what is this? What are we doing? What are we doing? I think we lost the fucking plot. I thought we're looking for love, not being weird. This is some weird shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, think about it to yourself. Like, the show is literally about, if you have a sibling, and your sibling, whether they're older or younger, and you're the contestant on the show, if another contestant has interest in you, the brother and or sister has to sit there and listen to your weird conversation with someone who likes you. And if they ask to kiss you on the show, the sister and or brother of the sibling of the person who's on the contestant has to sit there in front of them and watch. That shit is weird. I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this? Oh no, we lost the plot now. No, 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 no. I would like no. And the funniest thing, the girlfriend brought that to me. She was so shocked by this. She said, "I need your your commentary on this." She's like, "I don't know what the fuck." I thought she was bullshitting me. I thought she was bullshitting me when she explained it to me. Oh, hold on. Let me see. It's on YouTube. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Must.
Mora's Small Cafe said 3. Mora's Small Cafe said meet.
Jolly Hunter says
That
I
was
tried
the weird.
to watch an episode, but I couldn't.
That is the weirdest thing. Like it was like, hold on. What is it? Game show. Hold on. And this is an American show. This is not like a UK show. I don't think so. Silly Marley. Let's see. What is it? Let's go. Love. Okay. Love game show. Weird. I'll put weird. Love game show. Trailer. Love game show. No, not the balloon popping thing. That shit's annoying. Let me see. It was a love game show. Is it a game show? Is that? Did we call it to like? What do we call these shows? Like what is? Hold on. What is?
Jolly Hunter says the fact that they tried to normalize it, good grief.
You have no idea. I think the show did get canceled because it was just too fucking weird. Single content Google single content. Show. No, not that. I think I found. Wait, did I find it? No, that's not it. Drama Field Jake Group thing. I will find this. This was. I think it's on Netflix. Single search for. Oh, I think it's here. Wait, hoping to find love. I think I found it. It's on Netflix. It's called Dated and Related. Holy shit. I think that's what it's called. Hold on. Wait, is this it?
In the family? What? Who better to have in your corner than your brother or sister?
Holy fuck.
Who will be joining you in your search for love?
There you go. Found it. Fucking weird, Netflix. You a weirdo, Netflix. It's always Netflix. Netflix is always the reason. I tell you something. I fucking tell you. Oh man, I don't like. I'm gonna show it halfway because it might show something wild. I'm gonna put it right here. It's called Dated and Related. Thank you for the 3.5 thousand likes. I do appreciate it, cats. I do appreciate it. Thank you. What's the show called? It's called Dated and Related. Season 1 from Netflix. It's from Netflix, so I'm not making this shit up. I told you. I told you this shit's wild.
When it comes to the battle for love,
I like what I see.
should you keep it in the family?
What?
Who better to have in your corner than your brother or sister?
Jolly Hunter says now I remember that show. That was weird.
This shit is weird as fuck.
Right now, I don't think any of these guys are good enough for my sister. What can I say? Most of the time, she goes for that boy trap.
Hello. I think it's gonna be so awkward to see our siblings flirting.
What's on the menu?
Me?
What the fuck thought this was okay?
Jesus Christ. When love is on the line, will these siblings find the one? I'm coming for your man! Or will they go home empty-handed?
You've used me as a stepping stone big time.
Jolly Answer says, man, that is an old show memory
that
in
wants
life.
to be with me as much as I want to be with them.
That was emotional, man. Yeah, wasn't that? I'm gonna do what I have to do to protect my sister. Don't be disrespectful.
This is weird.
You two just influence each other, bro. There's no point talking. We took in the most risk, the most shots. I don't want to leave here with any regrets. What in the magic mic is going on here?
It got pretty hot.
No one's gonna stand in my way.
You're just playing a game.
I feel I'm being.
Jolly Answer says the scene they thought was okay to show back there.
What the hell is gonna happen?
Netflix is on some shit. I tell you something. That's the thing about Netflix. Netflix is on some shit, yo. That's why you don't trust Netflix. I don't trust Netflix like that.
Rights of Close says, of course, Netflix
Has it? Yeah, you know Netflix on that shit. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The world's getting worse. I tell you, the world is getting worse. Oh man, Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Just says I'm so glad they don't show that anymore.
Oh no, they still do this on Netflix. It's like I want to put it. They put like what was the other one? There was another weird one. It was kind of a date. I thought it was like a show, but it's actually another one. It was
TV Queen says that.
It was what was it? It was a fuck. What was it? It was a furry one. It was a furry show. So like I think it was technically about furries. So like it's on Netflix.
Leonta says there was one where they had to date a stranger then marry them.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I watched that one with the girlfriend. That was fucking stupid. It was stupid. I think only one of the I forgot what it was called. It was oh shit, what was it called? It was literally a show where you meet someone for the very first time. If you get a vibe from them, you have to marry them in like a month or something like that. You have to literally legitimately marry them. Like it's not like a fake marriage; it's a real marriage. Like you have to really sign and everything. You get a marriage license and everything. It was kind of fucking crazy. Like it, and you know what? It's coming to a point where I'm starting to realize how much love is taken it's taking so much as a joke. Like the idea of relationships are taking too much of a joke. Where the idea of marriage is like just a thing. It's not a sacred thing. It's just a thing now. It's just a status at this point. It's not taken seriously anymore because people look at like marriage as like, oh, I just have to get married before the age of 28, or I have to get married before the age of 30, or I have to get married before like 24 or something.
Says some of the couples actually stayed together though.
I think there was one. I think it was a black lady and a white guy. I think they stayed together. I think to this day. I don't know if they divorced yet. Majority of them usually divorce because it just doesn't work out. Because they have too many irreconcilable differences, I think they call it. I think there was one other couple. I think one was called, I forgot what the girl was, but she was in a massive amount of debt. I remember that. She was in a massive amount of debt, if you guys know what I'm talking about. And the guy, I forgot his name, starts with a B.
Rights of Close says, yeah, basically an adult prom.
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't take marriage seriously, and that's sad because it's just a thing. It's just a thing. It's not like a big serious thing. So that's the sad part. All right, let me clean her up. Put some clothes.
Even people that wanted to stay.
Just be clear. Is this a good enough body?
I could remember the name of that show.
Is this a good body type over here? Dave? I'm not totally sure if it is or isn't. tell me. I want to make sure I got the body type at least correct to a degree. I'll fix the hands in a little bit. I'll add the hands in a little bit. I just want to make sure the body type is correct that you want me to place onto this. Like that.
Out of it, we're being suffocated.
Yeah.
You know, and
our stuff wasn't even political. Like our stuff about Disney crap wasn't political.
Disney crap. Yeah, I heard Disney crap.
It got went from having thousands of page views a day, to like being hard to find. And I still do it, but it's nowhere near what it was.
They do this. I 100% believe.
Okay, good.
At some level, they're still doing it on Google.
Okay, good.
I
So I'm
think
gonna
they're
put the clothes on. I want to make sure
it's not
correct.
like so much a political thing, but I think it's definitely a money thing. I think especially as commentary channels, you have more and more like Hollywood types getting into the commentary space and legacy media getting into the commentary space. I do believe, and again, this is just a hunch I have. I can't prove it, but just based on like the internal metrics and stuff, I think they are de-boosting independent voices again on Google to boost the Hollywood voices and the legacy media voices, because I do believe those people spend ridiculous money advertising.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're gonna boost a CNN person or an NBC person or somebody like that if NBC's spending boatloads of cash on advertising.
I mean, YouTube even they started promoting like networks like NBC and stuff in their clips, like Saturday Night Live clips and stuff, because they spend a lot of money in advertising.
Yeah, and that's what they do. And the reason, I mean, look again, the reason the adpocalypse happened in the first place was Disney was involved. Mm-hmm. And
pretty much any apocalypse you can trace to Disney.
Disney's
some way. Yeah.
Same with X. Like they were going to threaten to withhold advertising. Now they're back over there. So now what's going to happen is we're going to have all these people.
I didn't even realize what he just said till he said it. Disney's back on X blowing advertising. Didn't the CEO Elon Musk say go fuck yourself? Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny, ball guy? Good with your bitch ass. Good. Jesus Christ. He said, go fuck yourself. You came back to his shit. Oh, that must be funny.
Shadow ban people or try
God
to
damn.
people or whatever, for whatever reason.
That's funny.
They're all gonna be like, oh, no, we never did that. We're playing ball with Trump now. Everything's good now. And I think this is
everything's good now.
A vendetta on his part, because again, you're talking about a sitting president that got banned by most of the social media platforms.
Hell yeah.
And he went out and started his own platform.
Dalianza says they had a temper tantrum afterwards.
Yep.
And it's so, I mean, I think there's going to be a huge paradigm shift. I mean, just the other day, Trump is joining the Rumble lawsuit. So apparently what happened with Rumble was Google, again, cut off I believe their advertising, or they tried to cut off because a lot of times if you have your own video platform or whatever, you can actually use Google's ads. As I understand it, or, they basically cut off all the advertising to Rumble because they're trying to choke them out because they're
what dickheads.
And so there's a whole lot of stuff going on there, and this is
that's some dickhead moves.
Well, that's the problem too. With most of the ad networks that run through Google, like AdSense and everything, is Google's own ad network. So when you're like on YouTube or doing your blogs or whatever, a lot of the money comes from things tied to AdSense. And it is what it is. So they control the ads, and if you don't get the ads, they limit how much money you're getting. They keep a lot of it or whatever. You're going to have less and less.
Yeah, because a lot of times it's the ad network. Like they'll have their backbone is actually going to be Google Ads, and that's one thing they need to look at, because they were talking before about breaking Google up as a monopoly, but like the ad tech, like Google's ad tech is in everything. Like even if you have a third-party ad network, they're using Google Ads, and then they're just filling in around the Google Ads with the ads that they bought.
Damn.
So yeah, if Google doesn't like you or they turn you up or whatever, because I know
you're
we've
so
applied
fucked
for membership, whatever, and getting into an ad network, they would double check and make sure our standing with Google was good.
Wow.
So it's like there is no free and open internet, and there needs to be a free and open internet. And I think the government is going to have to get involved and just be like, yeah, this censorship has to stop. The monopolies have to stop. We can't just
Jolly
have two
Ancha
or
says
three
Don
tech
Frugal and
companies
them have
running
beef with each other.
everything, because it gives them too much power.
With
right?
who?
Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up. Yeah. So please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Huh. Interesting. The neck is not too straight. I think I need to curve it a little bit more.
Jolly Ancha says I forgot already. Sorry.
That's alright. It happens. Let's listen to something a lot more lighthearted. Spider-Man, the video game playthrough. Nobody wants your art. Why is nobody buying your art? Our clients hate working with you. This sounds important. Let's give it a try.
Not doing any of this, but you probably are. So let me watch you draw this today. Learn everything the artists do that make clients hate working with them, want to run away, never work with them again, and tell all their friends not to either. Because you're probably doing more than one of these. Now, this first one is going to sound like a really common practice. You might have this. You might see people that have this right now, too. But I want to go ahead and just open this up by telling you why this is a terrible practice and why you should get rid of it. And introduce that, let's just kind of think about this. What would you do if you walked into a gas station, you wanted to get something new, you wanted to get a drink, and there's a line 10 people long? Well, if you're like me, then I would naturally walk in and say, forget about it, I'll go somewhere else, okay? And for those of you that have a wait list, this is the exact scenario that you are setting up for yourself right now. You might think that a wait list right now is going to be one of the best options. You might think that it's kind, you might think that it's courteous. And we're going to talk a little bit later about why you don't need this and why this is a bad attitude.
A wait
but
list?
overall with a wait list, friends, this is a terrible idea. Because when you publicly put this up there, I'm not saying if you privately have this just for yourself, you need to stop doing this right now because honestly, it just scares away clients more than it does.
Does it really?
And then now let's just take a look real quick at the genesis of why you think you need to do this. So you might be somebody that has a bunch of clients. You might have 5 to 10 clients, something like that. Does that sound like you? Well, friends, here's the real issue that you have here. It's not that you need a wait list. It's that your pricing is too cheap. And I fear that if nobody else tells you that, then you will never, ever do it.
Your pricing's
so
too
just
cheap.
to give you a better
That depends.
Says it all falls on the artist and how fast they can get the product done.
Correct. That's very subjective based on artists you deal with. What kind of artist you are and what line of work you do. That really depends on your speed, your quality of work. So like if you have a bunch of clients that is in a wait list, I don't think that's a problem. Don't seem to be. That just shows that you're busy and you're working and people like your work. And actually, quite frank, I thought I don't think
efficiency and other stuff, including pricing, etc.
Oh, it feels like that's better in the sense.
Lavender TV Queen says so true.
So because like in my head, I'm thinking, okay, they might be. Oh, they're home. They might be. I don't know. What's the right word to say? They might be busy, but the fact that they have a wait list of people that are waiting on like a fancy restaurant, that proves that they're in business. They're doing their work. They're being productive. I think I would most likely buy from someone who's on a wait list and someone who's not, because the person who's on a wait list. Well, I'm not saying that people on who's not on a wait list isn't working. I'm just saying like if this is someone who's known like that to the point that they're on a wait list, you probably might get very high quality work in general, in my opinion, than someone who you just found on the internet. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I feel like that makes sense. Maybe that doesn't. You guys tell me.
Philosophy here as we go through this. If you have 5 clients or more, you need to double your rate because you have the interest, you have the demand, you have the amount of people that can support you.
Right,
and you know what?
occupied.
That will actually bring more clients to you, believe it or not, because you'll see
Okay, he said if you have more than 5 clients that's sitting on your thing.
Says if they pay while on the wait list, the artist has no choice.
Okay, wait. I get what he's saying. No, okay, I get what he's saying. So if you have like 5 to 6 to 7 clients on a wait list, maybe he's probably right to a degree. You're probably too cheap, right? Because if you're that known to the point that people are finding you like that you have 7, 10, I would say if you're in double digits in clients, I think you should start like upping your prices a little bit. That means you're high in demand, right? If you have like 10 people, 15, 20, 30, I think that's a little too high, but like if you have about 15 people sitting in, you need to raise those prices, because you're probably leaving money on the table to a certain degree, but don't be too expensive to the point that they can't afford you. You know what I'm saying? Some of them may not be able to afford you, sadly, but the ones who are really wanting your work, really want your quality work,
Jolly
you know what I'm saying?
says they would want to push the highest payer up to the front to get the product out.
Correct.
I think
Correct, but but you need to be fair to your clients. You gotta be like, okay, say for instance, my normal rate, my highest rate was like $200, right? And then I have about 10, 15 clients trying to come through with that 200. But now they're asking, and then they're not even just paying 200, they're asking for like even more stuff above that, right? Like they're asking for extra stuff to tack on.
Says,
then from that point,
expertise is confusing to me.
It's fine. This is something that comes with experience. So like, if that becomes to the point where you're in double digits and you have a wait list, I think you need to price up from 200 to probably, I would say 500. I think 300 more, because that's 1,000. Like that's what if you had 11 people, right? And what? So if we have like 15 people on a wait list, and they're paying top dollar, let's just say $500 per drawing. That's $500. That's $7,000 a month. You made it that whole month. Now, this depends on what the product is. If it's like a drawing like this, then I think that's too high. Now, if it's something like, I'll say, a VTubing model, and it's something that is pretty complex, because complexity does play a part in that, because some people ask for some insane things in their askings. So like, I think majority of the time, most basic VTubing models run about $500 at minimum, I think. And then the highest I've heard is by
Bragtriclose says high cystex.
Oh no. Now if we're talking about rigging, I think that would be a B800 alone. That with rigging and drawing, if I'm drawing it and rigging it, I think that's 800, I believe.
They said it typically runs between 1,500 to 280.
Oh, then it got higher then.
Yeah, it got higher.
So if that's the case, wait, is that with rigging or with drawing?
That's just rigging alone.
Oh, so if I'm drawing it and that's then that's 1,500 then.
Yeah, but if you're doing both drawing and rigging, you can get up to nearly $4,000.
Well, that depends on the speed, though. That depends on the quality of speed.
No, some people literally say, "Give me 2 months."
2 months?
Yeah, give me 2 months and you get your rig.
Because I cut that in half.
I can't imagine how expensive the full-blown characters with rigging gets.
It gets expensive, and with complexity, that's even worse. But like
full face tracking.
Yeah, so like, from 75 because I do chibi models. I don't do full-fledged models because they take way too long, and I'm still learning. This is why the other day you guys saw me doing skin, because I'm trying to understand how to paint skin. So when we do the B2B models, they don't look like monstrosities. I got lucky with mine. I don't know how I even painted this well. I'm still trying to figure out how I did this so well. Like, when I made this one, when I drew him and colored him and everything, I had a rigger do the rigging, but like, I don't know how I pulled this off. I still don't know how I remember how I did it. So I'm trying to recreate that by doing actual methods and stuff.
I think
so
you did layering.
No, it's not layering. It's like the actual coloring and everything. I don't know how I pulled that off. So
you did everything individually.
Yeah.
Jolly Ancha says the mustache on Gunter Law.
Yeah. But like, it's so for me it will be like 700 for like just the basic rig for the drawing itself. But if I was rigging it, it would be a lot more than that, because rigging is just as tedious and problematic as drawing it, because if you're doing the drawing, it's gonna be 7, because you have to do everything tediously by keeping each layer separated. You have to name everything. You have to put it in a particular way. If you don't do it this way, you're going to have a hard time. And then if you give it to the rigger or you're doing it yourself, you're going to have a hellhole.
Said if you want extra things added, that also increases the price.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because if you want to add like animations, I think like 3 animations can up the price by like $600. So like, say for instance you bought a chibi VTubing model with just the drawing alone, because this is just with the drawing alone, right? And then you wanted the rigging part, where you have to be rigged. That would probably go up by like what? I would say
Jolly
700,
Hunter says holy.
1,800, I think. Can that be? Does that seem reasonable?
Wait, for just the rigging on its own?
No, this is rigging and drawing.
Yes, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, this
for
is
a basic.
Yeah, for a basic. The most I've heard someone has paid for is, I think 20. No, it was $20,000.
No, 22,000.
22?
22.78, I think.
78.
Yeah, he was one of those Hollow Live characters. He actually brought his own rig over. If I remember right.
22.78. This one?
Yeah.
This much?
Yeah.
Holy moly! Just for one rig?
One rig. That was his first rig.
He paid top dollar for that?
Yes, and somehow he got in trouble with taxes because he didn't know how to pay the taxes for it, so he had to figure that out.
Can you show me the? Can you show me the
Beanbag
model?
says rigging what?
Show me the model. I would love to see what this model looks like. It better be top tier.
That paid $22,000.
That's crazy. That's a crazy. Maybe I want to get into rigging after all. And then just making it. I might have to do that. This would solve most of my problems. This will solve majority of my problems. Oh my god. But yeah, that's crazy. Oh my god. Let me see here.
Well, not less desirable, as if you're just an indie artist to work with, and they don't celebrate your art, they celebrate your cheapness, friend. So if you're one of these people that have a public waitlist, stop doing it right now because it just cheapens your overall appeal. Now, as you're working with clients, one of the things that is definitely going to come up here is your updates, right? You got to go ahead and let them know as you're working through your process. And let me know down below, just out of curiosity, like how long does it take you to complete one of those works? And let's just think too, when that update time comes, let's say that you tell your client, hey, I'm going to have an update by Saturday.
He was a person outside the U.S.
Yeah.
So how? Japanese?
No, I think he was in Europe.
Beanbag said it better be a rig made of gold for it to be that much.
It better be.
He had
it
a
better
lot of
be.
bells and whistles and stuff. He had a lot.
So wait, look, do you have it?
Jolly Hunter says German or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I'm going to have your update by Wednesday. Now, Wednesday comes around, and you not give them updates? Are you somebody who's chronically late? Are you somebody who, every single time that deadline rolls around, you just have an excuse for why you don't get it done? Maybe
Wait. Did he pay it in pounds?
I don't know.
Hold up. Isn't pounds more valued than dollars?
Yes, they're twice as
You say
higher.
he's from Germany?
I think they're German.
I don't think
says
Europe.
just the commission.
I know.
Hold on.
He paid a lot of money. Like
German money. What is it called?
Euros?
Is it euros?
Yeah.
Jolly Hunter says I can't remember, but I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Yes, euros.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. One euro to USD. So 1 euro is no. Okay, no. The US dollar is more valued by 5 cents.
Mm-hmm.
So $1 of a euro, 1 euro to €1 in American dollars is $1.50.
Mm-hmm. So there's
$1.50.
Yeah.
So like I think the American dollar costs more compared to the. Yeah, it's 50 cents more. That's not a big jump. I thought it'd be like pounds, because I know pounds are a lot higher than I think than USD, I believe.
Beanbag says how much was it?
The commission? It was $22,780.
I'm trying to find them.
You can probably put it up on YouTube.
Maybe it was that something came up. Maybe it was that you had an emergency. Maybe it was that you think you have poor mental health and that's why you couldn't work on it. And we're going to talk about that specific reason in a little bit. But for those of you that are always late every single time you say you're going to have an update, well, it shouldn't come as a surprise as to why your clients don't like working with you. Now, as I'm saying this, I'm not saying that it's inappropriate or unprofessional for you to have those things that come up in life. But one of the things I'm going to recommend is that you have to make sure that you're communicative of this. And that's going to be honest. Like,
I think it was Iron Mouse.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Wait, Iron Mouse?
Yeah.
Okay, I know who she is. I think if I hold on. Hold on. I'll put it on the screen. Hold on.
Jolly Ancha says now that name rings a bell.
Iron. I found it right here. I'll show it to them.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
It was Iron Mouse.
And there was another
She's
one
from Germany?
I think she's...
Beanbag said if it's German, it will be 21,768.84 euro.
Yeah.
Jolly Ancha says I recognize her.
Well, I have a model that costs. It's so bad. I'm not gonna say which one it is.
Yeah, you don't have to say which one it is.
Probably is that one.
I have a model that the art costs 10K.
Beanbag said, well, it actually seems like a hefty rig.
Holy shit!
If she had to pay 10K for the rig,
No,
that means...
just for art.
Oh, for the art?
Just for art.
That's the art?
Just the art.
Bro.
You didn't say the rigging part yet.
What? 10K for just the art alone?
Just the art, cutting and everything.
Oh my god!
20K. There you go.
Alright, so...
I'm not gonna say which one it is. Try to take a guess.
That's crazy.
Oh, I think she's Spanish.
Is she?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I heard she is. I heard that, yes. Hold on. Making my VTuber model.
There was a guy that bought 20,000. Wow.
Hold on.
Alright, I have an hour and 15 minutes. What do you want to do, Mouse?
Mouse models tier list?
Yeah, I think he's her manager.
Would you hear, though?
He's her manager?
It's like
I believe
having a
so.
gunman.
I thought they're friends. Aren't they friends?
I think you was friends and then she made him her
But I still
manager.
got that gamer eye from that the VR headset. I'm like, alright, here we go. Alright, let's do the Iron Mouse model tier list. Why do you have so many? What the fuck? Alright, what the fuck is this one? What is this?
Told you.
Beanbag said they'd be friends.
Yeah, Kenji has a lot of models too. He's been rocking with that W one for a while.
It wasn't my model though. It was like a free one. A lot of people use that one.
Alright, let's
It
go.
came with face ring.
Not worth rating. Meh. Put meh. Is it okay if I call your model meh? Is that alright?
No.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
That's fine.
Just be clear, Dave, did I make the breast too big? You tell me. I tend to make my females too busty on purpose, but like I don't know if I know she's on the chunky side, so I don't know if that was I know there's some girls who are on the chunky side who don't have a lot of breasts. It's kind of weird sometimes when I see that, but like, is the breast right?
Yeah, Bean just said they're friends. I thought he was their manager.
Oh, okay. Is this correct? Did I draw the breast right? I hope I didn't make it too big. No, she's great. Okay, good.
TV Queen says no, she's great.
All right, good. I'm
It's your interpretation.
save me a bunch of headache on
rat? What is this?
Yeah, it's a tungsten rat.
Beanbag said it's super cute.
This is
Thank
the pre-release model. We haven't seen it yet, dude. Okay, fine. Not worth rating. How should I do this? This is the one that you used when I saw it.
Yeah, that's the one when you were looking in the stream.
Alright, this one's SR, I guess.
Really?
Well, it's good, but it's not like one of your best ones. Christmas. Weird. I'm not a big Christmas guy. I just, also same vein.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
What? Whoa.
I thought you liked Christmas.
That's okay. Swimsuit one? Cool.
Yeah.
Was it one?
You have
SSR.
so many rigs. You can do it
She has that
careless.
many?
Yes.
Is this the angel one?
Wait, she has several like this?
Yes, she has
This one has
multiple
glasses?
rigs.
I know some have like 3 or 4, but she has like 15.
Wait, one with white glasses and one with black
Yeah,
glasses?
Kenji, I think he has about
Dark
7
mode
or
is
8.
S. I just like it.
Are you kidding
Oh, where would you put this one?
The gremlin one?
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, that's
Jolly
my
Ancha
gremlin.
says
Okay,
she's
that
rich,
one
rich,
goes.
Yeah,
rich.
she's the. I think she's one of the top. She's the top streamers in the world, I believe.
She was with
I
Iron
think.
Mouse, Silly Willy, and some other one.
Me, I'll put it in SSR.
Not SSR Plus?
Oh man, it's so hard because
I might really get into rigging.
SSR Plus, but SSR at the same time.
I'll put an SSR. Only thing is just.
I might do that. I might do a
SR.
stream rig. I might like stream myself
Beanbag
doing
says
rigging.
she up there with Mark.
I might there.
Yeah.
Markiplier. I think she's up there with Kai Cenat.
Yeah, she is.
I
She has
think.
the most. I think at one point she had the most subs compared to high.
Just
That's a
subs
lot.
alone. You know
Just subs
how much
alone.
money just subs alone? Then stack on the
I think he did.
YouTube.
There was a subathon called the Sub Mafia thing.
Like there's the
And
subs.
Beanbag says and Felix.
Like
Yeah.
bro, there's the
He's
subs.
retired.
There's the donations. There's the YouTube.
And then there's the Patreon.
There's the Patreon. There's the sponsorships.
And then there's just PayPal alone in the back end, if they have that even there.
Holy balls, boy.
Please SSR Plus for me.
Okay, fine. I'll put it there then. This one's good too. I like this one. This is
Jolly
did you see my video?
Christmas one.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I'll put it
Joke
in
on it.
SR. I don't put too much in the top there. No eyes. Mid.
AnimeArt ZZ said thumbs up
What
emoji.
you're just using.
Yeah, but my 3D one.
Mind blown.
Really?
You know what, guys? I think once I'm gonna make it my mission to actually push more skin tutorials. We're gonna do more skin.
You know what you should
Because
do?
if I can go on, once we get skin out of the way, I can finally finish the 3 rigs I wanted to put an auction for, because it's about time I get to those rigs, because I just been putting them off because the skin just look like ass. I just don't like how I do skin. It just looks either too saturated or look too dead. Or if actually no, my work has not been looking dead. It just looks too saturated, or just something doesn't look realistic. I want it to look as realistic as possible in the sense of like a semi-anime look.
TV Queen says, bro, I am bleaching my hair.
Bleaching the hair. What color are you going?
I mean, the model's
You know
like
what you should
insane.
do?
It's
Just
like
to get
literally
your
insane
feet
detail.
like wet with proper
like,
rigging.
No,
Yeah.
the bathroom
Make
is
crops.
This
Fine.
Christmas
Make
box
like a
mouse.
cup.
Jolly
Fine, I'll
says
make a
use
couple.
a
I'll
realistic
make a couple
person
myself.
with
Or make it like a
colored
flower or
Use
something.
a
A moose
okay.
mouse. Hey, this one is S, I guess. You look like a Zoom beanie here. Like this picture, you
What?
look like
I
the
have an
enemy
idea
out of
for
Rain
you.
Man. I can't see what's going on. There's so many red and pink.
I'm
Like
gonna
when
leave
you
it
took
after
saturation
I'm
to
gonna
like
write it
100.
down so I don't forget.
Put the shit on me.
Yeah, I know. Chris, mid or SSR? Which one?
What? Uh-oh. You have to answer to him, though. Not me.
Not worth rating. Oh, I just realized there's 2 Christmas ones.
Yeah, the red version and the blue version.
I think the blue version's dead, right?
You like the blue version more?
I think so. Because you already have a lot of like ready tones, right?
Yeah. Yeah, ready tone.
I don't know what that is. Outrageous. You are rarity for Chris? Nah, dude. Alright, what is this? Is this the quote unquote tungsten rat?
Yeah, it's the one with the mouth is.
That isn't tungsten rat. That's not what tungsten rat is.
What is something around?
It's supposed to look more decrepit.
What the?
It looks way too cute to be tungsten rat.
I feel like you guys came early. I realized it was 11.
I saw. Actually, I saw a clip of like.
I don't know. That's
April.
what's weird.
Was
It
that
feels
one
like
model
it
he
is.
was using?
Beanbag said I like that guy YouTube.
Bro, it's
Wait, what did she say? She said, I like that guy, the YouTuber. Oh, the British guy, him? Yeah.
like insanely cursed.
I sent it to you.
Chat, look at this model. Look at that.
Oh my god. What the hell?
Yo, isn't that terrifying?
What is this, dude?
Beanbag said he moved out of
This
Japan.
man was like. So I just said like talking like really wholesome.
He moved out of Japan. Why? Why did he do that?
Today? Wow, what was his model today?
Oh yeah, his Dioriku model.
What was that? What was it?
Let me show you.
Oh god.
Look at this model. Look at the model I sent you.
Bro, look at that. RTX is on, boys. Jeez. What's that? What's this
I don't
one?
know what it is. It may be just me, but I always feel like the male VTubers always all look
Beanbag
kind
said
of
I
the
forgot DBH, but he was living there for a while.
They all look the same to me. It's just so weird how all the boys always look so similar. And I don't mean like differently similar, like they all look the same. All the women always look different. Whether it's their concept or just overall look different. It's weird. All the men are just look exactly the same. It's just weird.
Oh, that's like a weird chat one, a little cheesy one that was made for me.
Going in the mid. Alright.
I do have an idea for an upgraded version of my rig. I do have an idea. And I know what theme I might go with.
British people co-populated.
Co-populated.
Beanbag said a lot of.
Okay. I think I know what's gonna be the theme for my new rig when I produce it myself. And I've been thinking about it for months now, and I think I've come to a conclusion. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I think everyone's gonna appreciate what the theme will be, because I know that my rig tends to lack a theme. I think that's a thing that all VTubers need. They need like a gimmick or some form of theme. At first I was gonna make it like My Hero Academia, but I realized that's kind of lame.
I got this weird. make your rigs only line art.
What?
Your see-through with the line art.
How are you gonna make them just line art?
You just do the lines only.
Okay, but like.
No coloring, no nothing. Just you can see right through them.
Okay.
Would you do that?
Any square. I'm not against it. It's less work. I don't have to do any coloring. But like.
You can put it up for auction and whoever wants it wants it.
You think that will sell?
Yeah, trust me. There's someone that has a flat comic book character, and when they move, they fold over.
Okay. Oh, you gave me an idea for something. But I have an idea what my new rig will be like. I'll have to do it in secret. I'm not gonna do it on stream though.
The 3D tracking, no, normal version. You know, I actually really like this one, but you didn't use it a lot.
Oh, the purple one?
Oh, this and the other face tracking one. This one. I like those ones.
You do?
I thought they were cool. Every now and then it was like, oh, that's kind of sick.
I really like them, but it was like the program that is used to run it.
That's
like,
a thing they do.
killing my computer.
Oh shit, really?
And yeah, and
Jolly
when
Ancha
I
says
first
stop
got
those
this
models.
model, I wasn't like better in health as I was now. So it took like a lot out of me to like move around.
That feels wrong for some reason.
But now I think I can use it better. But
Well, that's a common practice.
It's on my PC.
Okay, we'll think about it.
That's a model that Jan made for me for April Fool's of last year.
Pretty good. SSR. I think this one's SSR too. This one's SSR plastic.
Yeah?
I think all your 3D models are like insane. I don't know how people make models like that. Police one, that's S, I think.
Beanbag said, did you know? The order from rarest to most common is Native Hawaiian / Pacific Islander, Black / African American, American Indian / Alaskan Native, Asian, Hispanic / Latinx, and white.
Oh, don't tell me you say Latinx. Please don't tell me you use that.
Jolly Ancha says he says they're insane, yet they're good.
Please don't tell me you use the word Latinx. Did you know that the order from rarest to common is native? Wait, rare what?
Rarest people.
Rarest type of person, or like the most mixed person?
Beanbag said the rear race.
The rear race? What is a rear?
Rare races are faces that have lower population compared to others, like I think Hawaiians, Native Americans, and some other Asian counterparts.
Huh.
Beanbag said rarest.
Rarest.
Yeah. I think the Aborigines ones are too, I'm not sure.
Oh.
This one, who is this cosplaying you?
Oh, that's Ginny.
Oh, S? I guess. It's kind of hard to tell. What the f is this? Look at this.
Oh my god, the gecko one. That was for April Fool's of this year. They made me a gecko
I haven't seen this one, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't really use it.
You don't like it?
It's really large and very strange.
This one's okay. This one's there. Wait, why did you put a t-shirt on the model, by the way? You had your old model, the grandma model, with a t-shirt on it.
What shirt did I have on?
Beanbag said the first is Native Hawaiian / Pacific Islander.
Okay, that makes sense.
Ah.
I got one of my merch on too, but they didn't include it.
This one is SSR plus, and then SSR plus. These aren't an order of the rankings either, they're just general rankings. There you go. What do you think? Fair rankings?
I think it's fair. I think they're fair.
Yeah. What would you change?
I wouldn't change anything.
Wow. I guess the more meme ones I tend to put at the bottom, and the more the like models itself put at the top normally.
Oh, I just realized you guys can't see it. I just realized YouTube.
Beanbag said shepherds are also a rare race of people who get people through the Everest mountains.
Hold on. Did I just X out the thing?
Hello, Nick.
Hold on, I think I made a big boo-boo. I think I made a boo-boo. Hold on, guys.
Beanbag said
I'm sorry.
God.
I made a boo-boo. Okay, go back here. History. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'll go back. You was about to finish it anyway. Actually, I want to look at some VTubing models. Like, I want to see some nice ones. It'd be fun to look at and scour some stuff together as I'm working. Be something to look forward to.
interesting though, because they don't have my pink one, my pink rock one. They don't have my long hair old one.
You have
The
a
one
lot.
that
Look how many you have. This is insane.
I do have a lot. Every list that I see that is like of me,
Yeah.
there's always like so many missing, and I'm like, Jesus.
I mean, no wonder, because apparently it's impossible to collect them all. Like Pokemon, like bro.
Listen, I like to look different. It's fun.
Yeah.
I
You ain't like the
art.
other girls.
I'm not like the other girls.
Chris is robbed. Chris can put
Typical
himself
horrible
in
thing to say.
I showed you the other one that I'm getting made, right?
No, I think so.
You haven't seen this one? Don't show it.
Oh, no, you haven't shown me anything.
This one.
Oh, yeah, you showed me this one, but I didn't know like when it was coming out.
Beanbag said the
People were,
Sherpa
like,
are an ethnic group of people who live in the Himalayan mountains of Nepal and Tibet. They are known for their mountaineering skills and are often hired as guides and porters on expedition.
I don't mind you guys saying this, but where is this coming from? I'm just now coming to the conclusion. Wait, why are you bringing this up?
I just can't fathom it because I can't draw at all, so to me it's like magic.
Yeah, people are talented.
Please don't top Tom Holland level leak. I couldn't. I've never leaked any of Mouse's stuff, and Mouse has leaked so much of her own stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mouse will literally be like,
oh, so I gotta sign this NDA? Okay, what, like, don't tell anyone? Because I'm gonna tell everyone.
Listen, I just get very excited.
Yeah?
Yeah, I get very excited, and I really like showing things. What?
You just get too excited and you want to show chat. You want to see their reaction.
I do. I like showing stuff to people. It's fun.
We see nothing. You guys see everything. What are you guys on about?
Oh, is it done? Oh, that was fast. Let me see, like, hold on. Ooh, industry veteran judges your VTubing. How about to show this? Let's see.
Beanbag said due to their thick blood they can go to the highest parts of Mount Everest and survive in the thinnest hair. They can also carry more than their own body weight as well walk for hours on end.
Hold on. I just realized that you guys cannot see.
Beanbag said I found this out today and wanted to share with the class.
Okay. I don't think they know or listening to that. To be honest, I think they're more batchy with the VTubing on it. I don't mind you saying it because it doesn't really do much, any harm or anything. But I don't think anyone's paying attention to that, to be honest. But you can keep giving your information if you like. There we go. It's kind of like here. So I don't know which. This is a better place, guys. Is when I put it up here, is the items at the top? Like, is all the stuff, like the graphics? Is it blocking your view of seeing this? I don't know. Like, you tell me, because I know there's a button where you can press. I think you can take away the display or something, and then it'll be clear.
Artextric says only the top.
Only the top is where you can't see, correct?
Beanbag said no, I'm fine. I just wanted to share useless information.
Okay, I got you. At least she's honest.
Stream, getting a nosebleed.
You're just excited to see all these VTubers.
It checks out. Are you secretly a mad bunny?
Beanbag said it's blocking, but it's not that bad.
With a 10-inch pad, everyone
Beanbag
knows.
said only the top.
Articles have been written about me far and wide. Have you ever heard of the guy with the 2 wieners? That's an actual thing, an actual phenomenon. You can Google it. I ain't Googling that. Why? Why are you scared of Googling that? Probably Google worse, stupid ass. Why is the 26 on your ruler in the wrong spot? Wait, what the 22,
Artextric
26?
says, yeah, put it on a TV head.
Yeah. Oh, that makes more sense. Oh, I can't tilt it, sadly. I wish I could tilt it. That'd be kind of funny.
Beanbag says, hi, Bri.
That makes sense. Put it on the TV head. Makes more sense. That actually made sense. Good job, Brian. See, this is why you're a mod. I already thought of that. Shit. Wait, let me see if I can. Like that. There we go. Make it more easier for everyone to see. Okay, there you go. That was a genius idea, bro.
Ruler. You know what I did? I went into Google and I typed in transparent PNG ruler.
I forgot.
Today's eye.
She is Hispanic. I forgot. You can hear it in her voice.
Iron Mouse.
Lavenda
have come
TV
today
Queen
to
says,
show you incredible VTuber fashion.
Right,
Or
her
you
clothes
see
says,
who
thanks,
has
bro.
more authority on talking about VTubers than me. I am a VTuber and I look at them all the time. So you know what that means? I can talk about them. We're gonna talk about their fashion. I've seen a couple VTubers where I'm just like, the f are you wearing, bro? I'm just kidding. Or am I? Will this all be positive? Will this be negative? Who knows? Are you guys ready to go over some VTuber fashion with me? Holy sh! You might be wondering, oh my god, I am Mouse, who is this? I'll tell you, this is VTuber Art Mama Extraordinaire, Nanolith. This is my VTuber Art Mama, the creator of this floofy model. Damn those thighs, bro. I can tell you for a fact that she drew herself. I can also tell you for a fact, bro, Nanolith really knows how to draw, bro. Not only does she know how to draw, but Jesus, she knows how to draw. I can see that also my ruler doesn't want to. Oh, you know what? Perfect. Double ruler. As you can see, she is a freaking nun. She's showing tummy. Tummy squish. Thigh squish. Bare feet. She's giving feet for free. Can you believe this?
Oh, I
When
can't
did
believe
you
you've
done
done
this?
Yes, I would love to worship her. Cute eyes. Bro, this tattoo is sick. I'll have you guys know. Look at this. She's wearing a harness. I too enjoy wearing harnesses. Yeah, she's very thirsty. She really wants a drink. You know, she's had a long day of drawing. And after a long day of drawing, you just really need to quench your thirst. You know what I mean? I have to say, this whole outfit put together, not only does it scratch my itch, because I've had a recent obsession for nun attire, which has inspired me to want to also get my own nun outfit. My Earth mom is not going to be happy if she finds out that I dress up as a nun. But that's
RIZZCISM
okay,
said, is
because
this
she
your
doesn't
angry
have
neighbor
to
or
know.
teacher?
Can I say
Face green
that
smiling.
this color combination of magenta pink, the brightest of the
Is that your angry
is
neighbor?
really amazing color combination. This
That
is like the most
your angry
deliciously
neighbor
juicy
or
color
teacher?
combination I've ever seen. She
What do you
really
mean?
knows how to hit that spot. The insect pattern has a hidden pattern. Wait, what? It does. I did not even notice that. What the? Also, I love the way she draws knees. Getting JoJo like, I can totally see her as a JoJo character. Good knees for praying. All right, all right, all right. Calm down, bros. Calm down. Nano, you really did hit it out of the park. I love everything about this. Also, I love the squishable tummy. You don't really see much squishing of the tummy. The eyes, though. Are you looking at her eyes, or what are you looking at? Are you really looking at her eyes, chat? Our next VTuber that we have on the chopping block is the incredible, beautiful Vienna. Now,
Nice
for those of you
character
that don't
design.
know, Vienna is a cosmic dragon, also a pro gamer. Also, I heard she plays a game called League of Legends. Yeah, you know, I'm really
League
digging
of
this
Legends.
short hair art that everybody
Okay,
has. You
you
know
got
what I
me that
mean?
one.
For those that don't know, on
RIZZCISM said,
Artextric
when I got
my
angry by
tail
someone,
is not
I
funny
draw that
friendly.
person
A little
badly.
threatening to eat your
Ah.
tail. Loving the boots, you know. I love a good boot. Love the mismatched stockings. Everybody knows that all VTubers like to wear mismatched things. They can't match to save their life. Let me bring out my ruler. This little situation that we have going on here, the skirt with the shorts underneath, I'm a sucker for that. I love those. I also had a skirt short combo before.
RIZZCISM said to kill
I
my
love her
stress.
colors. Vienna,
Hold
I love
on.
you, girl. But you do look like you belong in the League of Legends game. Stop. What are you guys sniffing? What the f are you guys sniffing? Are you sniffing her butt? What the
RIZZCISM said super
I
badly.
just have to say, that's a thick ass tail at the top. It's a beautiful design. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. I love it. But yes, thank you, Vienna, for submitting your design. You're gorgeous. And I think your tail might be made of cotton candy. Don't get mad at me for saying such things. The next VTuber I'd like to showcase is this sir. What the do you think you're doing, sir? Excuse me, sir. Cover those up. What is this? Your titties are all out. This is
Titties.
Switch T-O. I don't recall you having those big boobies. The last time we spoke, this VTuber is called Recomedy, the god of reality. What the? What does that even mean? Is that a belly button piercing? Let's take a closer look.
No.
Yes, it is a belly
Wait,
button piercing.
it's
Sir,
a dude.
how
I
are you
just
fitting
realized.
into this shirt?
No one
I
gives a
think your
fuck.
boobs are bigger than mine. What the? They're so full of. I'll call him. Well.
Well.
Look who we have here. Excuse
What?
me, sir. Why are your tits so big?
Oh. Sometimes there's just things people have to do, and
Jolly
this was one of those
Angesis has
times.
kind of pants.
Let's rewind this. What the f does God of reality mean?
It just means that, like, you know, if I want to
RIZZCISM
do
said, what
something
show is that? Why this little brat cussing?
Lavenda TV Queen says, oh, I forgot to tell you she does have a tail.
Oh, she does. Okay.
Waiting from us. You know, I just bloop them and they no longer exist.
Is that how you bloop your boobs?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I did. I blooped them right on, and it did wonders.
My chat wants to know why. Why are they so large?
It was like an accident. You know how when you think of something and you think it's a good idea and you kind of bloop it? If you have the power to do that, obviously mistakes happen.
Beanbag said, "Gotta love some luscious man boobs."
That's very true. I've heard you have many forms.
Yeah, what's Julio?
I mean, no, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. They're fine. My favorite was the worm, though. I'll be honest.
What? You like the worm?
Lavenda TV Queen says I'll draw it out for you and send it to you.
Okay.
You were like the worm, you freak.
You were the one who called me to question me about my titties.
I'm wondering about your look. What inspired you to have this attire?
Hot Wheels. All right.
What?
Those flames. I'm kidding.
Can you give me a reference of the jeans shorts?
I'll be honest
I don't know
with
how
you,
short the
like, you
jeans
know what?
are. They actual shorts or they're like?
Said beanbag handbag emoji.
You sent me a reference like a
purple assassin.
Oh, somebody
an
might
idea.
could be bigger.
I'm looking at it, but I don't know if it's like one of those basic shorts or it's like those shorts that are really like skin tight.
I think I've reached peak. All right, this is
You send to me.
here. I appreciate it though. You know, I love a call about how big
You
my
know
titties
how
are.
to pay.
Well, you know, I had to investigate because it was just very striking. Thanks for chatting and thank you for sharing your look.
Thank you. Did I win?
No, bye.
Did she kick him out? Did she kick him out?
God of delusion. That's more like it. Very blurple. I give it 10 blurples out of blurples. Our next VTuber that we have on the topping block is
She kicked him out like almost instantly. That was funny.
She is a Puerto Rican VTuber just like me. She is so adorable.
Oh, she's Puerto Rican?
She's a ray of sunshine. She has all these cute looks and she streams using a 3D model, guys. I think this look in the middle
How
is
much?
her main
Wait.
look.
Oh wait. How much?
RSEZCISM said you mean George's jeans emoji.
Yeah. Hold on. How much does? Wait. Most expensive. Okay, so tens of thousands of dollars. They said here, basic models can cost between 1,000 and 2,000. More complex models cost between 1,000 to $15,000.
Said IE she represents.
Full body models cost over $5,000. Blender, Maya, and 3D Max. I'm gonna actually just jump into this. The level of detail and model, the amount of customization, the complexity. Okay, cool. Look like I gotta learn more shit.
A adorable 1950s diner waitress VTuber. So if you want retro style, you should check her out because she just really gives off the best retro vibe, and she's so cute. How cute can you get on roller skates? I want to know more about this.
I'm starting to pose whenever can you can pass this book along with
look on
Artextric.
here was
Thank
her
you.
Halloween outfit, and then this is her normal outfit, and this is so cute. She looks like she's going to like a sock hop or something, and this I think this was her Christmas outfit.
Oh, that's the. Oh, okay, I get what that is. Okay, that's from Morgan.
I love the retro vibe. What's with Latidian VTubers and birds? Well,
thank you,
listen,
Brad.
okay, she loves birds because obviously she dressed up as a bird. I hate birds. Mark my words here today. I will never in my fucking life dress up as a motherfucking bird. I would rather delete my account than ever.
Yeah, I just realized what that was.
I'm just kidding. Thank you, Miss Lala. You look amazing. I love you. Our next VTuber on the chopping block is the incredible, adorable, amazing, sexy Mimculus. For those of you that know, Mim is a VTuber that is a adorable succubus. My demon brethren, a little shy. I feel like once you get to know them, they completely get unshy. But they are kind of shy. I love the outfits. The two outfits are super, super cute. Let's take a look at these colors. You know, demons come in many shapes and forms. Demon comes in many colors with many types of tails. I have to say, I love this cute little feathered tail. What the? Typically, when you have a demon tail, you have a demon tail like mine, where it's like the little piquito at the end, and this one doesn't. This is like a floofy feather. But don't stop looking at her always. But I think she might like that, so I don't know. I mean, she's a succubus after all.
Send it to you so you can show everybody, or you want to show
Maybe you want to you want to show it through your phone, you can do that. You don't want anything crazy to show.
No.
Believe it or not, what you're looking at right over here is a VTuber model. The model right now uses mouse tracking. So, you know, if I move the mouse left, if I move it right, you'll see,
What the hell?
it changes kind of where it looks.
Like a puppet!
Pause it.
Wait.
Go clear screen it.
Right, it just looks like that. If I press play, you'll hear the jingle starts, and then I can actually pause. When I press this button right over here, it switches to Calvini. Hello. Right over here.
Bro, it looks like a claymation.
A drawing scene.
Rydraclo says,
And I'll show it this way.
How? I know, right?
No, he said whoa, but like, how?
So whenever you move his mouse, the rig moves its head, so it looks like he's actually drawing along with it.
The model right now uses mouse
With the
tracking.
mouse?
Yeah.
So, you know, if I move the mouse left, if I move it right, you'll see it changes kind of where it looks. So
It looks like something I've seen in a 90s movie. Like a 90s, like,
Beanbag says
stop motion. That looks... That could be... I'm pretty sure that was made in Blender.
It could be.
Yeah, probably made in Blender. This is not from Live 2D. This is not drawn. This is a 3D model. So I know what they did. They modeled the character as well as
Beanbag
possible.
said there's probably a lot of machines to it.
No, like they used Blender or probably ZBrush or probably Maya. Made the character. Yeah, they probably made the character first. Like they did like a we call it like it's no, it's called
I send you more details on her, including on her tail.
Into the Spider-Verse. So what they did, they cut out the frame so when they move, it moves in a specific way like a claymation. Because since it's 3D, it make it look like a comic book. It looks like something from Gumby. So what they did is they put a filter over the character, like that, as a VH1 mask filter. So it looks like you're watching a movie from a low quality VH1. So that's actually that's quite clever.
Creative.
That's very creative and clever at the same time.
It just looks like that. If I press play, you'll hear the jingle starts, and then I can actually pause. When I press this button right over here, it switches to Calvini. Hello.
Okay, that's the tail. Okay,
You'll see there is
I got you.
a drawing scene, right?
To show.
And I'll show it this
Yeah,
way.
he has hands. They're in claymation.
The shorts are just shorts, right? They're not like booty shorts or anything like that, right? They're not like denim booty shorts or anything like that, right? They're not like skin tight. They're just or like squeezing or anything.
Lavenda TV Queen says no.
Okay, so they're regular shorts. Okay, just want to make sure on that. Alright, gotcha.
That's wild.
No, he's part bird. He's not part bird. How dare you with this bird slander stuff? Stop it. Stop mentioning birds. Wait a minute. Are they really part bird? Man, you never said you were part bird. Or maybe I just missed it when you said it. Hottest bird in hell? What the? Is she really part bird?
Yes.
That thigh squish though? What the? Oh my god, it's true. Froggy Locks did this model. Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Froggy did my outfit. Froggy was the one that did this outfit that I'm wearing right now. So I think we're technically kind of related. I just realized that her shoes are so tall. Looks like she would be a shorty, but with those shoes, she can tower over me so easily. The shoes have hearts? Wait, what? Oh my god, they do. What the excuse me, I'm gonna steal your freaking shoes. 10 out of 10, knocked it out of the park. You look amazing. Also, I love rib stockings. I don't know why. I have this thing for rib stockings. I think rib stockings are adorable. Our next VTuber on the chopping block is a radioactive variety VTuber named Vivi or Vividly ASMR. Vivi ASMR stuff. Vivi, I think you should teach me some ASMR.
How do you do ASMR thing as a VTuber? Isn't that like a physical thing? Isn't that like, I know it's making sound, but I thought you have to be like, don't people like physically dress up for that stuff? Which is weird because if you're listening, why are you watching? It's a weird thing.
Beanbag says it's the way you talk.
It's the way you talk. An ASMR? Okay. I guess that's a thing.
Our tips and tricks, because as you can see, I'm not good with
my
accents,
god.
you know what I mean? But she's a radioactive VTuber. I'm not sure what that means. Is she actual radiation? Was she afflicted with the curse of
Beanbag
radiation?
said some will
I love
dress
the
up and other
combo
will
of
just
like
listen.
the black, yellow, and the purple. I love her
us, although who just listen. Okay.
This is the cutest little sneakers I've ever seen. Oh yeah, she's a bomb on her belt. Is she a fucking nuclear bomb? She's gonna explode and kill us all.
Hey! Calm down with those words.
Oh my god, she's BB-Heimer. I fucking love this damn suit. I can just picture her with like a Tommy gun right now. Like walking up into like a diner and just like shooting up the whole damn place. Being like, this place has been eradicated by my radio.
Radriclo says in GTA.
This motherfucker.
Total mob boss vibe. I don't know which one I like
La
more. I
Benda
love her
TV
original
Queen
outfit
says
because it's so unique. But I'm fucking digging this. Also, I love her little smirk. Yeah, Radiation Bomb, now she's Radiation Mafia. 10 out of 10, 20 out of 20. Well, look who we have here. I've never spoken to this guy, but all I know is that he's a part of the freaking Mofongo Boys. His name is Phoenix. He's a part of the Mofongo Boys. I don't know what his deal is. Is he a Phoenix? Is he a demon? Oh wait, he's an angel demon. He's a demonic angel. He's half and half. Oh.
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not gonna be making my character after any demons and stuff.
Beanbag says she's
That's
making
overused.
more money than me before GTA 6.
That's way overused. I think I have a better theme that'll work a lot better than just being a demon.
Oh, he's a Nephilim. He's KFC. Oh, is he a KFC employee? He has a golden eye and a blue eye.
She's making
It's
more
like
money
me.
than
He has the heterochromia eye thing
Yeah,
going
she
on
makes
as a
crazy
tattoo.
money. If you're talking about Iron Mouse, yeah, she is. I think the most. Yeah, she's the most famous of all of them.
On his
Makes the
face,
most money, I think.
he has that Inuyasha looking thing around his neck. I can kind of feel the Inuyasha vibes. Do you think people say that to him all the time? Is he gonna get mad if he hears me say that he looks like he's out of Inuyasha? He seems like he would be a troublemaker. I don't really know much about him, but I feel like he seems like the troublemaker of the Mofongo Boy group. He's gonna get so mad at me. He doesn't even know me. He's like, this bitch is talking shit about me. I'm not talking shit about you. I'm just letting you know, Phoenix. I like your outfit. It's really cool. He's a hot Cheeto bag. Phoenix, you're a hot Cheeto bag. Hot Cheeto VTuber, are you lurking? Oh my god, he is!
You know what's weird about this is like when I get that women like the aesthetic of some anime dudes and just some VTubing models, but like if a dude would actually be dressed like this, she would not find him attractive. You might find him crazy, or like he can't dress, or something to the effect that he plays on the other side of the fence. If you get what I'm saying.
Phoenix, I like your vibe. I like your outfit. It's really cool. I'm digging the orange and black. You're more than just a hot Cheeto to me. We've never spoken, but I just want to let you know. I like your vibe. I like your outfit. It's really cool. It's very unique. It's very striking. I'm assuming that people are telling me that you're a Nephilim. Is that correct? Who? You see this motherfucker doesn't even know what the
Beanbag said there's men that do dress like that and it actually fits really well.
Yeah, but you have to be very attractive for that to work. You can't be like the average Joe Schmo. You have to be like prisoner levels type of modeling, if you get what I'm getting at. That prisoner who was in prison and he was really good looking.
Rick for sending 1x hard.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. You have to be very good looking for that to work out. You know, like, yeah. And you have to be very in shape.
Bro,
like that one cosplayer dude.
Guy Inuyasha Fieri. This guy's gonna hate me, guys. Stop. He's gonna be like, that fucking bitch Iron Mouse, I fucking hate her. I like her.
Thank you, bro.
You're welcome, bro.
Yeah.
Hot Wheels. This is
okay. We got the legs and everything.
La Benda TV Queen says, hey, Teach, I have to wash my hair. Do you have any questions?
Let me think. Let me go check on 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. Do I have any questions? Full body, the shoes. She has a chain. She is. I noticed that the stomach is not poking out over the jeans. I know she's on the chubby side. Did you want the stomach to be behind the belt? Just like the picture you sent me on Instagram? Do you want that to be more like she's wearing the like that, or you want the tummy to be out? Because that's important. I don't know if that's something you want to be covered up. You want that to be like covered up by the jeans, the denim jeans, or you want me to keep the belly outside of the pants? You tell me. Oh, just let everyone know that once it hits 1 o'clock, I'm jumping off, and I'll continue the commission tomorrow. I'll do as much as I can tonight, even after the fact. I gotta get everything done. Let me see. This is the most recent. Okay, go with the most recent. Okay. This is the most recent design of her. Okay, I see it. I know you said she's on the heavier side, so I don't know if you want her tummy, because I think that's her tummy poking out over the pants. I'm not totally sure if that was just a design flaw to a degree.
Beanbag says Ema, head to bed teach.
Okay. Okay. We're gonna get off in 30 minutes anyway. This is the most recent design, but she is a tail. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. So that's fine. Okay. Does she wear a belt? Do you want to give her a belt still, or no belt? I know some females don't need to wear a belt at all. Sometimes the dem jeans are sometimes tight enough just to stay on. Does she need a belt? Do you want me to give her a belt? And I see stars. Are the stars like part of the pants design, right? Is it in the pants, or is it like stars that literally sits on top of the pants? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, you want belt. Okay. Sure, belt's there, so I'll have to make sure that's in check. So I gotta go over here. Get rid of this curve here because it's gonna cause confusion. Alright. Okay, and then we'll wrap it around like so. Make sense of it. Okay.
Thunderbolt fantasy.
Yes, it's glitter. Okay.
But I have to say, your whole outfit is so fancy, and you have very basic shoes on. I know it's for movement and for fighting purposes, but still, you could put like at least an ornament or two on.
Then there's a moon and stars on her stomach.
Oh my! I just noticed.
Moon and stars on her stomach. Okay, I see it. Okay. Are these tattoos or these are glitter as well?
Outfit. Love the outfit. What the happened to the ponytail? Bob? It's not Bob. Very casual, very like a day out, you know. You look like you belong in like a visual novel. Why did you zoom in on your boobs? Bro, it's not my
tattoo. Okay.
You put the boob in the boob window. You put it in there. I really like your outfit a lot. It gives off like supervillain energy. I don't know if you want to be a supervillain. See, you have supervillain in Thunderbolt Fantasy, and then you have supervillain in a isekai manga. It's not bad to be a villain. It's okay. They're just misunderstood creatures. You know what I mean? I give you 100 out of 100 good bad guys. Am I making enemies today? Look what Bao sent me. Bao sent me this. What the? Excuse me, girl. Bang! Throw her in jail. Our next VTuber on the chopping block is the total opposite of evil VTuber. For you see, her name is Monarch VTuber Amelie, who just recently got a new model, and it's a.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how any of these people will ever beef with one another when they sound like this. There's no way you can beef with someone who sounds like this. If you guys beef amongst each other who sounds like this, you got serious problems. I can never beef with someone who sounds like this. That'd be funny as hell. Okay, gotta go. If you have questions, ask or text me, please. Be right back. Okay, do your thing. I might not be here by 1, so if you get back here by 30 minutes, I'm gonna be on.
Beautiful mermaid. Excuse me, miss. Where the you come off looking this beautiful? Where you come off having a majestic mermaid tail with beautiful jewelry? And you might be wondering, Mouse, this is just the concept art. Of course it's gonna look beautiful. You know what? Let me tell you something. You're dead wrong. Because she's gorgeous. And look how beautiful she looks. She has the cutest little fangs, the cutest little face, the cutest little hair, the cutest little fins. Not only does she have fins, she has ears with butterfly earrings.
Ain't she a voice actor? I am so certain she's a voice actor.
Piccoli. And the most beautiful, shiniest hair I've ever seen in my damn life. Where does she come off being this beautiful? I'd like to file a formal complaint with the Department of VTubers. She's too shiny and beautiful. Also, she has a crown on her head like she's Jesus. Her color scheme is so gorgeous. Look at this, bro. I feel like a frumpy little beautiful. Why can't I be shiny and beautiful and blue? 100 gajillion out of 100 gajillion happy fish dancing in the ocean. Our next victim, our next VTuber, Momo! Momo's hat or Momo's hat, an incredible artiste. She is wonderful. She's done art for me. Of course, you guys do it on the fucking toes. It's like you guys have like radar on those damn toes or something. Holy. Let's take a look, shall we? This is Momo. She is an adorable fox girl. According to her, half human, half beast. So, Beast Girl? I've seen Momo evolve over time. She had a different style, different model. I think she's done all of her art so far, and she's evolved so much. But I love this new look. I love her long, beautiful braid. It's so adorable. Oh my god.
Top of me. I think this feels like under the knee.
Stop looking at her toes. Love those toes. Beautifully painted toes. Beautiful shoes. Her tail's so floofy and cute, and I love, love, love the long braided hair. Oh, look at the pattern. Very cute pattern here we have on here. Are you guys stop sniffing her? Stop it! Stop. Respectfully. Oh my god. Beautiful, gorgeous. I love the look. It's amazing. Our next VTuber on the chopping block. You guys might know who she is. She totally changed the way she looks. She got a new model, a new fresh look, and it's Cottontail VA.
Ooh,
First off, before I say anything, her
interesting.
mascot is adorable. I love her color scheme.
Okay, I kind of like it. I like this character design. Look at that, guys. I like this character design. Looks nice. It looks different from the rest. All of them look, I'm not gonna lie, most of them look kind of generic to me, but this one stands out a little bit more compared to the rest. I like the purples, the blacks. They give a mysterious look. Very, I like this. This is cool.
Purple and blue, her hair is so cute. She has, oh my god, she's like a royal rabbit. We all know she's a bunny girl. She wrote on her thing, do you like big titty goth GS? Yes. Yes, I do. I will tell you why I love this outfit so much.
The inspiration I like to search for on
fantasy
Pinterest.
type. You know me. In my heart, I was a goth Lolita, and
Keep doing your thing,
her
Ari.
fashion just like really does it for me. This is like Iron Mouse coated. It's everything I love, except that it's not pink. I love it. I would totally steal this outfit from her and I'd wear it. And my one regret is that I'm not wearing this outfit. My one regret is that I'm not wearing this outfit. Heavenly Does, my friend. Bro, you everybody's friend except for mine. Get the fuck out of my bed. This is a million out of a million. I wish I was wearing this. I'm just letting you know, Cotton. I'm stealing your outfit, and I'm stealing it, and there's nothing you can do about it. Wait, Cotton, you're here? I love your outfit so much. Holy I love your new model. Jesus Christ. How did you guys know? My true intent of this stream was not to showcase VTubers. It was to look at their outfits and steal them all. It's all our next VTuber on the chopping block is the incredible, amazing person who drew me as the cutest chibi and Fruit, the amazing, beautiful Noi. Bro, she's so beautiful. Holy.
Okay, I like the face. I actually like the face. I like how the face looks nice. I like it. I like the eyes. The eyes and the face. I like it. You see, you like it too, Bri? It looks kind of lit. It looks nice. I like it. Mad Nietzsche.
You see those balls look. I'm sorry that sounded so bad, but it's true. Look how shiny and juicy those balls look. I'm just calling it as I see it, okay? Fine. Look how juicy and shiny those earrings look. I love this haircut, this style of hair. I love her ears, her floofy tail, her outfit.
I like the outfit.
Simple yet intricate at the same time. I also love this whole little peekaboo. Check out my elbow. Look how cute it is. Showing a little bit of thigh, a little bit of leg. Very sexy, but also simple and elegant. A very elegant, sophisticated leg piece. No, thank you so much. And thank you so much for drawing me and taking the time to draw me and Connor. And I appreciate it. And you're beautiful. And I love
it makes sense. If you drew her character, that means that's why it looks so nice. Okay, makes sense. I like the colors. I like the skin. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to capture. You see how the skin looks like skin? That's what I'm trying to get, and it's pissing me off to get.
And you're gorgeous. You're gorgeous.
Hey, Jacob, what's going on, bro?
Why does Mouse have a ruler? Listen, I'm supposed to be doing important things, okay? I'm just measuring the important things, okay? Measure the boba cube. Our next VTuber on the
what was that
chopping block,
squishy thing?
hot dog bong water. Now I know
Hot dog bong water.
They're a
That's his
bong
name?
YouTuber, first name Hot Dog.
He's a
last name
bong?
Water. They like to talk about cannabis and play competitive fighting games. And they asked me, do gloves count as fashion?
Well,
Yes,
you
they
stand
do.
out
These
differently from
gloves
the
look more
rest.
like oven mitts. As far as I can tell,
Is that even
they
legal?
are
Can you have a person be a bong?
Riker Close says ain't no way LMAO.
I know, right? Like, you can't have this on Twitch. What if kids saw this? What the hell? Can you get away with that? That's crazy. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know.
with oven mitts on. But here's his bong. Look at his bong. He has a hot dog on his face so that you know that's his first name. I can't help but notice, Hot Dog Bong Water, that you are very naked.
Oh,
And you're just wearing oven mitts.
that's actually quite clever. Hot dog bong water. So you put a hot dog inside the water as you being a bong.
Oh my god, that is cute.
It's cute. It's different, but like Jesus.
Very bold for going out into the world as a naked bong.
Imagine trying to explain this to your parents. Like, imagine you make good money being the hot dog bong water you are, and then they ask you, "What do you do for a living?" "Oh, I'm a VTuber." And like, "Oh, okay, you're a VTuber. You're one of those streamers. Can we see what your videos are about?" You're like, damn. Kind of saying that back then used to be a big problem. Now you have to explain that.
Right, says W.
Don't swim character. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Jolly says, imagine trying to explain creativity to them. That's creative.
While high as hell. That's crazy.
In my life. Very interesting.
That's different.
You submitted a naked photograph of yourself, but very interesting look. Oh, this is really cute. This was Renee.
Oh, that one's cute.
Pretending to be a game developer. So
Pretending?
A VTuber. I know, the witch hat is so cute. Look at that. I love it. I
like that one more.
It's really cute. I love the Sailor Girl uniform.
I like that one more.
So much.
Like, this is nice, but this one's more stands up more. You can see it more. It focuses more on the character. Actually, the fact that it's a great character design choice to go with this one, because it makes the viewers look at her face, because the skin color tends to stand out more from the light colors, so therefore you'll stare directly into her eyes. That's a better design choice, because with this one, even though it's a good outfit, it's not a bad one. This one's way better because her skin is probably the lightest, but it's not that light compared to like the jacket. You know what I'm saying? The jacket and the little ribbon here on the hat makes you go to those, make your eyes go here instead of to her face, because everything is dark here. Even the skin color is dark. And even this part is dark. Everything's dark. Everything outside of that, you start looking at like the light parts and the white parts. But in this one, it's all light, so therefore the darkest thing is her face and her eyes. You will look directly into this. I would pick this one more because it's a great character design choice.
Oh my goodness. Oh, with floppy ears too? Oh, that is so adorable. Look at that. Why did you have to tell us that there's a second mole on the back of her thigh?
Okay.
Thing to show.
That's really specific.
Where's the first mole? Oh, first mole on her face.
Oh, she got glasses? Let's go! Bri, I know you're a man of culture. You know I'm talking when they have glasses.
Third mole on her tummy? Oh my goodness. Wait a minute.
Let's go.
Our mom. I feel like I don't really see the shade of blue a lot. Like this light, super light, like sky blue. Oh, the cuffs of the hoodie. Look, it's like a seal. That's cute. What the heck? Your outfit is adorable. 10 out of 10.
Sorry, I gotta get something.
Thank you for sharing your PNG with us. Thank you very much. Our next VTuber on the chopping block is Obi Katie Cat. She is a human neko. Half human, half neko. A werecat. I'm assuming this is her naked, and we're not allowed to see this. So, big censor ball.
It's cute. I like the eyes.
She's a British metal comfy gremlin neko. I love her outfit. It's very simple. Also, what are those Uggs? This girl's wearing Uggs out here. I love the straps, the stockings. Beautiful.
Wait, do women still wear Uggs?
Just says not my style.
Does women still wear Uggs these days? I didn't know women still wear Uggs these days. You girls still rocking the Uggs? I thought that died back in 2012. Holy hell.
Oh my god.
Oh, 2013, I mean.
I love the freckles. Also,
That
there's
shit.
that like 1999,
That's crazy.
2001 choker. I don't know. This one's super simple and it's cute, but I love this one because y'all know that I'm extra and I love extra outfits. I love it. I love it a lot.
It's not bad, but I think their arms are a little too short.
Jolly Hunter says no, they still wear Uggs.
Okay, I thought Uggs kind of like died off back in 2013. The outfit's not bad. The face isn't that bad, but like the problem, I don't like the arms. The arms are too small. I think they should length out the arms a little bit more.
Necklace is so cute. Is that panties?
The arms look too small.
Are coming out. Very beautiful frilly panties. Piss? Where does the pants say piss on it? Is this her as a wolf? Oh my god, that's sick.
Okay, that's kind of sick.
5'2.5". You're taller than me. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
Jolly Hunter says there's too much going on the character, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much black.
32E. Holy man, that's something.
32E.
Introduction. We've shown this person on stream before, but they got a new outfit, so I want to talk about it. And that's Buff.
Oh, Buff Puppy. I've heard of you just pretty recently. I did not know about this character at all till like I think a week or two ago. I saw her model. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna show you guys her model after this video because I think it's about to finish. Like her 3D model, not her 2D model that you're seeing, her 3D model. My god. It was that looked expensive.
And not only that, she has a new outfit now that's even sexier than this.
Yes.
This is like, holy, what?
You think this looks good?
Your feet, square wolf feet. You look beautiful. You look stunning. I love your clawed hands and your feet and as long as tail. That's direct match. Our next VTuber is dun dun dun.
Okay.
Hazumi Eileen is a lion knight.
A lion knight.
I love the hair.
Okay, they're different.
It's called a pauldron, I think. Pauldron. See, I know my stuff. Very cute, very squished eye. Love the boots, love the lion tail. You don't really get too many lion VTubers. And this is her with her sword, and her sword looks pretty sharp, pretty amazing. I love the thing on her hand, the gauntlet. You let her stab you. Fair. Perfect outfit, beautiful design. Your new look is
Jolly Hunter says, okay, that kind of style I do like.
Their content before,
Okay.
But their design caught my eye. This is Amethyst Lady, also known as Technomancer Laura Lane. Oh my god, the purple's so cute.
Okay, it makes sense with this design based on what it is, which she's supposed to be, a Technomancer. I get that. But I still think the colors are a little too strong. The saturation's too high. I don't know, it's like
Jolly Hunter says the detail in the curls.
Yeah, I think what's the issue is like, okay, so when you put like more when you put like purple on like darker skin characters, especially of darker skin, what's gonna happen is they're more magenta than you may believe. So when you put purple next on top of like a magenta like type character like this, it feels like you're using the same color twice. It's hard to explain. This is something that Sam Does Art mentioned in our last video. If you guys remember that, that was like literally yesterday. But like, it is what it is.
Oh, she's a Technomancer. What does that mean? I love it. I love all the details, like the lights on her body and the neck brace and the hair accessories. I love the mesh on her tummy. That's so cool. Her design is so pretty. I love it. Absolutely adorable. Beautiful. Y'all know I love a good purple. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. It's simple and sweet, but yet very stunning and intricate at the same time. Very beautiful. 10 out of 10 beauty. Maybe she could teach me a thing or two so I could learn how to be tech savvy too. Our next VTuber on chopping block, their name is Zane. And they recently debuted not too long ago.
Every dude looks the same to me. I don't know, it's just me. It's probably just me. It's just me. Maybe I'm the problem. I'm the drama. Because I'm telling you, they all look the same.
Footprint here, the shoe print?
For some reason the women don't, but the men do.
Can do some insane things. Boss boba. What is this trend of these men having these big bobas? It looks great. I love the wristwatch, the gloves, the jacket, the horns. The horns are pretty cool. It's expensive, but can't afford to close that fit shirt. hair, nice and purple, nice fluffy coat. I hope it's fake fur. It's all fake. I'm broke. He's broke. Our next victim is the cute, adorable Princess VTuber Obake Pam. She is VTuber's poster extraordinaire. For those of you that do not know, Pam is the CEO of Play Asia. She's a VTuber, and she wears tiny, cute little shoes. I think the shoes are my favorite. These are the cutest little shoes. She has a little Dorito on the shoe. No stocking.
Dorito.
That's a choice. I'm used to seeing girls with stockings on her feet. Adorable, cute dress with little Doritos on it. Dorito queen. Love the Dorito stamps on her hair. She reminds me of a character from either Konosuba or a character from No Game No Life. Also, she sings. And she has a
Definitely
beautiful
that one.
voice.
The No Game No Life one, I can definitely see.
Thank you for this information. Well, you're welcome for this information.
Close says
I watch her on YouTube. Yep.
Is a VTuber from.
You watch her, the princess one, or the?
Sir? Excuse me, sir? What's happening here? This is Kite Hasegawa. They are the first class dragon boy of Invicta VT, an indie Ikemen VTuber group. An indie BL group. It says indie Ikemen group on the thing. It does not say indie BL group. Oh my god, I just
Is she entertaining? Please tell me. Please be honest.
I can't even show such a wedge. Sir! These are his pants. He has suspenders that are not suspendering, as well as track pants with some sneaks and some workout gloves, because as you can tell, this man is very buff and they probably work out a lot. He's got under booba. There's a seatbelt under there, you know? But a very unique outfit. I love the color scheme. It's very nice. You seem like a very
Jacob
nice
B
person.
says a kind of pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, kind of pretty obnoxious.
Outfit. I love the colors. Bring it back. No! What's wrong with you guys?
With her or the outfit or the character design?
We'll look at more next time. That was pretty hard, not gonna lie. What the? Y'all are
Oh, my
so
eye.
you know
Something's in my eye, bro.
You guys anywhere.
Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty cool. That was cool. Alright, before we got 10 minutes left, actually we got 7 minutes left. So let me show you guys the what's her name? Something puppy, I forgot her name. Buff puppy, there's a buff pup. Buff pup new model. I don't know if I can show this. I'm kind of scared to show this. Hold up.
All smart about living in the future.
I'm gonna push it.
Jolly Ancha says, oh, don't forget to send me the
Her character designs are awesome, yeah. Oh, don't forget to send me that YouTube person you told me to. Oh! Actually, while you say that now, let me do it now.
Okay, sick.
This is a 3D model. I was like, oh my god.
Says looks 3D.
It is! It's not 2D, it's a 3D model.
Says YW.
Let me see, how to draw. It's full body tracking.
Are you good?
Oops, sorry, play that.
All smart about living in the future. Buff footprint.
What the?
future.
Hold on, go back.
Morning Wood. I don't know if you guys
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I did something stupid.
Ryder Close says black.
have
Yeah,
seen this place before. It's pretty. Stop. Stop it. This is Morningwood. It's pretty cool. I have a tree.
That's a crazy model. Look at that model. How much did you pay for that?
There's a rock.
How I wonder how much you paid for that.
Yeah. Damn. Still going crazy.
She got crazy eyes. She got crazy eyes, yo.
Sorry, this is why I don't do 3D, because I just can't help myself.
Close says W angle.
W angle.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Hey, hey.
Done.
Get weird. I'm not doing this, I'm not getting weird.
Oh, gosh.
setting it up. But it's cool because I have like full body tracking, and it's like really good. So you can see me do this. You can see me shrug, which I don't think normal 3D people can do that. I can shrug. I can go like this. I can go like this. I can do like a little worm. Look at that. That's pretty cool, right, guys? You like that? That's pretty cool.
Lavenda TV Queen says, "Hey, back."
Holy fuck, is it a big?
I don't know how much she paid for it, but I'm pretty sure it was high.
Here, and it's great.
That's a great model.
Jolly Aunt just says, "Oh my god."
That's a great model, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of impressed. Okay. And I don't even do 3D. I was that impressed by it. But okay. Guys, I'm going to stop for now. Tomorrow we're going to continue this. I'll have this done by tomorrow. We're going to color it and everything. So, because I have to get the video ready for tomorrow. So, we have everything and ready to go. Alright. So, with that said, I'm going to let you guys go. Have a great night. We're going to finish this tomorrow. But I need to get the...
says G and everyone.
Alright, have a great night, guys. I gotta get the thing ready for tomorrow.
Queen says bye, thank you.
No problem. Hopefully you're here tomorrow. We'll be working more onto this and we'll make it even more prettier. Just let you guys know, it's in sketch form, but we will line art it once everything is perfect. Once I have everything in a perfect order and it looks very distinguishable in sketch, I'll then line art it and it'll look much better. We're gonna go.
TV Queen says, "What time tomorrow?"
Usually I'm on around 3 p.m. ish. But I may have to call in early, so I might get on early and I might get off early because I need to help the GF with something. She needs help with homework, so I need to help her tomorrow. So I and stuff like that. So, she needs help with homework, so I need to help her with that. All right, have a great night, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great night. I keep saying that, keep repeating myself. I'm out. Later, guys.
Lavenda TV Queen says it if I'll be there.
All right. Later, guys.